I got to try to keep my voice down. My wife's going to be going to bed soon, so a little late night stream here we got. I figured I don't know how long I'll be going here, but I'm just kind of restless with, not because of politics or anything like that, but restless because Twitch live post when you got a lot of use. Yeah, excellent. Excellent. So my buddy Danbo helped me out there. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I found out my induction date for my kid is Friday, and I'm so pumped. So with any luck, Friday evening I'll be a dad, and I'm very excited. So now I'm like, I don't know why. I'm just like jitters. I'm all jitters. So talking about this stuff, like, doing a little politics stuff takes my mind off of it. So that's what's up. So I put the Discord chat if anyone wants to call in, it's in the chat, the Discord link. Let me know if you get on the Discord so I know to join the voice channel if anyone gets on. But I like to do one at a time because I think, oh, wait. Information community. Live on air. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, so just things to talk about. I haven't watched much of the footage. I've been busy tonight of the rally, the pre-rally, I guess, in D.C. I hope that everyone's been safe. Without watching any of it, I could predict the normal shenanigans. There will be bad faith actors on both sides, but overwhelmingly what you'll see as we see an incident after incident after incident after incident after incident of this is you have a rally that is Republican or Trump or conservative or Tea Party, and then left-wing people come there and they start fights. You almost never see the opposite, where you have a rally for Joe Biden or you have a rally for Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, and right-wing agitators come and start violence. All of the violence almost always occurs at rallies that are for conservative causes, that the left then shows up. So never lose sight of that, though we should condemn bad actors on all sides, and I continue to do that. And it's one of the arguments that I try to tell to reasonable people on the left. When you start making excuses, but when my side commits the violence, it's for a good reason. It's understandable. It's acceptable. They have to, so that they could be heard. As you've heard on my channel, people call in over and over again here in the past couple days, make these arguments. You're literally giving carte blanche for the other side to say the same thing. I feel the same way. I feel the country's being stolen from me. Therefore, if you say that the violence is understandable or justified or effective, then we will engage in that. So I try to tell people on the left, you ought to be careful before you're doing these things, right? Before you're saying, oh, I understand why that precinct was burnt down and things like that. You ought to be careful, because eventually those tactics could be on the other side. So I don't know exactly what's going on with the rally. I don't have much to say about it. I will say that I have some friends that are there. Let's Be Frank, Sarah Courier are both there, and they're going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't know how busy I'll be tomorrow, but maybe I've gotten permission to restream their streams, so perhaps I will do that. If not, check them out. I also heard Critically Thinking Veteran could possibly be there. I don't know. But if you're going, thank you. I think it's a patriotic thing to do. I think it's a great thing to do. I think that this country is being stolen from us in many, many ways. And by us, I don't mean Trump supporters. I don't mean conservatives. I don't mean right-winger people. I mean all of us, right-wing, left-wing, people of all ethnicities, people of all stations in life. It's being stolen from us by the establishment, elite oligarchs that don't care what we think. They're able to use their platforms and control of information to basically propagandize to a plurality of people in this country, and they'll never have to steal an election again. Because they control the flow of information, and propaganda works. We've known that for centuries. The propaganda works. So I don't know much. I don't know much about those on the street, but if you go, thank you for going, and please stay safe. If you want to go and you want to protest against the Trump supporters there, don't go with to start violence, and I hope you stay safe as well. I think that you're advocating on the side of the corrupt establishment, but free speech and all. What's up, Annie? What's up, Feet Picks, Roy, Huey Cobra, Schism? Thanks all for being here. Richo, Joe Clacka. We did make the appointment. I'll probably repeat this 10 times, but our induction, everything's great. Induction date's going to be Friday morning. So if we don't have the baby by Friday morning, we're going to induce Friday morning. So I'm super excited. I got the socks on the wife, everything good. So yeah, I'm super excited. Like, it's weird. I'm kind of seeing our country being stolen from us. It is literally, at the same time that that's happening, it is literally the most exciting time I will ever have in my life. The birth of my first child. Everything else seems kind of meaningless. And I know that that's just the way it works. My child is more important to me than anything, and my wife. That's the way it is. No, they'll always come first. My family extended from that, my loved ones. But, you know, I care about the country vehemently. I really do. So it's weird to see these two things diverging. The country falling apart, family doing great. So it's a weird thing. Jesse says, we're taking our country back. There's a mind-blowing degree of activity going on behind the scenes, not allowing this country to go to shit. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Yeah, I agree with that, but I think that it's going to be a 30-year plan, and it's not going to be because we have white hats behind the scene that are trusting the plan and engaged in something. Shit's not going to work. Biden's going to be sworn in on the 20th. Mark it. I don't say that. I hope it's not the case, but I'm quite confident. I can't tell you how many people have came on here confidently telling me to trust the plan. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. And telling me specific things that would happen. 2018, trust us. The people that engaged in the coup against Trump, it'll come out before the 2018 election. Republicans will clean up in 2018. Didn't happen. Brennan and Clapper and McCabe and all them not getting charged. Trust us. Before the election in 2020, they're all going to be charged and people will see how corrupt it is. Didn't happen. Trust us. Bill Barr, before he leaves, he's going to make sure these people are in jail. Didn't happen. Trust us. This Texas lawsuit that's going to the Supreme Court, they're going to hear it and they're going to roll in favor of Trump because so many Trump people are on the court. It's at least a 5-4 majority for Trump. So they're going to vote for it. Didn't happen. Trust us. Durham's going to write everything. It's going to be fine. It's not going to happen. Trust us. Mike Pence is going to do something that will result in Trump staying in office. It's not going to happen. That stuff's not going to happen. That doesn't mean that all hope's lost. Placing your faith in just one person was never the way anyways. The truth is this country was founded on the greatness of individuals, and it will be saved on the greatness of individuals. Relying on one person or one politician or one small group to do something will not be effective. It will take a huge amount of people in this country waking up and doing the right thing for this country to get back. It's that simple. And it's going to be a process that takes decades. We will probably not see a leader that even remotely speaks of populism on the right that has a chance of obtaining a serious office like the presidency in at least 20 years, would be my guess. The establishment won a crushing victory. There's all sorts of reasons for that. Trump is partly to blame. He could have done all sorts of things to attack the establishment. Instead, he trusted people around him that were operating on behalf of the establishment, like John Bolton, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell. He trusted those people. Still to this day, he could declassify everything himself. He could do it. And I mean everything about the corrupt natures. Let's start with the intel community. He could pardon Julian Assange. He could pardon Edward Snowden, but he won't. Because he's still continuing to listen to those people around him saying, trust us, Mr. President, it'll all work out in your favor. We have these cases going. You'll be exonerated in the end. These cases will show the coup that was against you. Trust us. Durham will take care of us. Trust us. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I know I lose supporters. I know many people don't want to come on and hear, hey, a guy that argues vehemently for my side thinks that our side's getting its ass kicked. People don't want to hear that. People want to hear Trump and the populists that are behind Trump are awesome for this country. And they're kicking ass. There's a plan. Trust it. Just trust the plan. We're going to win. That's what people want to hear. That's not what I believe. I hope I'm wrong. I would be more than happy to come on here and be like, damn, I said that wasn't going to happen and I was wrong. Kudos to all of you that got it right. But we'll see. I did see Mitt Romney get lambasted. Lisa, I put a CDC link in the chat instead of Discord. Yeah, I did that. Is that unacceptable? I assumed the person I was discussing it with was watching the chat, so I assumed everyone watching, not everyone watching's on my Discord, but everyone watching is able to see the chat, so I put the CDC link there. So it is what it is. I heard from many Trump supporters that, don't worry, Georgia. Don't worry, the Republicans are going to win in Georgia. That's not going to happen. The Democrats will win in Georgia. Discord links here. Oh, someone in Discord? Oh, I'm sorry. Now I see what you're saying. I thought you were referencing my previous debate. When I was debating that person, I thought you were saying, hey, you put that CDC link in the chat instead of Discord. I now see what you're saying. I put instead, that's the Discord link if anyone. What's up, Div? Nice to see you, man. That's the Discord link if anyone wants to talk. I get it. Sorry about that. A long time, Div. I saw you were on here earlier, like yesterday or earlier today. So thanks for being here, man. Yeah, so, I mean, Georgia's going to go for the Democrats. That's predictable. Of course. I wanted the Republicans to win. But I don't think it was a big deal. Let's say the Republicans come back and they win Georgia. So the Democrats then are 2 seats down from getting what they want in the Senate. You trust Romney and Susan Collins? You trust Mitt Romney isn't going to just side. You have faith in him that he's going to enact policies that are good for like Trump supporters. Not even Trump supporters, but just the average American. You trust Mitt Romney? Because if you don't, then the Senate was already lost. You understand that, right? Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Danabo. I'm glad you're on here. Yeah, I'm technologically illiterate when it comes to stuff like that, like Twitch and Discord. I'm getting new to those platforms. I thought just putting you under the title of admin would allow you to make the changes you needed. But yeah, I'll go back. I mean, I'll leave you as an admin, and if you ever need that specific title again of owner, just let me know. But yeah, I really appreciate the work. Thank you. Do I think ours keep control of the Senate? No. I think that it's pretty evident the lead that the Republicans currently have is not enough, considering basically all the outstanding votes that are yet to come in are from Atlanta. I would say at this point, the chances of the Republican winning either of those 2 seats is probably 10%. The chances of winning both of them is probably 2%. So yeah, I would say that it's pretty much a done deal. It's the way it is. You know, was there cheating that occurred tonight? I don't know. I don't. I didn't see the things that I saw election night in November. I didn't see that stuff, but I wasn't watching, so I don't know. I heard that they were keeping Republican ballot counters, behind steel fences, and then those fences then got removed and things like that. So I heard that type of stuff happen. Yeah, I mean, Dib, look, here's a good point, Dib. And by the way, I'm going to take this headset off, so if anyone jumps on the Discord to talk to me, please type it in the chat, because I won't be able to hear you. Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. I said this from the get-go. To me, Trump winning and the Republicans winning the election in November was the best-case scenario. But if Trump was going to lose, I said that I hope that the Republicans get crushed. Why, you might say that? Well, I'm going to argue if you're a real Democrat, let's not kid ourselves, and maybe there'll be some disagreement here. Yeah, Boomer here. What's Discord? I hear you. Maybe there'll be some disagreement here. But let's say that I'm looking at I think that we need at least 2 parties. We probably need more than 2 parties. But I understand that I don't want even a party that seems to agree with me. I don't want them to have total power, because there needs to be some kind of pushback and check on that. It needs to happen. Anytime that there's one party rule, it ends in corruption. And I don't mean one party's in control for 4 or 6 years. I mean like exponentially one party rule. So I understand they're reasonable Democrats. They're Democrats that basically want very similar things that I want. They want people to generally be happy and generally be healthy and generally have access to work and food and stuff like that, shelter. We just disagree on how to get there. That's fine. We can have those discussions. I thought we had some good discussions last night in that vein, until, many of the people advocating kind of more socialist policies started to talk about how it's understandable to burn down police precincts. But other than that, so to my friends that are Democrats, which I legitimately have, the best thing that could have happened to you was to get crushed in the election. It's the best thing that could have happened, because then maybe you could have got out of this paradigm of having the Hillary Clinton model, the corporatist establishment claiming to care about people of X race and X gender and X sexuality and X class level, but they don't give a shit about them. They don't care. They're corporatists. They're basically no different than the corporatist rhinos that run the Republican Party. The only way it's ever going to change is if one of the two parties gets crushed. Then you could see people, either a third party rise up, or you will see people kick out the people that were worthless in that party and actually get real people that care about the country in there, whether it be the Democratic or the Republican Party. So, for example, if you're really a progressive, I don't really respect the progressive agenda. I think it's terrible. But if you're really a progressive, you voting for Joe Biden was literally the worst thing you could do. Because now you've ensured that corporatists will continue to control the Democratic Party for the next 8 to 10 to 12 to 20 years. That's what's going to happen. They're going to drown out the progressive voices in the party. They'll pretend to bow down to them. They'll do nothing for them. And even many of you and your progressive friends will say, yay, we're winning, we're winning. Same's true, though, of the Republican Party. For example, let me put it to a way that maybe is easier to understand. You know how we in the Republican Party, at least me, I don't even know if I'm a Republican. But you know how this argument's made? Like, we'll look at the inner city and we'll be like, so let me get this straight. You think that there's systemic racism? Yep. Okay. And so the people running the system are racist? Yep. So in your particular city of Atlanta? Yep. Or Chicago. We'll say Chicago because Atlanta's having an election now. In your city of Chicago? Yep. You think the system in Chicago is racist? Yep. And so you're going to vote for who? Well, Democrats. But haven't they been running the system in that city for the past 70 years? And we say things like, geez, every 4 years, the Democrats start talking about race relations in the inner city and how they're going to change things. And then they get elected. And then what do? Nothing. But if you're a Democrat, can't you make the same argument to me? So where do you live? I live in rural Pennsylvania. And how's things going in rural Pennsylvania? Not good. We continue to see government chip away at our rights, chip away at our livelihoods. We continue to see jobs leave the area. Things are bad. In my area of the world, like the only thing keeping the town up where I live in Clarion is the university, which is collapsing. Once it goes, all of the like businesses and bars and restaurants that haven't been devastated by Governor Tom Wolf's lockdowns will then shortly follow. And then there's basically no employment opportunities in the town. Oh, so things aren't looking good? Nope. Who are you voting for? Republican. Oh, and who's ran that system as it's downturned in the past 30 years? Republicans. Huh. But you're going to keep voting for the same people that don't do shit for the people that you like. Right? So, I mean, the truth is, both the parties are corrupt. And as long as it's one narrowly wins and the other narrowly loses and back and forth, nothing will change. Because they'll be able to constantly sell this message. Someone tell me right now. If I'm in Georgia tonight, and let's say it's earlier, and I was going out to vote. I'm a citizen of Georgia and I'm going to vote. And I say, okay, I'm on the channel. Can someone give me a reason to vote for Loeffler and Perdue? Can anyone here do it? What's up, Dean? Azam? Well, I need more copium for tonight. I just don't understand the blatant misreading of me all the time. I predicted the Democrats to win, and I'm saying that I don't even necessarily know that it's a bad thing that they will. So what would the copium be for? Can anyone give me a positive reason to vote for Perdue or Loeffler? What's the reason that the Republicans are getting? That's exactly right. The reason is, well, because if we don't, then the Democrats will control the Senate and they'll do all sorts of heinous things. Well, that's not why Loeffler or Perdue are good, right? That's why the other side's terrible. Now, let me ask you, Azam, I think you're a left-wing person here. It's usually difficult to get a straight answer out of you, but we'll try. I assume you voted for Joe Biden. Why? Or if you're on the left, or even if you're on the right, why do you think the majority of people that are Democrats voted for Joe Biden? Was it because Joe Biden's awesome policies? Was it because he's like whip smart? He's on top of things? Is it because he's some sort of revolutionary? Right. Well, that's Roy. That's exactly the point. There was one reason to vote for Joe Biden. That was he's not Donald Trump. That's it. This is the game both parties play. Right. That's see, Azam, you try to change the question, right? You try to change the question because you think you're making some point, but you're just proving my point, as always. Buddy, I'm always like 10 steps ahead of you. I don't even know why you try, but thanks for being here. What's up, Paul? How's it going, man? By the way, Paul, I sent you a shirt, and it literally just came back. I used my post box, which I've talked to you about before. I don't use very often. I sent you a shirt, and it came back to my post box. So I need to someday, not tonight because I'll be going to bed after this, but someday soon I need to get in touch with you and make sure I got your address correct so I can get you that shirt. Anyways, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so that's what both parties do. Neither party makes the argument, hey, I'm good for the country. They just say the other side's worse. That's their argument. When Obama was there, the Republicans' argument was Obama sucks. He did suck. So people are like, okay, then vote Republican. And then when the Republicans win, they're like, well, Trump sucks. Okay, then we'll vote for Democrat. Then it'll be, well, Biden sucks. Okay, we'll vote Republican. But there's very rarely the people that are making constructive arguments as to why to vote for them. Right? Very rarely. And so we end up in this situation where the corruption is allowed to continue perpetually because one side wins 51% and the other side loses with 49%, or it's close is what I'm trying to say. And so instead of saying, wow, we need to radically change this party because it's clear that it's not in the pulse of what this country wants to be, instead what happens is it says, oh, we're so close and the other side's so bad, so you got to keep voting for the same people. That's how Joe Biden ends up in office for 47 years. That's how Nancy Pelosi reran the speaker position. Almost every leftist I talk to says, well, no one really likes Pelosi. And yet, she's going to be the most powerful Democrat other than Kamala Harris. And yes, I mean more powerful than Joe Biden. He doesn't know where he's at, so if one side got crushed, there would actually be hope. So the idea in that sense, well, okay, Democrats will have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So it'll be utopia, right? Everything will be solved. All my friends on the left, this is it. This is what you wanted. So you get it. You cheered for corporate America. You cheered for the corruption. You cheered for the deep state. You cheered for the intel communities. You cheered for the coup against Trump. Now you got what you wanted. So everything will be great for you. All the agenda of Black Lives Matter will be passed. All of the socialist dreams that you have will be passed now. Everything will work out. It'll be great. Right? People will love it. This country is going to go through the roof. Everyone will have health care. Everyone will be making way more money than they could imagine. No one will have to work if they don't want. We'll get rid of those pesky pronouns that are gendered. We'll say things like amen and a women. It'll solve everything. We'll make sure that everyone at the Oscars that wins is a person of color. We'll make sure that people that are nominated for Grammys step down if they're white people. We'll make sure that the CDC just gives medicine based on people's race and ethnicity. It'll be a utopia. Everything will work out, right? People will love it. Okay, let's go. And then instead what will happen is they'll have all three branches. They won't do shit to help the country. In fact, they'll continue harming the average person in this country and the people that voted for Joe Biden and voted for the Democrats, people like Warnock, who's credibly been accused of being a domestic abuser and who on video you can see is a racist that talks about the problem with people needing to reject whiteness. That is racism. They voted for this known racist. They voted for Ossoff, who's a complete liar that claimed that a KKK person was campaigning with Loeffler, which was such a lie that even Jake Tapper had to call him out. But that's all they know, race baiting. They voted for those people. They voted for racists and liars. That's fine, fair enough. They knowingly did. And then when things don't work out, they'll say, well, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's still Trump's fault. That's whose fault it is. It's Trump's fault. So you got to vote for us again. We did good. It's Trump's fault. The Democrats could control things for 12 years, all three houses, and when shit's still not going the way Democrat supporters want, they'll say, oh, it's still Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's still George Bush's fault. That's what they'll say. Now, let me say, Azam, I hope that I'm proven wrong. I hope that the country does great. I really do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I know better. Just like, for example, I hope that Trump ends up staying in office. But I know better. He's not going to. The same's true. I hope that whoever the president is, regardless of what party, and whoever Congress is, regardless of which party's controlling it, I hope they do great for the country. But I know better. They won't. No, I give him some time. That's outrageous. I'll continue to criticize the behavior that I've currently seen. I don't understand this argument. How much time, Azam, did the Democrats give Donald Trump? Hashtag resist. pussy hat rallies, all of that. How much time did they give him? But I'm supposed, give Joe Biden time. Oh, someone that was corrupt and used a corrupt establishment to get into party. Give him time, though. Give him time to see if things work out. XWIP wants to know if Black Lives Matter. Real question. It's so offensive that you would even feel the need to ask that question that it shows that you must have severe racism in your heart. Yes, of course, Black Lives Matter. The races of all people's lives matter. And the fact that you have to ask the question means that you seriously must have some sort of racist strand in your body, that you would have to question whether or not the lives of people based on their race has merit. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. So please, before you project your racist beliefs onto other people, please take a look in the mirror. Right. 47 years in office wasn't enough for Joe Biden. Let's give him a chance. I already said I hope he proves me wrong. Right, Aftershock. I don't. Imagine the arrogance to come into someone's channel and ask them if they think people's lives matter based on their skin color. No, Black Lives Matter. Look, there are people in Black Lives Matter that think that they're supporting the movement of Black Lives Matter that I truly believe care about Black lives. I have friends that have marched with Black Lives Matter. They're not throwing Molotov cocktails and looting stores. XWIP, noted racist in the chat here, who has to question whether he or others think people's lives matter based on their skin color, says, it's important to understand that generally people aren't asking for terms such as women, but just to be treated with basic rights. Well, if that was the case, then how does someone like you have the nerve to come in and ask if people's lives matter based on skin color? So to act like, well, no, it's actually just some reasonable things that people want. No, reasonable people don't go around race baiting, asking people if they think people's lives matter based on their skin color and say, serious question. To see how I would answer the question. No, you ask that question because deep in your heart, you have a question as to whether or not Black lives do matter, because you're a racist, because you view the world through the lens of race. And so you have to project that onto other people. There is no credible reason why you would ever ask someone if they think that people's lives matter based on their race, unless they were making arguments that seem to suggest otherwise. To just come into a chat and have that be your first comment proves that you sought to race bait because you are a racist. And then to make the next statement that you make, oh, people just want reasonable things. No one's really demanding these unreasonable things. But seriously, do you think people's lives matter based on the groups such as their race? Right, Chevalier, then talking about the Jacob Blake story, which I guess is worth talking about a little, says the reason we need Black Lives Matter is because a cop can mag dump into someone in their back, turned on camera, and not get charged with anything. So we could look at the case of Daniel Shaver, a white person who actually was a horrible shoot. We have the whole thing on video, who was unarmed, was crawling, crying as the police told him to crawl. And as he was crawling, they acted like, because in the motion of crawling, his hand went back, which could have been perceived towards his waist, they lit him up and killed him. That was a white person, so we know the majority of people that are focused on Black Lives Matter didn't focus as much on that issue. Understand that. I'm not saying they say good that person got shot, but we don't need White Lives Matter because of that incident, do we? No, we don't need that. Now, you're referring specifically to Jacob Blake. I talked about this story earlier. So here's the story with Jacob Blake, the unarmed black man who was shot 5 times in the back by police officers. So here's the full story of what at least was alleged. Jacob Blake, like so many of the heroes that the left idolizes, was someone who was credibly accused of sexual assault and rape. Allegedly, this is the story that happened that day. A woman calls 911 inconsolable and incredibly emotional, and she makes the claim that her ex-boyfriend or husband, I don't know which one, a man by the name of Jacob Blake Jr., entered her bed, a bed that she was sleeping in with, I believe, her 8-year-old son, and proceeds to vaginally penetrate her while the child was in the bed. Then after doing that, he threatened to kill her. He was armed with a knife. He either left immediately or just went to, I believe it was her vehicle, and put her 2 children, which he did not right to have have a right to have into the van while he was armed with a knife. The police show up to this claim that there is a rapist who was so heinous he raped someone in the bed with a child, and there this man stands refusing to comply with orders with police. There then ensues a struggle. In the result of that struggle, police discharged at least one taser, which was unable to subdue this gentleman. He then had one of the police officers in a chokehold, fought with the police, and then went back to the van and proceeded to reach for the knife. Now, he went to the van where two children, one of which he raped the mom of in the bed while that child sat there, were at. A person who just showed that they have so little value for life that they're willing to fight with the police at that situation. If you're a cop and you see him reaching for a knife, going towards children that he just raped a woman in front of, what are you thinking is going to happen? Now, you've already discharged your taser and it was unable to stop the man. So what should they have done? Waited until he slit the child's throat before they fired? Is that what they should have done? How do you know they barely tried to subdue Chevalier? Did they use a taser on him? Holy shit, what am I talking about? The facts of the case. That's what I'm talking about. Black Lives Matter isn't necessary because of that case. Any more than White Lives Matter isn't necessary because of the deaths of Daniel Shaver, Tony Timpa. It might be shocking, but did you know more unarmed whites are killed by police every year than unarmed blacks? No, yes, you'll say, but not per capita. Nonetheless. So what, a White Lives Matter movement's not needed? What would you say to someone that says, well, the police are arbitrarily going after people such as the Orthodox Jewish community or other people that are seemingly not complying with social distance orders in places like New York City. So if you're running on the beach, they'll get you. If you're trying to go to church, they'll get you in New York City. But if you're out there marching for Black Lives Matter, they're allowed to violate those orders. Therefore, that's why we need a White Lives Matter movement. Because the system is so corrupt that the police will arbitrarily enforce laws, but not for political causes that they identify with. Yeah, I don't mind doing it pro next. Thanks, man. No, that's not true, Chevalier. Just like the past 3 nights when I've debated people making the same argument as you, that's not true. When you say, police are discriminately targeting, blacks are discriminately targeted by police for no other reason than their race. That's horseshit. There are not study after study that show that. There are studies, the best you could find, which are exaggerated, that say things like black people are 20% more likely to be pulled over by police and something like 25% more likely to receive a parking ticket or be searched. That happens. There are also studies that show that blacks are something like 10% more likely to be incarcerated, get 10% longer prison sentences, et cetera, et cetera. But to just say that data set is your argument then? It's the same argument over and over. I've debated weekly. Feel free to call in, Azam. Sure, let's talk about it, Chevalier. I can make a living. My entire show. There's the Discord. Get on the chat. We're going to have the same discussion. It's the same discussion I've had 4 nights in a row now. But away we go. Click on the live on air voice channel when you get in there. It's 3 or 4 nights it's been. Maybe it's been 3 nights, but I did it this morning as well. You could join to talk, but I only do one person at a time, so I'll give Chevalier the chance since he said he wants to talk about it first. But if not, you're free to come on, XWIP. You're on my Discord channel, right? So on the left there where it says information, announcements, welcome, above that, it should say voice, live on air, and then you'll see my name. I'm doing well, Jeff. What's up, man? You just see, you might have to click. My friend Danabo helped me out on my channel today, and he said you might have to click to something to agree. Danabo, are you there? There should be something. Maybe you click under announcements or you click under welcome and you have to agree to the terms of use or something. I do apologize. I'm not trying to be crappy to you for real. He did just Danabo, who was on here. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, you have to accept the rules. How does he click to be able to accept the rules? I don't know how to do that. But there should be a simple spot that's visible where you agree to the rules, and then you can come on. So go in the rules section and you'll see that. Their argument, it's worse than that, Protini. So their argument is systemic racism is worse now than it was pre-civil rights movement. So after years of the civil rights movement, somehow systemic racism's got worse. All right, so now you should see it says, where it says, oh, do I have to click to allow you in? It says waiting room. How do I move you to the... that's a good question. Move to live on air. There we go. Can you hear me, man?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you turn your volume up just ever so slightly?
Ever so slightly? Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
Go to...
Yeah, we could barely hear you. I don't know what's...
How does that sound?
Yeah, much better, much better. So
Much better?
Yeah, so your claim is that there are studies that show that police, for no other reason other than race, target and discriminate against black people.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just pulling up my sources right now.
Okay.
So just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I can also link any of these sources to you as I describe the information that is included.
Okay.
So the first thing that you okay, can you repeat what you were asking what my claim was again?
Yeah, you said that your claim was that it has been proven that police target black people merely because of their race. The reason that, I don't know the exact words you used, but you're making the claim that Black Lives Matter is necessary because of things like the Jacob Blake shooting, and then you say it's been proven that they go after black people just because of their race.
Yeah. So let me find the specific study that I wanted to really take into account was... Where was it? It was... Sorry, I'm looking through the whole list of these, and they've all got these, basically like the summarization of their points. I'm just trying to find a specific one. But essentially, the main study that was coming to a place was, I think it was about... oh yeah, okay. So it was a large-scale analysis of racial disparities in police stops across the United States, an enormous study of about 100 million traffic stops conducted across a very long period of time in America. An analysis finds that the bar for searching black and Hispanic drivers' cars is significantly lower than the bar that they did for searching white drivers. And additionally, and here's the real like interesting part about the study was that they actually took into account the time of day that the study or like when stop took place, and they found that the actual disparity what basically disappeared at nighttime when police were unable to discern the race of the driver of the car that they were pulling over and searching. And this was over 100 million different traffic stops. So at that point, you really have to ask, okay, well then what is causing like the sudden increase in police stops and searches? Which when you keep like, you can also agree with this then, like the more often that a group of people is going to have encounters with police officers, the more likely they're going to have some kind of altercation, right?
Okay.
So
right. So if you could link in the chat, or I guess you could do it in Discord too, just so I can see. If I believe this is the exact same study that we referenced earlier today. Does it say something like this, that people of color are 25% more likely to be pulled over, stopped, but once the sun sets, then that number decreases to 20%? Is that correct?
Let me see if I can find the actual numbers that it puts forward.
Sure.
So. The main thing is like that's like the main disparity. Oh, where's the actual data? There's a lot of text. I can link the actual PDF to chat as well.
Sure.
And if it is the same one that
yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So okay. Sucks because I need to.
Yeah, it's a huge wall of text because it's like an actual academic study, so you know how much shit that they put in that they have to explain like their methods and stuff. So it's kind of hard to comb through. But the data, essentially, what it is like just this huge massive study. And again, this is just like one aspect that was observed with police, there are quite a few others. Did you know that there is also a study that shows that despite the fact that black and white people don't really have a discernible difference in the amount of marijuana that they consume, that black people are something like 4.5 times more likely per capita to go to jail for it? Like,
Yes, I'm aware of these studies. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then my question at that point is, like, what factor is there in place here that isn't just race?
That's exactly the question, right? So you're making the claim, right? So first off, it shows that there's a discrepancy. This study, corresponding to the data set with the darkness status, indicates stop occurred after dusk or before sunset, with the enforcement agency being in the state patrol, blah, blah, blah. So what this talks about, it is going into a lot of jargonistic, but what this study actually says is that even in nighttime hours, people of color are more likely to be pulled over than white people. Would you agree with that?
The disparity drops significantly.
Right. It's like something like 6. Right. So can you explain why that disparity, if they can't see the skin color of the driver, why are they still pulling people of color over more if it's just about their race?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other factors that could go into that, for example.
That's exactly the point. So you've conceded the argument already. Now, I gave you quite a lengthy time to talk. I gave you quite a long time to talk. You had quite a long time. Okay, we'll just leave you go. We'll just leave you go if that's We'll just leave you go if that's the case. We'll leave you go. I gave you a very long time to talk. No, I'm not going to let you bully me on my show. I give you a long time to articulate your position, and I was very polite. I let you speak the whole time through it. Yeah, right. I let you speak the whole time through it. Okay, we'll see you later. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What the fuck?
Are you going to let me finish my point?
Are you running away?
No, I'm not running away. I'm not going to let you filibuster this bullshit in my show. You will allow me to finish my point on my show, or you will leave the show. It's that simple. Right. So your argument, you've already conceded the point that there's other factors. Your initial statement was for, quote, no other reason than race. Now you're saying there are a bunch of factors. So you've conceded the point.
No, that's not. No, wait. That's not a concession of the point.
Yes, it is.
No, if there's a higher rate of stops that occur during the daytime when they can actually tell the race of the driver, and that starts to drop and that gap closes because of it, then at that point, then we can actually start looking at other factors. But now that we've eliminated the race factor and we've seen that disparity drops, then guess what? Like, what factor is attributing to that higher stop rate, like, otherwise? That's right. The concession of the argument.
No, the concession is that there are a lot of factors we have to look into. So if, for example, if we could say that while one officers can't see skin color, they're still more likely to pull over people of color. Therefore, that proves that skin color is the sole reason that they're pulling over people of color more. That is bullshit.
But then why are police, who, when they can tell the race of the driver, why are they pulling over black people more in those scenarios? There
could be tons of reasons. So, like, let me give you a credible reason why.
No, but then at nighttime, that whole thing is removed.
No, it's not removed, because the argument is, the concession is that there are tons of factors that go into this. That is the argument. Your argument was that race is the sole factor. That's bullshit. For example, it could be this. There are more police in high crime areas, and there are disproportionately people of color that live in those high crime areas. So when you're analyzing millions of stops, there's going to be a disproportionate amount of people that are people of color that were pulled over in areas where there are more police. Therefore, there's more likely to be traffic stops in places like inner city Chicago, because they're kind of broken windows policy, trying to stop people more, and they're there more to witness things like traffic violations because the incredible amount of violent crime that occurs there.
Have you ever considered that maybe that's literally like an argument for systemic racism?
Why would that be an argument for systemic racism? You don't think that police should be put in...
What you are literally describing is how the fact that because minorities, specifically, not even just black people, minorities are disproportionately impoverished in the United States, they are subjected to more risk factors such as over-policing in their communities. Which, and by the way, like, when we talk about like what over-policing can do to a community, that just keeps communities down further and further. It doesn't improve communities. When you go to prison, there's plenty of studies out there that show that people who end up going to prison within the first after like the first 3 years of being let out, they're 66% more likely to end up back in prison. And then if you extend that to 5 years, that's 75% more likely to end up back in prison. So when you over-police these communities and you keep arresting them for these like petty shit, and a lot of times in some of these cases, they're getting sent to prison because they can't pay a fine because they're too poor to pay the fine, and they end up in prison for it.
Right.
So
I understand the lefty argument that's being made that we should ignore the fact that so the argument is for the virtue signaling of people to want to say things like critical race theory and systemic racism. Instead, what we should do is make sure that we don't have police in high crime areas and just leave the population fend for themselves. Well, you said if there were more police there, that's a bad thing because it doesn't help the community because it leads to all of this bad crap that you just said.
It doesn't help the community.
Yes, it does. We can see as we're defunding police that homicides are increasing all over the place in these inner city communities where they're suggesting defunding the police. So more black people have to die so that critical race theories can make their arguments. I don't think that the trade-off's worthwhile. I actually care about black people and think that it's despicable that so many of these communities suffer so much violence. I think it's terrible that if you're a single black mother who's trying to work 2 jobs to feed your children, that you have to worry about your child not making it home safe because there's so much gang violence that occurs in these neighborhoods. And I think that if we are advocating for policies that allow that gang violence and homicides to increase, that's insane. That's not literally caring about black people. That's advocating a political point and political theory at the expense of people in the black community because they're the people that have to pay the price for this rhetoric and for this experiment of ending the police and defunding the police or decreasing the amount of police in areas where we know they're necessary. They're the ones that pay the brunt. So it's easy to not live in those communities and say, well, instead, we should have this highfalutin experiment where we say, no, the police are actually the problem. So let's bring the police out of these high homicide areas and then the communities will get better. Well, every time we do that, we see that homicides massively spike and it's not my family that died, so who gives a shit?
Hold on. Do you think that the term defund the police just stops and ends at, okay, we're going to take money away from the police and that's it, problem solved? That's not what defund the police means. Defund the police means, the whole point of that is that we've been putting more and more money into the police to police these communities harder and harder and harder. But the more we do this, it doesn't work. These communities are still the exact same that they were, even potentially even worse than they were decades ago. So now the question is, okay, maybe over-policing these communities isn't the problem. We should take away the funds from the police and start putting it into programs to actually uplift these communities. It's not just step 1, take away money from the police, step 2, do nothing, step 3, question mark, step 4, everything's fixed. That's not what defund the police means. It means investing in the education, which, by the way, poor education is a massive risk factor for higher crime. Investing in different community building programs, investing in things like that actually help the people in these communities, like just going in and targeting like gang violence, which is, by the way, a fact, like it's actually a product of the war on drugs. The fact that we've been over policing drugs is the entire reason that we have gang violence to begin with. Like that's what defund the police means. It's not just stop policing them and put them on their own. It means let's start recontextualizing how we're actually going to start treating these communities from now on.
Right, and we see as the experiment's been put in place that homicides have spiked in places like Chicago, Atlanta, New York City, Minneapolis. We've seen the Ferguson effect that happened in Ferguson. We saw what happened in Baltimore after Freddie Gray. Every time one of these incidents occurs, and we either physically defund the police or we discourage and demoralize the police so that they don't go into these communities, we see that the net result is always homicides increase in predominantly inner city black neighborhoods. And so the idea of no, we have this utopian idea that we will defund the police and then create these other programs. In the meanwhile, black people are literally dying as we go for this experiment. The second point to make to this is that's not necessarily true. You're arguing what your interpretation of defund the police is. But we could see, for example, like Mayor Wheeler in Portland, I believe it was in Portland, was actually chased out of a Black Lives Matter rally because he refused to concede that he would not completely eliminate the police. So the people leading that particular rally with thousands of people there booed him when he was asked expressly over and over, can you commit right now to completely disbanding the police? And he said, no, I can't make that commitment. So he was booed and shamed out of the rally. So your interpretation that no, that's not what people mean. This is my interpretation is specifically what they mean when they say defund the police. It's your interpretation. That's not how it's happening in practice. And the idea that we have all sorts of programs surrounding us. Could we use more? Should we adjust things that occur in the war on drugs? Absolutely. But that's not a problem necessarily of policing. That's a problem of the politicians that create the laws.
That is a problem of policing.
No, it's
that's
not. The police enforce
the war on drugs is a policing philosophy of policies that we put in place to give police the ability to police further and further. These communities are affected by drugs. What do you think the war on drugs was about? Do
you have a difficult time hearing? Are the police the ones that create those laws?
No, but they do.
So when I said that it's not a problem with the police, it's the problem with the people that create the laws, you were just so reticent to, or you were so ready to just yell and scream that you didn't listen to what I was saying. Now, when we're talking about war on drugs and particular policing in inner cities, we're saying that's the problem, right? So the people that are controlling the police, such as
problem.
Okay, so the people that are controlling police, such as the local boards, the mayors, the ones that actually create the laws that the police then enforce. So in these cities where we see this systemic racism that's occurring, can you tell me predominantly which political party and ideology has ran these cities that it's resulted in systemic racism?
Wait, are you trying to like get me with a gotcha because you think I'm a Democrat? I'm
No.
not a Democrat. I'm literally an anarcho-communist.
Well, that's
I know that the Democratic Party is not going to actually provide any of the solutions
Right.
that are put in place. They're neoliberal trash. But I will say this. I will say this particularly. This constant pointing to that Democrats are the ones that are running these cities by Republicans makes no fucking sense to me, because there isn't a single Republican policy in place that is at all going to help these people. It's like, well, the Democrats aren't doing a good job. Well, no shit, they're neoliberal garbage. But what is pointing to that like even accomplished? Because the Republican Party has no policy in place. All the Republican Party wants to do is strip away a lot of the programs that people desperately rely on for survival. Republican parties just want to defund. That's what they want to defund. They like the Republicans are more like want to put more money into the police, or at least keep the same level of funding to the police that there is right now, which we've seen time and time again does nothing to improve the actual communities. And then they want to take away the welfare, which a lot of people heavily rely on. And like without that, they end up further and further in poverty. That's why we have these welfare programs in place, because without them, these communities just fall apart. And Republicans don't have an answer for this. They just want to defund it over and over and over again. That's
Okay, let me ask you this. Has the situation got worse since the civil rights movement, or better in inner cities?
Which, like, you're talking about the civil rights movement of the 60s?
Right.
Yeah, I would say that things overall, compared to the conditions that they were back then, since the war on poverty policies that LBJ put in place, yes, things have actually improved. Not by a lot. The things are not fixed. These are stopgap solutions. But if we just look at them and say, like, have they like actually improved the situation? Yeah, but it hasn't fixed the problem.
Okay, so the war on poverty was a success. That's your argument.
No, it's not a success, but it has made improvements.
Tell me this: if we've had 70 years,
why are you trying to,
because here's the problem. Well, let me tell you, right? Because the war on poverty, I would articulate, is a lot of the reason that we see so much poverty in the inner city community, because we've incentivized things like single motherhood. We've incentivized not providing education opportunities to people. We've effectively said that the government that black folks in the inner city will be wards of the state, that they should not have to go out like every other population and achieve education and things like that. LBJ famously was alleged to have said that after his war on poverty policy, quote, we'll have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 100 years. The reason that people like LBJ infected the war on poverty wasn't because they cared about black people. It was because they feared black people. Because the truth is, if we treated black people as people instead of black people, after a couple generations of Jim Crow, they would have started to kick the shit out of other races in things like workforce ethics, intelligence, and workforce things. We could see that happening now. People in the black community that go out and achieve and scholastically and things like that are over and over outperforming people of differing races in their particular fields. But instead, what we saw was the war on poverty that went door to door and incentivized single motherhood, which they knew would devastate the black community, and continually said, no, you're a victim, this country is perpetually racist, everything's about your race, don't worry, big daddy government will take care of you, you don't have to go out and better yourself and improve yourself and get a job. When we've done that for 8, 9, 10 generations, then yes, it leads to systemic poverty that people have a difficult time getting out of. I don't blame black people. I say over and over, some of the greatest Americans we have are people that came through those inner city systems and actually achieved and became great Americans anyways, because I know if I was born into that system, I would have immediately fell into a gang, guaranteed, regardless of what my skin color was.
Wait, hold on. I have to stop you because you've said so much shit, and you were also wrong about a lot of shit.
Right.
You do realize that after the war on poverty policies were put in place, poverty, guess what? It fucking dropped. Funny enough. But you know what happened after the war on poverty? The 1970s happened when we had an economic downturn, and and support for the war on poverty policies among white suburbia dropped, because they perceived it as their money going into Black communities, which, by the way, were also suffering from the economic downturn, probably disproportionately more so than white communities. But it was white people who were looking at, it was like white middle class that were looking at and saying, oh yeah, that's we don't want that. We don't want our money going to like these Black communities. They didn't say that outright, but that's basically what they meant, because that was the perception. Because I mean, this was like right after the civil rights movement, so there was still a lot of just overt racism happening in the United States. But anyways, that was what led to that's like that sentiment got Reagan elected, and Reagan cut a lot of the programs in the war on poverty. Now, to this day, you can still look at war on poverty policies and see that they still have like attributed to the downturn in poverty. I remember I saw information on that where it was like, before tax money was distributed to welfare, it was like a quarter of Americans would end up in poverty. But then after that tax money was distributed and put into these welfare programs and they were paid out, it dropped to like something like 13% poverty rate. So yes, these systems do work in the communities that they're designed to work in. Like,
it does not. It perpetuates.
Wait, no, wait. I'm done.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Wait.
Finish up.
No, because yeah, okay. So, and the other thing that you were pointing to is that somehow these like welfare programs are de-incentivizing people from like it's like incentivizing single motherhood. That's absolutely ridiculous. A lot of these single moms, like they don't want, like a lot of these single mothers, like they don't end up that way because they want like welfare money. They end up that way because of like poor contraception and poor sex ed in these poor communities. Like that's why they end up that way. They don't have access to things like birth control, and they don't have, and like in a lot of like different areas, like different like you see like reduction in access to abortions for them as well. Like they're just kind of they end up in situations where they don't have like the means to prevent themselves from having children, and so they just they end up having like a bunch of kids, and then without these programs, like they can't feed their children. So like, what the fuck are we supposed to do?
Right, so we've incentivized single motherhood. That's what happened. So, for example, a Democrat named Patrick Moynihan commissioned a report in 1964 where it looked at people that were born out of wedlock in different races, and he said that it was a national tragedy that upwards of 25% of people in the Black community were born out of wedlock in 1964. As a result, this led to things like the war on poverty. Do you know what that number is today in the Black community?
Enlighten me.
75%. The numbers increased over 50% for white people that are born out of wedlock as well. Now, we know from almost every statistical measure that the three things that indicate the matrices of success that we see in life and being what we would consider generally a successful person, such as, you know, not being in chronic debt, not being in prison, you know, having decent health and things like that. No, you can't ask anything because you just went on for like 7 minutes. So I'm going to
No, it's for clarification purposes. That's it. Don't you think that there's other possible reasons other than just welfare programs, other potential things that are happening within the Black community that are attributing to that, and it's not just welfare?
No, I think that would be the case, because I'm not a liar. Unlike you, I won't just look at a data set and say this proves a single thing. That's exactly what you do when we would say something like the reason there's more policing. No, because that is the single biggest factor. The fact that when we went door to door and told people, hey, if you realized there wasn't a man in the home, that you would be able to be accessible to get this government money. So predictably, that led to the predictable consequence that would lead to more single-parent households. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
They did not go. No one went door to door telling like, okay, well now you can just have kids and not have to worry about anything. Like, do that, do more of that. Like, no, that's not what happened. Do you want to know why? Like, there's like, again.
No, I'm not gonna. That is what happened. And again, it has like. Of course, there are things that have to do with contraception, but the idea that somehow it was impossible for people in the inner city to have access to condoms or birth control is laughable and bullshit. There is more access to birth control and condoms in the inner city right now than there was in the 60s, yet the single parenthood is now 75% when it was 25% in the 60s. So why is it is your argument that Black people in the inner city aren't intelligent enough to get access to condoms? Is that your argument?
What? Holy shit, that is a huge misrepresentation. That's such a Weasley fucking argument. No, we know for a fact that we've been defunding Planned Parenthood clinics within the Black community.
That's abortions. Good. They should be. Right. It's good to defund Planned Parenthood. Who Martha Sanger, who created what did so that Martha Sanger created Planned Parenthood as an effort to population control the black community. So yes, it is a good and anti-racist thing to do. Yes, I do. That is exactly what's representative. Right. I understand that you want less black children. I understand that you want less black children. We know that disproportionately abortion clinics.
It's to give people access to birth control, people access to contraception. Abortions are not even like what Planned Parenthood is all about. I don't like you're trying to like point to like some eugenics person from the 50s as a
that created the institution. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not what Planned Parenthood does anymore.
Yes, the bulk of they do hundreds of thousands of abortions.
Of what they do.
Sure, they do other things too. This is like saying, like if you want to keep talking over me, and yelling and swearing like that somehow makes you right. Like you've already admitted that you're one of the biggest dumbasses that we can see by admitting that you're an anarcho-communist, which basically puts you in the bottom 10% of intelligent people. Anyways, you endorse possibly the two most contradictory and ineffective systems of politics that we've ever seen that have caused genocide and the likes that we've never seen amongst their own population. No, I'm not. Did I call myself a crypto fascist?
For your own good.
No.
Like you don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Like the most culture war bullshit of like, oh yeah, well, you want black people to have access to contraception. You're literally just like trying to get more black people aboard and have less black babies. That's such fucking bullshit.
Right. So your argument is that if without Planned Parenthood, black people are incapable of finding access to contraception.
They have far less access to it.
Oh, so for example, if I'm a black person, so could you tell? So if I bring my friend on who lives in Chicago, my black friend, could you tell him how? Hey, without Planned Parenthood, you wouldn't know how to find a condom.
What the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't prove. Like, no, of course.
It's insulting. That's the problem. You would never make this argument. You would never make this argument. You would never. So your argument. So if we're in rural America, by the way, then where predominantly white people live, you argue that Planned Parenthoods are more proportionally in rural America and white communities than they are in black communities.
Well, no, they're typically more in more urban areas.
Oh, like so then hear me out. So if black people disproportionately live in urban areas and that's disproportionately where Planned Parenthood is, can you explain to me if they have disproportionately more access to Planned Parenthood, why despite that their rates are still higher of single parenthood?
There's still a lot of other factors that go.
Right. So there we go. So, and it's just insulting that you're making the argument that if you're literally making that this is the. It's insulting how much people on the left want to diminish the intelligence level of black community. Right. Yes. No, I know you think it's funny because you think that you're some sort of white knight.
No. Is that they face systemic barriers. It has nothing to do with their intelligence.
What's the systemic barrier to stopping them from getting a condom? What's the systemic barrier that stops a black person in the city from getting a condom?
Getting a condom is one thing. Getting birth control is another. Birth control has a much higher rate of success than condoms.
Right, but we know that condoms have a large rate of success as well, and there is still predominantly more Planned Parenthood organizations in the inner city than there are rural America. Okay, so yes, that's right. So the factor that we could see that is uniquely different is that we incentivize single parenthood. We have more access to contraception today. We have more access to contraceptive today in 2021 than we ever had in the 60s. Is that a true statement or not?
Disproportionately not for the impoverished people who need it most.
Yes, we do. An impoverished person today has more access to contraceptive rights. Your argument is they don't. Your argument is that a poor person in 1964 had more access to contraception than they do today. You're making the claim. You're making the positive claim.
Making the claim that poor people now have far more access to contraception than they ever have been, and you're also making a claim that it is from the war and poverty like stuff. It's the whole reason. Like that's like the sole factor for why they're.
No, this is bullshit, and this is what we see happen This is what we see happen in these types of debates all the time. So I talk about how the war and poverty. I talk about how the war and poverty incentivize single motherhood. You say no, that's not true. The real problem is things like Planned Parenthood aren't in these communities enough. Well, we've already argued. Okay, one, they're disproportionately in these inner city communities. Number one. Second, we argued that there are more, and so then you say, prove to me there aren't more Planned Parenthood. You're making the impositive claim. You're saying there is. Yes, that's you're saying. No. You don't understand. You're the one saying they have less access to contraceptives. The fact that they don't have access to contraceptives is why the single mother. You said the reason that we're seeing an explosion in single. Well, then prove it. Then prove that they have less ability to get contraceptives today than they did in the 60s. Prove it.
Because there's a cost barrier for
Prove
birth
it.
control, and a lot of them can't.
Prove that
afford it.
cost barrier is worse today than it was in the 60s.
Hold on, you are still the one that's making the claim that they don't have this access, or that they do have this.
You're
access.
the one claiming they don't. Yes, that's fine. You made the claim. That we are looking at a statistic that neither of us are disagreeing with, that basically single parenthood has tripled in the black community. I say that it's because of war on poverty. You say, no, it's because of lack of access to birth control. I say, okay, so can you prove, okay.
Want more factors?
But you're not even proving that factor. You can't even prove that first factor that you talked about. Prove that there's less access to birth control today for impoverished people than there were in the 60s.
Because a lot of them have less access to healthcare to begin with, and you need access to healthcare to get birth control.
So your argument is pre-war on poverty, for example, the black community had more access to contraceptives than they do today.
No, you are trying to make an entirely different argument from what I'm saying. I am trying to focus exclusively on this one factor. And
right.
Once again, you're trying to say, well, what about pre-war on poverty? Like pre-war on poverty, they have there wasn't even that much contraceptive to begin with back in pre-war on poverty.
This is the problem. Exactly. So you concede the point. So the problem is this: we're looking at a data set. The first reason you gave was access to contraception. Now you concede actually there was less overall access to contraceptive back then than there is today. Then why would that factor in? Why would that be the preeminent reason that you talk about why single parenthood is tripled in the black community?
You think that the existence of contraceptives and the access to it are both the exact same thing?
No, but I would say if the existence of them was far less.
You just made the argument that.
No, you just made the argument. You just
before the war on poverty. And
this is such nonsense. You literally said it.
They should be able to get them, right?
You literally said it.
There's a cost barrier for birth control.
This is so stupid. If there are, this is so stupid. You can keep filibustering. I'm just going to kick you off the channel. It's so stupid. You literally just made the argument when we were talking about whether or not. No, it's not conceding. Kicking some smart-ass anarcho-communists that don't know shit off the show isn't conceding. It's getting tired of dealing with someone who has no common sense and is arguing in bad faith. That's what it is. Now, when we were talking about whether or not
you tried to paint me as a racist, you're the one that's saying like all the leftists are racist. You're the one arguing in bad faith.
I didn't say all the left was racist. I said that the war on poverty was intended to keep.
Holy shit! Dude.
Right. I said that these policies. You were implying that all the Republicans want to do is cut these programs, which means that they somehow don't care about these people. That doesn't mean they don't care about the people. That doesn't mean they don't care about the people.
Then what's their solution? They don't have one.
Well, like I said, so we're talking about whether or not this specific policy was beneficial to those communities over generations or not. If it's a net deficit, then yeah, there needs to be more that can be done in these communities. But the first step that you would take, right? So that's what we're talking about. So the first thing that we talked about was the fact that we see that single parenthood has tripled over that period of time that these war on poverty policies have been in place. And we know that it incentivized single motherhood by offering government money to people if they didn't have a father in the house. And predictably, that exploded the amount of single parenthood. Now, your argument is, no, there are other factors. And the first factor you say is, it's because there aren't enough Planned Parenthoods funded. And I say, well, what about it? Well, it's not abortion.
Factor.
Right, but that's the factor you chose to highlight. Now, you can't back it up. In the context of that, you said, when we were asking whether or not people had more access.
You're the one that's highlighting and trying to drive it
No,
on.
I'm not. You're the one who brought
factor.
Why would I highlight it?
Systemic racism is a massive problem that encompasses a lot of different issues. You can't just point to one thing, saying, it's welfare that's the problem. No, it's fucking not. I would actually even partially, to some extent, agree with you that the way our welfare is set up does create a certain barrier, but overall, because of the systems that we have in place now, it's necessary without massive overhauls to it. But that's not the only problem. You are only pointing to a single issue and driving that home again.
You fucking brought up the issue. So then let's go. Quick, give me a list. Why? Give me other reasons that the single parenthood has increased so much. Give me other reasons.
Again, pointing on one issue when in fact there are several issues that
let's hear them. Let's hear another. Why is single parenthood now 75% in the black community? Let's have another reason.
It's the disproportionate jailing of black men.
Okay,
you ever thought about that one?
Well,
remember when I brought up how people in prison and are more likely to end up in prison and black people are disproportionately imprisoned?
Yeah.
How about that?
I concede that would actually factor in. I absolutely do concede that would factor in. But that doesn't prove that those people were in prison because of racism. For example, we know black community.
Oh my God, we just went over this
before. No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
So let's back up. So you would argue that if we see that black people are disproportionately in prison, that proves racism. That's your argument. If we look at the statistics,
actually, that the fact that there is a bias against them, that is an aspect of systemic racism.
what's the proof that there's bias? That there's a disparity?
Yeah, there's a disparity between the actual proportion of population of black people to the number of black people in prison.
Okay, do you think that this country
amount.
is misandrist? Is it bigoted against men?
As in specifically targeting? No, rather that there are a lot of factors that are put in place that put men at a higher disproportionate risk factor of ending up in prison. That's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes, the fact that it's a majority of black men that are ending up in prison, not black women, is actually yeah, you can see that there's a bias against men. But again,
right,
that is a whole nother can of worms.
No. So we just want to say so this country is systemically bigoted against men as well.
Oh my God, that's
yes
not,
or no?
I literally just clarified that that's not.
Why isn't that the case? We see that disproportionately men are incarcerated.
Yeah, because of a lot of different factors.
But wait a minute, you said no, different factors.
Wait.
Wait. Yeah. You just said that the only factor need to be looked at when we're talking about the question of is this systemically racist is does the data show that blacks are disproportionately incarcerated? You're the
one that brought the fact just men in general into it.
Forget about men for a second. Your argument was literally
why men are ending up in prison.
Listen, we were quite clear about it. We were quite clear. I said, so you're saying if there's a discrepancy, it proves bigotry, it proves racism. If there are more blacks disproportionately than whites in jail, that proves racism. You said yes.
It proves a bias.
Okay,
yes.
It proves a bias. So so then there's a bias against men.
Yeah.
Okay, so that bias would that would be a factor that would suggest that the system is systemically bigoted against men.
Not systemically bigoted against men. It's systemically biased against
men.
Okay,
well then we can't say that. Then let's take out the factor that there are more black men proportionally than white men in prison. That somehow is indicative of systemic racism. It's systemically biased against black men, but that's not systemically racist. Fair enough?
It is evidence of systemic racism. That is, again, these are.
Do you see the contradiction? Right. So I would say.
Contradiction.
Yes, it is a contradiction because you're saying
broad concept.
But listen, so is systemic bigotry. It's a broad concept. And if you're saying that it is evidence, it is one piece of evidence, the fact that black men are disproportionately jailed, that's one piece of evidence suggesting systemic racism, then I'll say if men are disproportionately
more for being black as men, the fact that they're black just compounds that problem.
So that doesn't change the fact that if that's potential evidence.
You just did it though. You just did it. You just pointed it out. So if you take the rate of just white men, for example, let's take a different demographic, white men versus black men who are put in place. Well, then what's the differing factor there? It's race. So if black men are more likely to be put in jail than white men are, then okay, you have the factor of them being men, but then you have that separate factor of race.
Right. So then but the point is, then we could also say, okay, systemic racism, but this is also evidence of systemic bigotry against men. So we could tell black women that they're actually more privileged than white men. So actually the status would be this: most privileged is white women, followed by black women, followed by white men, followed by black men. That would be the order, right?
No one on the left argues this.
Yes, they do. This is intersectional. No, yes, this is exactly. They argue that there's a patriarchy and that the system is bigoted against women. They argue this all the time.
It is.
Okay, right. So it's bigoted against women despite the fact that men are 93% of prison population.
I'm sorry, say that again, you cut out.
So you say the system is bigoted against women even though men are 93% of the prison population.
The prison system is a single, the justice system is just one system in a complex web of systems in the United States in which biases can take place. Just because men face biases within the justice system specifically does not mean that they don't benefit from other systems in place and that other demographics face harsher biases in other systems. Is that so hard for you to get?
No, the same is true of black people.
Yeah, I'm sure in certain very specific areas, you could point to a place where some things are weighted with a bias towards black people.
For example, the CDC. So what's the biggest issue in the country right now? Probably the coronavirus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the CDC, for example, issued a policy suggesting on who should get a life-saving vaccine. And their suggestion for issuing that policy said, we admit that the suggestion we're going to offer could cause between 0.5% to 6% more people dying, but that's okay because the people that will die are disproportionately white. Now, can you point to me?
That's not what they said.
That is what they said.
Wait, no.
That is exactly what they said.
Their actual justification is that they're trying to get the vaccine out to poor black communities because they have been disproportionately affected by the coronavirus.
That's not what they're saying.
It's like you can look at black people have been disproportionately affected by the coronavirus, specifically poor black people who have less access to health care that can help them, and who also, because of their lack of health care, tend to have more and more pre-existing conditions, which puts them at higher risk factors. It isn't about race. It's about finding demographics that have higher risk factors for COVID deaths.
That's ridiculous. Race has nothing to do with it. And if that was the case, if it was just about finding demographics, excuse me. So if you're going to let me finish there, Mr. Interrupter, if it was just about saving deaths and finding populations that were more likely to die, then why would they purposefully enact a policy that would result in more deaths?
It's not going to result in more deaths.
Yes, it will. That's what the CDC said.
No, it's going to result in a higher immunization rate among higher risk people.
That's untrue. That's untrue.
That is literally their logic. It's because the black community is at a higher risk factor for COVID because they have a higher rate of death for COVID. That's why they're getting it.
Okay, can you explain? Can you give me you don't have to give me the specifics, but can you give me a ballpark of what the risk factor is more for black people than white people? It's like 3 times more likely to die, that.
It's poor black people. Does this
okay.
take into account their poverty?
Okay, let's say poor black people. I'm asking you, just give me a ball. You don't need the specific data. Just give me a ballpark. Poor black person 5 times more likely than a poor white person to succumb to COVID?
Several times at least.
Several times. Okay, so let's look at the age population. Can you see can you see the chart right here? Let's look at the mortality rates when it comes to age. So 648 per 100,000 here compared to let's look at the working age population, 34, 3.3. So I'll do some simple math here. That's 200 something times more likely to die. So why are we favoring a population because they're 3 times more likely to succumb to COVID as opposed to a population that's 200 something times more likely to die of COVID?
But they are. The elderly are getting priority on COVID vaccination.
That's not true. That's a lie. That's exactly what the CDC's arguments. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. Let's see what the CDC suggested.
What do
you think this is suggesting? This literally, I have the CDC, their recommendation right here, and why they recommend that actually we should give it to non-healthcare essential workers. So let's see what they say.
The first wave of vaccinations went to healthcare workers.
Right. So 1B, can you read here? Initially vaccinating age 65 plus in phase 1B averts approximately 0.5% to 2% more deaths compared to essential workers. Now, if it's a disease-blocking vaccine, initially vaccinating age 65 in phase 1B averts 2% to 6.5% more deaths. So they're admitting that the population that is most uniquely endangered by COVID and that would benefit the most from getting the vaccine are the plus age 65 people. That would avert up to 6.5% more deaths. They admit that. Now, when we get down to why aren't they giving that population? Because they say, quote, racial and ethnic minority groups are underrepresented among adults age 65. So much so that they highlight it red to let you know, hey, wait a minute. Even though elderly people are the one demographic that we could look at and say, this by far is the demographic most likely to die of COVID, even though we're admitting that up to 6.5% more people will die because we've decided to give it to younger people that work, it's okay because those younger people are more disproportionately people of color.
Yeah. So they're looking at another demographic that is having a higher risk factor, and they're also allocating that. That makes sense because there's a lot of transmission happening in these communities.
It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you save lives? So let's again look at the chart. Is your argument that so instead of age here, if we had poor black, poor white, middle class black, middle class white, you're arguing that the poor black would have something like 648.8 per 100,000 population, and poor white would be somewhere like here in this 3.3%. You know the discrepancy discrepancy between poor whites and poor blacks is nowhere near the discrepancy between young people and old people. It's not even close. No one even attempts to make this argument. There is not even one scientist that has even came close anywhere in the world to making the argument that being black puts you more at risk to dying of COVID than being elderly.
It's the socioeconomic conditions that they live in that put them at the higher risk.
Even still, a young person living in these socioeconomic conditions that you're talking about are still less likely to die of COVID than the factor of if you're over the age of 65. That's why the CDC's own numbers suggest that they are predicting, because they are giving this to younger working age population people, that more people will die. That is the CDC's own prediction. But they justify it because the people that will die are disproportionately white people.
That is, wait, did they specifically say that the reason why we're not going to give it to white people because it's okay that they die?
No, that's not what they said. What they said was the reason...
That's how you're trying to frame the argument, though.
Right.
This is why they're doing it.
So what's the reason... They're not going to say we want white people to die, you stupid shit. You stupid shit. Okay, you're right. When we pass policies like redlining, did they specifically do it because they say we want to harm black people?
Yeah.
No, that's not what they did. That's not what they did. Show me the laws.
Specifically targeted black communities. That was the whole
No.
point.
No. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm going to kick you off. That's not what I'm asking. Show me that they said we're doing this because we want to harm black people.
All right, let me pull it up.
Sure.
Redlining.
I'd like a quote from the banks that redline that said we're doing this to harm black people.
Wait, they don't have to explicitly.
You fucking idiot. That's exactly what I'm saying about the CDC. No, you piece of shit.
You can infer it.
Right. Just like you can infer the CDC when they highlight the reason that we're saying that more people, they literally highlighted it red and said racial and ethnic minority groups are underrepresented among the age 65 adults that will die because they don't get this vaccine.
Yes, but they are also a demographic that is also high risk. And because that's the whole reason why, because they're underrepresented in that higher age group, they don't want to leave them out to dry entirely for the vaccination.
This is so stupid.
No, that's
the argument you're making is, no, that's not how it works.
So the whole reason why they're doing this is because there's a higher, oh, did you kick me off? Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, okay. I saw your lips moving on stream. But the whole point is that these communities are also having a higher rate of infection.
But a far less discrepancy than age. So why wouldn't you solve the biggest discrepancy
first?
Because
they don't want that to continue to spread within these communities.
But if the percentage of people dying in those communities is far less than the percentage of people dying in the elderly community, by the way, which also includes people of color, why the hell would we factor race into it? You would say this. Think about it this way. It would be like saying this.
They're underrepresented in there.
What does it?
Wait, but you're making the point. You're making the whole
point.
What
the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's because racial minorities are underrepresented in an age group that they would have they originally intentionally put towards the vaccination. Then they were like, oh well, we want to make sure that we find a more even distribution of the vaccination across these lines, because otherwise then what you're doing is instead of having an even distribution among racial populations, you're just giving it to mostly white people. So
who cares if it's mostly
more in that sense.
So for example, if we come up with a cure, this is so the fact that you're laughing proves your bigotry. It's insane. So let's say that we come up with a cure for sickle. Let's say that we can, right, again proving your bigotry, that you say you can't be bigoted towards white people, right?
This is a fucking riot.
Right. So let's say we come up with a cure for sickle cell anemia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we have to proportionally give it to whites, Asians, blacks, etc.?
Well, not really.
Why?
Because they don't really suffer from sickle cell anemia.
Oh, so because blacks, very black. So because the demographic that we can associate that most likely is to die is race, and it's particularly black people, we should make sure that those most at risk get it first.
Well, sickle cell anemia is not the hill you want to die on, because it's a huge majority of black people that it's not from
right. Let's go back. So let's go back.
Majority of them have it.
Okay, so let's go back again to here. So
are you conceding that one then?
Yeah, the reason I brought up sickle cell was intentionally. It's not a concession. You're proving my point. Yes, because it overwhelmingly affects black people. People of other races could get it, but because it overwhelmingly affects black people, that's how we should distribute the disease.
Wait, but
so when we see a disease that overwhelmingly
of like black people are
right, and
like,
so we
no one outside of like you have to have a certain like percentage of a genome to have sickle cell anemia.
Right. And let's look at COVID. Who's likely to die of COVID?
Anyone can get COVID.
Right. Who's dying?
A massive difference.
Who's dying?
The elderly.
Right.
And also racial minorities disproportionately.
At a far less disproportion.
Notice how this graph does not take into account race. It's purely age.
That's right, because scientists know that the disproportion of black people that are dying from COVID is something like maybe like 20% more than a poor white person, as opposed to 200 times. That's 2,000% more likely to die if you're over the age of 65.
Okay.
So why would we then say, well, we can't, instead of focusing on that, the crucial demographic, if we had to pick one factor that is most likely to kill people.
Because you can't just leave the community out to dry. You still have to help them.
Those people are getting the vaccine next. So what we're doing is leaving the elderly community out to dry in the name of virtue signaling to help black people. Yes, third, black people would still, the black essential workers would still get the vaccine as well after the elderly. Why wouldn't you get the vaccine to the people that need it most first?
They also need it.
Then,
disproportionately more
no, it's not disproportionate. You're lying.
Oh my God.
Show me, then present any evidence whatsoever that black people are more disproportionately likely to die of COVID than elderly people are to young people. Show me that.
It's not about just like if they're more likely to die than the elderly. The problem is that there are less of these racial minorities that are represented in that initial demographic, and they don't want to leave those communities out to dry.
They're not leaving them out to the dry. Are they still going to get the vaccine? They're just getting it after the elderly.
They are specifically targeting as many of the high-risk groups as they can.
That's not true.
Leave out certain ones. Yes,
okay, well, if that's the case, so then if that's the case,
they don't want to leave these communities out to dry.
Okay, so if that's the case, would you consider another community that they looked at would be adults or people with high-risk medical conditions?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure lot of
so that's a community. Here we could get
has those high-risk like medical conditions. I'll give you a hint.
Yeah, I understand you look at the world through the lens of race only. I get it, but that's a different group that we're looking at. So you can see the groups that they're looking at. You can see this
through race because the concept of race exists in the first place. I'm literally a racial abolitionist.
Well, it doesn't show that. You're literally advocating. You're literally making excuses.
Look at the demographics.
No, you don't. You choose to do that. You're literally advocating that the vaccine should go to to essential non-healthcare workers first, even though that will result in more people dying because you view race as so important that you think that demographic, which is less disproportionately going to die from the virus than the demographic of old people compared to young people, you think that despite the fact that the number one demographic we could see that is indicative of the severe consequences people have of COVID, that of age, we should ignore that, instead primarily focus on race first. That's your argument.
Are we just going to culture war back and forth? Because I can culture war. I can just say that you just want the vaccine for white people. That's all you want.
It doesn't matter what you say, me, or you want. The fact is the CDC actually advocating a policy that will result in more people dying because they, like you, want to virtue signal. Well, we care about black people getting the virus more than we care about people actually dying.
It's literally trying to help out a community that's been honestly had a lot of trouble with COVID. Black people have been disproportionately dying of COVID.
Okay, so let's say that hypothetically I could prove that people with brown eyes disproportionately die of COVID. Not so much so, but just slightly more than people with blue eyes. So instead of getting black people, instead of getting these workers first or the elderly first, let's make sure brown-eyed people get it first. They're disproportionately affected.
Well, I mean, that depends. Is our brown-eyed people being disproportionately affected because of socioeconomic conditions or something else?
It could be. Why is that the role of the CDC? Why is that the role of the CDC? The CDC's role should be, how can we stop this disease and how can we ensure that as few people die as possible? That should be the role of CDC. The role of the CDC should not be looking at, well, let's look at historical inequities and see if there are things that blah, 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 but that's not their role.
It's historical, it's socioeconomic, which is a factor, but socioeconomic pertains to current material conditions.
The point is, as we can see, you're doing... No, I understand what socioeconomic conditions are. It's these people like anarcho-communists keep throwing out these talking points because they don't know how to effectively argue. I mean, it's obvious by the argument you're making here, right? Like you've made the argument. You've literally made the argument here. So you've literally made the argument here that quote, you can't be bigoted towards white people, right? Do you believe that?
Yeah.
You believe that?
Yeah.
You seriously believe that?
In the current climate, yeah.
Okay, so that explains why you would be perfectly fine with the CDC saying that we're okay with more people dying because they're disproportionately white. You don't think that that's bigoted. And you're so like, I can't even, there's nothing I could say to convince you of the objective logic that when we're looking at risk factors, we triage. So, right. So if we're healthcare professionals or we're people in the healthcare field and we're looking of how do we save the most lives, we look at factors, right? And those factors, there could be many factors, but we would look at the top factor first. So for example, if we're fighting lung cancer and we could see that the number one factor is, are you a smoker or not? That's where we're going to put our focus if we have a limited amount of resources to deal with it. So in this situation, we have a limited amount of vaccines currently, and so we're saying who should get them first. The first group, which makes sense, is healthcare workers. That makes sense because they're fighting against the disease, they're likely to come in contact with the disease, etc. So the question is, what is the next group to get it? Well, when looking at COVID and who it affects the most, easily the number one criteria, and it's not even close, is age. People over 65. That's it. So that is the criteria that then should be used and to how to distribute the vaccine. We should not say, no, let's wait and make that demographic be put on hold, even though it will result in more net people dying, because here's a demographic that's like fourth or fifth, Black people. And so we should focus on the fourth most important demographic first instead of the first most important demographic.
But they're not putting them like above them. They're putting them on the same priority.
No, they're not. They're giving them at first. So they are putting them above.
No, they're still giving the vaccine to that demographic.
They're not giving the vaccine to the elderly. That's their argument. First, it's healthcare. Then it's non-essential or it's non-healthcare essential workers. Then it's the elderly. They admit that up to 6.5% more people will die because of this decision. This isn't up for debate. The CDC's admitting, yes, age is the most important.
Because I'm really doubting you because I.
Right. Of course you're doubting me because we already went through it. And the reason you're doubting me is because you've admitted that you can't be bigoted against white people. So of course you're going to doubt it because your ideology will not allow facts. Again, I'll bring it up on the screen and I'll read it in black and white.
Wow.
I'll read it in black and white again. Initially vaccinated age 65 plus in phase 1B averts approximately 0.5 to 2% more deaths. And then if it's a infection blocking vaccine. If it's disease blocking, initially vaccinating age 65 in phase 1B averts approximately 2 to 6.5% more deaths. So they're admitting if we gave the vaccine to the over age 65 population, it would avert up to 6.5% more deaths. They're admitting it. This isn't up for debate. This is the CDC's own logic.
Hold on, I'm reading right now. I'm reading something here. I just don't have the data on hand right away, but I'm sure. But I think you're also like specifically like leading. You're actually, I think, trying to divert any like the actual scientific justification behind it as well.
They give the justification. So as you can see here, they say
wait. You're like that's like they're just talking about how like there's less of a representation in that demographic, and they want to like help that demographic because they've been suffering a lot more.
No, that's not what they're saying.
Yeah, it's literally because highest incidence mortality in congregated living, racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented among adults of 65 and older. So there's less of these minority groups within these, like, so they want to like address those minority groups more.
Right. Why? So instead of addressing the group that's most likely to die, you just said it. No, the group that's most likely to die is the over age 65. The CDC admits such as much. They say that because they're not prioritizing that group, up to 6.5% more people could die. They say it in black and white. You just gave the rationale. Exactly. You literally gave the rationale that I'm criticizing.
Hold on, wait. Phase 1A is this category includes healthcare workers and residents and staff in nursing homes, nearly 6 million doses of Moderna vaccine. And then under the, let's see, where's 1B? The second priority group, dubbed 1B, would include 19 million elderly people, 75 plus, and 30 million essential frontline workers. So yeah, they are allocating vaccines for people 75 plus. So I don't know what you're talking about.
First off, you don't know because this is the initial CDC recommendation. So initially, they were not giving it to the elderly people.
This is the actual. No, but wait. This is the actual like.
Right. So after there was a backlash because this is blatant, basically eugenicist shit and discrimination and racism.
They're not. Wait, hold on. You can't honestly say that this is some plot to fucking wipe out white people.
No, what
Holy
it is
shit.
it's wokeness saying that we're okay with white people, more people dying as long as they're disproportionately white. No, so if we reversed
a
it,
single argument that isn't fucking culture war.
what are you talking? If the CDC came out and said, okay, if we would give this vaccine to people, if the CDC came out, so you wouldn't give a shit. For example, if Trump came out, and said, listen to you listen. So if Trump came out and said, we're going to give the vaccine to only white people. If Trump came out and said, look, here's our plan. We're going to make sure that only white people get the vaccine first. And then people said, what the fuck? And he said, all right, never mind. We'll make sure blacks get it too. You'd be like, oh, okay, problem solved. Blacks are getting it too. Right? That's what you would say. Well, the end results were blacks got it as well. So there was nothing racist about that.
That wasn't even like the CDC's initial plan.
Yes, it was. So now you're acknowledging. So now you're acknowledging what we should look at what their initial plan was before there was backlash.
But that's not even relevant anymore, though.
It's relevant because we had the premier health institution in this country literally advocating until there was gross backlash that more people should. What effect does it have? One, it shows that this institution isn't primarily concerned about saving lives. It's primarily concerned about virtue signaling about skin color.
They adjusted their plan,
right, because it was right. So again, so we're back to the example with Trump. So if Trump adjusted his plan and initially said only white people should get the vaccine, but then adjusted his plan and said no, blacks can too, you would say, oh, well, he adjusted the plan. No problem. No problem.
The current plan doesn't even talk about any sort of racial demographics. I don't even know
Right.
Oh my God.
But they've admitted the reason that they want to give the essential workers, they admit, because racial and ethnic minority groups disproportionately represented in many essential industries.
Yeah, okay, so they're more likely to work essential worker jobs, but those essential workers still disproportionately need the vaccine more because not only are essential workers more at risk of getting the coronavirus, but because they're forced to go out and work more often, they're more likely to spread it. They don't want people spreading it.
What does it matter? Would you rather have the disease, the spread of the disease? I know that you think as someone that can't be bigoted against white people, that you think advocating for more people to die because they're disproportionately white is funny, but an objective person doesn't feel as such. And if you're right, if that's what the rationale was, why did they change? So why is it? So I'm sure you have a problem with the CDC now, not just giving it to essential workers. For example, you said what? Their new plan is giving it to, right. You have a problem with that because now all of a sudden, for some reason, now they're not concerned with stopping the spread. That's your argument, right? So for example, you said that they plan on giving it to 35 million essential workers, but look, according to their own chart, it says that there's 87 million essential workers. So why are we living 50 million essential workers in the lurch if the CDC is prioritizing them and says, well, it's important to get them because they're more likely to get the disease and stop the spread, etc.? Why is the CDC now making, according to your logic...
There's a third wave coming that has even more vaccines behind it.
What does that have to do with prioritizing who gets the vaccine first? Your argument is, again, the CDC's own argument is, by their estimation, up to 6.5% more people could die because of their recommendation that they initially gave. Now, keep in mind that there's a second argument here is...
to stop the spread.
Okay, then why aren't they giving it all to essential... Why didn't they change to give it to all essential workers? Why did they change from that? If giving it to essential workers stops the spread more than giving it to elderly, then why did they buckle? Why did they change?
They're giving almost half of all essential workers.
Right. So half of those populations still at risk.
To help slow the spread there. And then also they're vaccinating elderly people, 75 plus. And then after that, they have an even larger wave to cover the rest of the demographic. They're trying to slow the spread.
Then slow the spread. Why are you giving it to the elderly?
The CDC is on it. Okay, so if the CDC is saying, I think it might be taking their statement out of context of death spike, they might say that sure, if we gave it all to the elderly in that short term, we would see, we might be able to prevent more deaths. But we're talking about the long term. Is that a long-term number, or are we talking about just the short term?
The truth is, you're talking out your ass is what you're doing. You're talking out your ass.
Stops the long-term death. It's about flattening the curve.
Okay, then flatten the curve. Then why aren't we giving all of the vaccines to the essential workers? If it's about flattening the curve and stopping the spread,
Because
and your argument is
they are also trying to dampen the deaths of the elderly.
Oh, so your argument
they're slowing the spread and trying to prevent deaths at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds like
that's what
bullshit to
they're
me. That's what that sounds like to me. That sounds like you're making excuses for the obvious bigotry that was embraced by the CDC. If your argument is, oh, no, this was to stop the spread, then they would have gave the vaccine to all the people that it was most crucial to stop the spread. So you're arguing it is, well, they want to slow the spread. That's your argument.
Going back and forth on this.
No, I'm not. I'm very serious. I'm very singular on it. The CDC should have had the policy that saved the most lives, period.
No, your initial thing was that your initial thing then was like, okay, so you're going back and forth. Like, do you want it?
What is the back and
all
forth?
for the elderly to stop the deaths of the elderly, or all for essential workers to stop the spread? Like,
if your argument is that it's beneficial for essential workers to get it over the elderly, then why not give it all to the essential workers?
Wait, I didn't say it was entirely beneficial to give all vaccines to essential workers, but it is important to not only vaccinate the elderly, but essential workers as well, because essential workers are the ones that are at risk to spread it, and the elderly are the ones that are at risk of dying from it.
The spread is bad because people die.
What? No,
the spread of,
because we're not following guidelines.
No, the spread, the reason that is a negative that a virus spreads is because it has severe negative impacts on people, primarily dying. For example, the cold virus spreads, the average run-of-the-mill cold is very contagious and spreads to a lot of people. But because it doesn't kill many people, we don't really give a shit. We don't say, but the spread. So the CDC, if we see that there is one population of people that is being ravished by this disease, that is the population that should get the medication first, period. If it spreads to a lot of people that aren't really at any risk whatsoever, or the risk is so minuscule compared to the elderly, it's not a big deal. The big deal is it spreading to people that it's severely impacting? That are the people that we see with severe complications and dying, which in both cases are disproportionately the elderly. That is why we should get that medication to them first.
And thank God they're getting it.
Yes.
They're going to get it.
No, they're not. Again, how many are getting it? A small portion.
They are, though.
Okay, how many? Read the number you gave again.
19 million elderly people, 75 plus, are going to be vaccinated in the first wave.
Okay, so and here we have the CDC's official numbers. So 19 million, and there are 53 million. So that means that 34 million elderly people are just told tough shit.
Well, there's other waves coming. Do you think they're all just going to drop dead after the first wave because they didn't get the virus in time, or they didn't get the vaccine in time?
No, I think that up to 6.5% more of people will die because they didn't get the vaccine in time. The CDC agrees with me.
Let's see, because honestly, like just the fact that you're already looking at that as their plan already shows that it's pretty outdated information.
It's not outdated.
It is because you just looked at their plan before.
Okay, so if their plan before was,
and then I have different, more current numbers here.
Okay,
from literally AARP, advising when this is coming out. Okay,
so if they are now basically splitting it down the middle, though it's not even that, because it's something like, okay, well, we'll give 1/3 more elderly people than we predicted. So then we'll cut down the averted deaths by 1/3%. So instead of up to 6.5%, we'll say it's now up to 4% more people that will die, and that's still horrible.
Well. Yeah,
and not to mention, here's the irony, more people of color will die as a result of this plan. That's the irony. I know that's the only people you give a shit about because you can't be bigoted to white people.
Talking about?
More people of color will
they would be underrepresented in the elderly population if more elderly people got the vaccine.
No, here's why more people of color would die, because the younger people, even if they are, so let's just say that we're doing it out of 100, right? So let's say there's 100 non-healthcare essential workers and 100 people over age of 65. And in the population of essential non-healthcare workers, 40 of them are people of color. So that's 40%. But in the population of elderly, only 10% are elderly. That's 10%. But if the elderly are 2,000% more likely to die, as is the case, then if you withheld the vaccine from the elderly, of those 10% of black people, maybe 2 of them would die. But of the 40% of people that would have get the vaccine in the younger population of the workers, the chances of them dying is almost none. So none would die, even if they didn't get the vaccine.
What? No, there are still people within these demographics, because it's not even just like age is not like the only risk factor. It's a big one, but there's plenty of people in the workforce, who are quite old. Like we're seeing people who are like 40 or 50 have a higher mortality rate with COVID-19.
Right, here's the chart. So when we look at age 40 to 50, that's 15.2 per 100,000. When we look at age 65 to 79, that's 149. When we look at 80 plus, that's 648. It's not even close.
Yeah,
so
but
divide.
Here's the thing, though, the elderly aren't the ones that are spreading it.
No, but they're the ones that are dying. That's what we're
their
concerned about.
Nursing homes.
Right, that's what we're concerned about. Those
so when
people.
they catch it, they're more concerned, or when they catch it, they're more likely to die from it, but
Right.
they're less likely to be the spreaders.
Still, the concern we have is people that are dying from it. Again, are we concerned about the common
How do you
cold?
prevent people from dying from it?
Make sure they get
Stop
life-saving
spread.
medication. Again, this isn't open for debate.
Yes,
it doesn't
but
matter.
also
It's not
you need
open
to
for
also
debate.
Contain the spread.
It is not open for debate. The CDC is the one that made
It
this
is open for debate.
No, it's not, because the CDC,
Yes.
the CDC
Because
is the CDC is literally making the concession. Yes, the fact that we're not giving it to these elderly people first means more people will die
They are giving it to the elderly.
afterwards.
No, they're in 1B.
1/3 of them, 2/3 that are the most at risk group don't get it until 1C.
And then they get like what's the next wave? Then after
Who
so
gives a shit? The
1B,
CDC, the
and then after
CDC
1B is
again. You
vaccinated,
could make all the
129,
excuses you
people
want
in
for
group
it.
1C
You
would
could
come
make
next.
all the
That
excuses
would
you
include
want for
28
it.
million Americans
Let me
21
quite.
other essential workers, 81 other people ages 16 to 64 who have high risk factors for the coronavirus. So yeah, they're specifically targeting all the high risk factor groups.
Are you an
with every single
epidemiologist?
wave.
Are you an epidemiologist?
I am not an epidemiologist.
Do you study pandemics?
Do you study pandemics?
No, and so I'll take the CDC's
So
word
why
for it.
don't know why that's
Right,
relevant? We're
right.
both on the
So
same
right,
level here.
so right. If we're on the same level, why don't we take the CDC's word for it? Oh, they say if we gave it to the age 65 plus population, it would avert deaths. So your opinion that
CDC's word for it, then this is the plan that we should be following.
No,
we're taking their word for it.
No,
Yes.
their conclusion.
No.
This is absolutely. This is so absolutely. You're so stupid. You're so stupid.
Glad we agree on that.
No, you're so stupid. This is ridiculous. The CDC, we're taking their word on how many people. If I say this, if I'm tasked,
It's not their word on the plan. Okay.
right. So if,
We're
for
selectively
example,
choosing what things that
I
we
don't
should-
know
that
if
we
you
should agree
understand
with
how the
CDC
world
on.
works. I don't know if you understand this.
Okay.
So let's say I'm elected governor of Pennsylvania, right? And I commission a study, and that commission of the study says, Rob, you have two options. You could give the vaccine to white people, or you could give it to black people. If you give the vaccine to white people, that will result in 10% more people dying because black people are more at risk. And so I say, okay, everyone, here's my announcement. My panel of experts have said that if I give this vaccine to white people, 10% more people will die, so I'm giving it to white people. You would say, well, if we believe the experts on the data, then we have to trust Rob's conclusion. No, because the conclusion's fucked up. That doesn't mean that you say, well, then I don't believe the data. The CDC is literally saying, that's the criticism of the CDC.
That's not what the CDC is saying, though.
The CDC is saying vaccinating the age 65 population first averts deaths. It's saying it quite clearly. It says quite clearly that the reason that that's not being influenced is, or that that's not what their plan is, and I'm quoting, racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented in the group of adults over 65. So they're making the purposeful decision. Yes, our decision will result in more people dying, but we factor in because that population is disproportionately white. That is a risk worth taking.
I have a very hard time believing that the CDC, having taken all of this data into account, just went, well, black people though, and then just made this decision without weighting any other factor going into this. Like, for example, who is spreading the disease? The vaccine will help stop the spread, because it's also, keep in mind, there are other things that are happening that aren't just like elderly people dying. COVID is having a lot of long-term effects that could lead to lots of healthcare problems down the road.
Who's disproportionately affected by those other non-death serious conditions?
I don't have the exact data.
It's
but
the
I know,
elderly.
I know a lot of people who are very, very young who are starting to experience these problems.
Right. It's still the elderly that are experiencing them more severely.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't for debate. Every scientist in the world says this.
You can curb elderly deaths by stopping the spread in the first place.
Right, that would potentially have some curb. The CDC admits that. They suggest as much. But they admit that if we gave the vaccine to the elderly first, up to 6.5% more people could be saved. It's not as if the CDC is coming up with these numbers talking about how many people will die, and they're not factoring in their own rationale.
So you think that motivation is entirely just pure virtue signal? That's
Yes.
it. They don't take into account anything else.
I think that our scientists have been corrupted by people that are concerned about critical race theory to the point where they're literally willing to say that we will advocate a policy that leads to more deaths because we need to right some social and historical inequities. So in their mind, they think they're doing a good thing. They say, black people are actually saving black people are more preferred because this country has historically done bad things to black people. And not only do I think that, the same argument that I had with someone that I debated last night, or 2 nights ago, literally admitted as such after he denied it the whole time too. He said, well, of course, but look at the historical lack of access to healthcare and things that people in the black community have had. So the CDC is looking at the history of it and it's saying historically these groups have been disenfranchised. And so it would be beneficial to make sure that they're not this time.
That disenfranchisement is the reason why they're a high-risk group.
It doesn't matter if that's a reason why they're...
You do realize that though, right?
It doesn't... Even if that is the case, which isn't necessarily the case, I would say that the single biggest reason that blacks are more disproportionately affected are because they disproportionately live in more population dense areas. And we can see the areas
that is.
There could be all sorts of reasons.
Okay, name some. What are the reasons why they seem to conglomerate into very poor communities in the inner cities?
They conglomerate in inner cities because initially that's where these communities sprung up because they needed communities that they were able to keep each other company and have their own culture. It's the same way that other ethnicities, right? Like, for example, why is Chinatown?
That was the cheapest place to live, and they were disproportionately impoverished.
But it's not necessarily. In fact, originally after slavery, we actually saw a lot of black people that were former slaves actually went to places that were rural as well. But I'll admit that most of them disproportionately went to cities. It could be because of the price that lived there.
Cheap place to live.
Okay, well, it could be that it was a cheap place to live. It's also because you want to live amongst people where you could have a network of people that are caring about you and around you. So if you think about it after slavery, like, you would want to make sure after how fucking heinous it was that you were around people that actually had your interests at heart. So you're clearly going to congregate in large groups. I mean, this is still making your argument that, it was a result of slavery why they initially lived in these communities. But we see the same thing with other ethnicities as well. For example, anytime you see large immigrant communities, they tend to live in the inner cities. And it's clear today, though, that the inner cities aren't the cheapest place to live. I mean, you could get an apartment.
Not anymore because
right.
the demographic shifts that happen.
Right. So it was
gentrification.
Gentrification isn't it's not the end all be all. There's other things that go into that, but it's not
a factor.
All right, another factor.
The end all be all.
Right, there's other factors that go into it as well. But anyways, neither here nor there for this discussion. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Like, the reason that more black people live in the inner city, we're not talking about the reason, we're talking about the factor. The factor is that places that are population dense are more likely to be victims of this. It has nothing to do with, I'm not saying nothing because that would be an unfair statement, but it has more to do with that than the socioeconomic levels or access to healthcare. I think if you live in the city, even if you're wealthy, you're more likely to get COVID than if you live in a rural area, even if you're poor. Now, you might have better access to healthcare and things like that and be less likely to die. But when it comes to the spread is going to affect inner cities regardless of the ethnicity of the people that live there. So that's the number one reason that it would disproportionately affect. There are other reasons. For example, it could be that people of color were disproportionately affected because 1,500 healthcare professionals in this country said that it was important for everyone to social distance, but it was okay for Black Lives Matter to go out and congregate in groups of hundreds of thousands because white supremacy is working COVID.
A single study has been done on Black Lives Matter's protests causing COVID spikes because typically a lot of the protesters were wearing masks.
There's no evidence. Again, every credible scientist, including Dr. Fauci, has said, who I don't even think is credible, but Dr. Fauci, when specifically asked about this, said that it was important for people to stay out of large crowds, period. There is no study that says masks alone work. None. We were told that it was a two-pronged approach. In fact, most scientists said the number one thing is stay out of crowds and social distance. But if you must be in a crowd, then you should wear a mask. Now, in addition to that, we see picture after picture that showed that there was not social distancing in these rallies, and there were still many people that weren't wearing masks, even if the majority of them were. So maybe, just maybe, the reason that blacks are disproportionate. Hell, we even had a town in Oregon that was mandating masks and was fining people for not wearing masks. Unless you were black, then you didn't have to wear a mask. So maybe those sorts of policies.
I'm gonna need a source on that. That sounds ridiculous. That seems like an entirely disingenuous claim. Hold on. Georgia.
Here's the link. Oh, great. I can allow ads.
CNN, let's see.
An Oregon County drops its mask exemption for people of color after racist response. A mask mandate exemption for people of color meant to address racial profiling concerns has been removed after a racist backlash. So yes, there was an exemption for the mask mandate for people of color.
Wait, let me read into like what the actual accusation is, because this is, I mean, you can't just read the headline and then that's the be all end all of the story.
Sure.
I mean, I think even you can agree with that. And even if that is the case, then yeah, that sounds fucking stupid for doing that.
And
Like,
Oregon
there
County
shouldn't
has
be an
decided to
exemption.
make people of color exempt from its mandatory mask policy, citing a potential for racial profiling. The decision comes as multiple counties in Oregon have ramped up face covering requirements to slow the spread. Lincoln County's general directive requires everyone to wear a face covering in any indoor public setting or any outdoor setting where 6 feet social distancing can't be maintained. But the country wrote in its website that, quote, people of color who have heightened concerns about racial profiling and harassment due to wearing face coverings in public are exempt from the rule.
Wait, is this during the protests? Oh, they just didn't want like protesters to get like fucking fined out the ass for just going out and protesting without a mask. They
No,
didn't want,
that's
like,
not what
anyone-
that's not what this was.
Yeah,
Again,
they
it requires
this-
everyone to wear. So how many of these protests of Black Lives Matter occurred indoor public settings? Indoor public settings?
Indoor public settings?
Right.
I'd probably say most of them didn't.
Right. So let me read again. Lincoln County's general directive requires everyone to wear a face covering in any indoor public setting or outdoor setting where 6 feet social distancing can't be maintained. But the county wrote in its website, people of color who have heightened concerns about racial profiling and harassment due to wearing face coverings are exempt from this rule. They didn't say are exempt if they're at Black Lives Matter rallies. The mandate says if you're indoors or outdoors and you're not 6 feet apart, you have to wear a face mask. But that does not apply to you if you're black. So why would they not say, oh, but if you're at a Black Lives Matter, it doesn't apply to you. But if you're a black person and you're just going out to eat and you're indoors, something like that, yes, you still have to wear a mask.
Hold on. I'm still reading further into this because I mean, what's the actual who actually like proposed this change?
No, I mean, I understand. You initially said that can't be true. No, that didn't happen. That's clearly, I just read the statement that they issued. So you can keep reading into the context. That's what they did. Maybe things like that, maybe the fact that so many healthcare professionals and leaders were making exempt people.
Here's some context for it. It's because of a typical stereotype about like, first off, this county was 90% white and less than 1% black.
Okay.
So you have a very like minority black group and a very majority white group.
Okay.
So what we have here is this wearing a mask seems like a reasonable response unless you just sort of take American society out of it. Trevor Logan, an economics professor at Ohio State University, now black man, told CNN. When you can't do that, you're basically telling black people to look dangerous given racial stereotypes that are out there. The main concern was about stereotypes against a very marginalized group of black people in a mostly white community and how they would be perceived by police and the rest of the public. They were essentially if you don't feel safe doing this in this community because you don't want to get shot by like police for like a misunderstanding, like or killed by police for a misunderstanding because the mask like quote unquote made you more dangerous, like that was the concern, was like when you have such a less than 1% black population who I would assume probably isn't treated great by that mostly white community, given a lot of historical context there.
Yep. So they told black people they were exempt. That was a long way of beating around the bush to say I was right.
They were given the option to
right.
exempt, but
No, it's not the option of being exempt. They were exempt. They could choose to wear the mask if they wanted, but they were exempt from the law.
Understandable reason. Like even
no, it's not an
ACLU
understandable
was
reason.
This is a lose-lose scenario.
And here we go. And here we go.
You force a specific community.
Here we go.
To,
that couldn't happen. I don't believe that happened. And then you immediately make apologies. Well, of course it happened. It makes sense that it happened.
Well, yeah, with this extra context, it kind of makes a little bit more sense.
No,
don't
it
you
doesn't
think?
make
Like, just
sense.
taking
They
it out
exempt
of
black
context, like,
people.
well, yeah, that's kind of dumb. But then I kind of read into it. It's like, oh wait, no, that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Right. So
Because,
right.
you know what,
So,
here's the thing, I
we
don't know
get
if
it.
you tell my
CNN
voice,
told
I'm
you.
not
CNN.
black, so I don't know what
Right.
comment
CNN
points,
told
like,
you.
black people
CNN
have
told you.
about that kind
It's
of
okay.
stuff.
CNN said that it was good to tell black people not to wear a mask in this context. They said it was good because of racial profiling concerns. I wonder why black people are getting the disease more.
Wait, do you think that's the only reason?
I think that's a reason. I think the fact that the healthcare professionals told the rest of us that we had to social distance or else we risk millions of people dying, but then told Black Lives Matter that they didn't have to social distance, that yes, that predictably could have led to increasing the spread.
A county of 50,000 residents and less than 1% of them are black.
Right.
I don't think that's going to do anything to weigh the death toll of black people with COVID. I hate to break it to you.
It doesn't matter.
Like
the point was that
1%
these
of
sort of
50,000,
policies where we saw the point was this was illustrating another example of where people virtue signaling were actually putting black people more at risk for COVID.
Anecdote.
It's not an anecdote. We actually have the damn law.
Anecdote. It's one particular instance.
I don't think you know what the word anecdote means. I don't think you know what that means.
It is one specific example that doesn't prove a broader trend.
Yes, it does prove a broader trend. We could see the broader trend. The broader trend is that we had
counties across the country telling black people they don't have to wear masks.
Leaders in this country, including
epidemic.
Leaders in this country, including healthcare professionals, are telling black people that they don't have to follow the orders that are being deemed to keep people safe.
What?
That's the broader trend. Right, that's one. Another is okay. Another is that we had leaders telling Black Lives Matter, where I think it's over millions of people marched in Black Lives Matter rallies, that they did not have to take the precautions that other people had to take to keep themselves safe from COVID.
They still kind of did. They were wearing, a lot of them were wearing masks.
Do the experts say that we should social distance?
I mean, yeah, they said when possible, social distance.
Okay, and so did they say, but it's okay to not social distance if you're marching for Black Lives Matter?
Well, they didn't want to come out and say, hey, don't protest Black Lives Matter, because that's a PR nightmare. That would have made them instantly lose faith in the entirety of that community.
See, I don't think you understand. And?
Yeah, you don't want to lose that. You don't, hold on, wait. Do you understand the complex history of, like, black communities with the American healthcare system? It is a very treacherous fine line of mistrust.
Sure, agreed. So let's say that I was a black person and I said this. So let's see.
They don't want to lose their trust.
So okay, fair enough. So then let's look into how this could be applied. So now I'm a black person that says I don't trust the American healthcare system. Geez, they told white people that they need to social distance to protect themselves from the disease, but they told people marching for Black Lives Matter, not you. You don't have to. Then they told, in some places like this town in Oregon, they said masks are very important. We need to have a law that everyone wears masks. Not black people, though. You don't have to have the mask. Then when it came to vaccine, we had leader after leader like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Cuomo in New York City say it's impossible. We had healthcare experts that were on CNN, the New York Times, etc., saying Donald Trump's lying during the election. It would take a miracle to get a vaccine. There's never been a vaccine that was that close. We had Cuomo and Kamala Harris specifically say that they wouldn't trust a vaccine that came under a Trump administration because they think he was a liar and was rushing it just to try to win politically.
What? No, they didn't.
They did.
Wait, no. That is like a huge out of context thing that was taken, like that happened. Like when the vaccine came out, like what was it, the Pfizer vaccine? Every Democrat was like, yeah, we will take that. What they weren't saying was like, we don't want to just take one that Trump just rushes out without like any proper
right. So they were and they were implying that Trump would try to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this vaccine.
He was promising vaccines by November.
Okay. And the Pfizer said that it was actually they did extra clinical trials than were necessary, so it actually was ready by the time of the election. They just did additional clinical trials. So actually, Trump was right. So we saw Kamala Harris and Andrew Cuomo.
Well, no, but that means it's not ready because it wasn't. Yeah, no, the vaccines weren't here by November.
Right.
It still took
he was a month off
to get them ready.
He was a month off. So anyways, they were saying that it was impossible. They were saying it was impossible. It would take a miracle, that they would be distrustful. Regardless of the nuance, they were literally saying that this is something that's never happened in history. We would be skeptical of it because it occurred under Trump. So now the vaccine gets here, and we have the CDC saying, look, more people will die because we're recommending that we want people of color to get the vaccine first. So given all those things, let's see. They said in certain areas, they said that masks, in at least one area, the leaders and the healthcare professionals said you have to wear a mask, but people of color don't. We saw healthcare professionals all around this country said you have to social distance, but marching for Black Lives Matter, you don't. And now they said that these vaccines, there could be reason to be skeptical of it, but we're going to make black people take it first. Geez, I remember when something like this happened before. It was called the Tuskegee experiments. Why is it that when all of these medical things are provided and suggested for everyone, there's a special exemption? Oh, but these rules that keep people safe don't apply to people of color.
The experiment is super interesting because it would actually play more and more into the CDC trying to earn the trust of the Black community as much as possible by not seemingly coming out as being anti-Black Lives Matter. Like that is I feel like that just drives home the point even more and more that that's like one of the foundational like instances of something that happened that made the Black community distrust the American healthcare system.
Right. So the best way to gain trust back would be to say, as a healthcare institution, we treat everyone equally.
Not oppose their.
It's not opposing their political movement. But even so, fine. Let's say that's true. You're not denying what I'm saying. You're just giving rationales for why it occurred. Fine. Fair enough. They had a reason.
Recommendations for Black Lives Matter protests, and they said make sure you wear a mask, try to social distance when possible. But they weren't going to outright tell people stay home and don't protest because that would have been a fucking optics nightmare.
Okay,
CDC,
so putting big right,
from that to
I get it.
Say, like, don't protest.
I get it. So the CDC literally put Black lives in jeopardy because they didn't want to have an optics nightmare. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And tell me again why we should trust that organization. See, they didn't want the optics nightmare. Now, the CDC was recommending that we social distance.
You toe this line of trusting and not trusting the CDC back and forth. What
the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly.
Right. We shouldn't trust an organization that's less concerned about saving lives and more concerned about optics and virtue signaling and things about race. Yes, that is my argument.
Optics are what would be more devastating for Black Lives Matter protests to go out and protest within the CDC guidelines as best they can, or for Black people to entirely lose trust in the CDC and for them to refuse to get vaccinations?
Why would you lose trust in the CDC if the CDC said two things?
Because the CDC
Excuse me, if the CDC said two things. If the CDC said two things. If they said you should stay out of large groups and you should wear a mask. Why would you lose trust then if they
were still recommending wearing masks for the Black Lives Matter protest?
What does it? So your argument is that Black people, there's something different about Black people. Whether that's your argument.
That is not
because
my argument.
imagine this. Imagine if I said, well, if the CDC came out and said we don't think people should go to Trump rallies. If they said that, if they said no, you should social distance. Then that would cause distrust.
They never outright said it because they didn't want to lose. They didn't want to lose.
They outright said it. They outright said it over and over again. The people shouldn't be
large crowds.
Right. And they didn't say. Right. Show me one time where they said we're 1,500 experts signed on to said, oh, but it's cool if you want to go to a Trump rally. It's cool if you want to go to a political rally. They didn't do that. They only made one exception. One. And that was for Black Lives Matter. So tell me again why apparently Black folks, if exemptions weren't made for them as to the justifications of what keeps them healthy, then they would be distrusting. Because I choose to think Black people are basically like white people and Asian people and Hispanic people. I think that they're reasonably intelligent, like other people are reasonably intelligent, right? I'm not saying that somehow we need to talk to them special and that they're incapable of understanding
socioeconomic and historical materialist like problems that that are continuously like.
What does that have to do with whether or not Black people are capable of understanding? If we gather in crowds, we risk spreading the disease.
Of understanding, Black people are just people. I agree with you on that,
right?
Entirely. But no. If anything, your argument to me that somehow me just like examining the socioeconomic material conditions of the Black community and how that affects them, like, is somehow me inferring that Black people are inherently different is an entirely disingenuous point to try to like.
It's not disingenuous.
frame my
Explain
argument.
to me.
It is
Explain.
disingenuous.
Explain.
Because
Okay, then let me
my
ask
whole
you real
argument
quick.
is
Let me.
entirely about the conditions that they are subjected
No,
to.
that has
and
nothing.
nothing to do with the actual race themselves.
Okay, so then explain to me how the conditions that black people are accepted to, are projected to, or whatever word you use, explain to me how those conditions have led to the point that we literally have to make exemptions specifically to black people on life-saving suggestions.
Exemption, like on life. Yeah, okay. Just like we pointed out in that Lincoln County, the fact that if they are forced to do that, situations could arise in which they would be subjected to police discrimination, which I don't know if you know, but that can disproportionately kill a lot of black people. Like,
I mean,
it's all about like you.
It's this sort of like bigotry of low expectation. No, I would argue that
Low expectations.
right. I would argue that black people would say, okay, so we've been told by the experts that there are two things we could do to protect ourselves from this disease: don't go in large crowds and wear masks. If all of the sudden if the argument is, okay, now I want to go out in a large crowd, and the CDC says, look, we told you should avoid large crowds and you should wear a mask. I don't think they'll say, well, I don't trust you now because I want to go out in a large crowd. They would say, well, I don't give a shit. I hear your recommendation, but I'll go do what I want. Or I hear your recommendation and I will stay home. But they're not going to say, if you don't make a special exemption for me, I don't trust you. That's not what they're going to say. I know that because there is no race of people that would say that. That is not how people operate. They don't say... If you don't say, these aren't even laws. These weren't laws that the CDC was saying. This was recommendations on how to stop yourself and others from getting the disease. And if the recommendation is stay home and wear a mask, unless it's Black Lives Matter, then you don't have to stay home. That doesn't cause more trust in the black community. That causes the black community to say, wait a minute. So historically, the healthcare system in this country...
any distrust within the black community about that stuff.
Says who? I've seen plenty of black authors.
Yes. Can you find any kind of data that shows that because the CDC did not, the CDC basically didn't tell like Black Lives Matter protests to stay home, that this damaged their trust in the CDC, specifically the black community?
Well, for example, first I could show that the black community is less likely to trust the vaccine.
Yeah, they are less
right
overall because of a lot of the historical context. We brought up the Tuskegee Airmen.
Right.
They're very aware of the history of how the American healthcare system has treated them. So so the CDC, like if you can't find any information about how like the CDC not like pushing back on Black Lives Matter protests as like large gatherings like somehow damage the trust like further, then it's just speculation and you really don't have anything.
It's not. I'm making the argument. It doesn't matter what your claim is. The argument that I'm making, it is a very reasonable position to say that black people aren't so different because of historical context or whatever reason you're saying, that they are incapable. It causes a lack of trust if there aren't special exemptions and recommendations into how to keep yourself healthy that are given. I mean, imagine this. Imagine if the American Heart Association came out and said, look, in order to have better heart health, you should exercise regularly and you should avoid eating red meat more often than like one time a week. Oh, except the black community, feel free to go to your barbecues and eat all the red meat you want. You think that the black community would be like, well, I trust the American Heart Association more because they're saying now that, they like me. They're saying it's okay for me to eat meat. Or do you think the black community would be more likely to be like, wait a minute, if it's so important to not eat red meat, why the hell?
Do you think the recommendation like in reducing your red meat intake is not something that is like racially targeted? Black Lives Matter protests are inherently a very racial thing.
No, that's exactly my point. There are also so you're arguing that people's food consumptions aren't culturally a race thing? You're arguing that different races don't have different cultural ideas about the types of food they eat? Is that your argument?
Wait, but if the recommendation is just okay, hold on. You are trying to like pivot really, really hard on this point. I guess the main thing is like lots of. That's why they say red meat. They don't specifically say barbecue. But with like if they specifically said, oh, don't have your cookouts and barbecues. Like no, like they just said reduce your red meat intake. But that is very different from saying don't go to a Black Lives Matter protest after several controversial killings of innocent Black people.
That's not what happened, though. They didn't say don't go to a Black Lives Matter rally. They didn't say don't go to a Trump rally.
They didn't say that.
No, they're right. They didn't say don't go to a Trump rally either. That's not what we're talking about. What they said was don't go to large gatherings. And then they positively came out and said, oh, but it's okay for you to go to a Black Lives Matter rally. So your argument is Black people would have found offense if the CDC came out and said, don't go to the Black Lives Matter rally. But that's not what we're talking about. What they did was they said you shouldn't gather in large groups. And then they came out and said it's okay to go to the Black Lives Matter rally.
Because they weren't going to come out as anti-Black Lives Matter. That is an optical nightmare.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about
people that already have distrust in them. They don't want to come out as anti their political movements. Like
I get it. So your argument is you're more concerned with how Black people feel potentially with potential optics. So we have to treat them incredibly special to the point where we we literally have to say it's okay for them to avoid measures that we think will save their lives. We have to treat them so specially that we have to say, here's what we think would be best to save your life. But we can't tell you that because of your race. We can't tell you that because we have to treat you specially. So the optics matter more to you than actually being honest and recommending the best policies that would save the lives of Black people. That's the difference between me and you.
If those
I don't choose
end
to
up
treat
helping reduce the death toll, then yeah.
That's the difference between me and you. I don't feel that we have to recommend and lie to Black people and not tell them the truth, especially when it comes to potential life-saving measures, because I'm concerned about the optics of how I'll look. You are concerned about that. It's not surprising as someone who also thinks that you can't be bigoted towards white people. So it's not surprising. I get it. I understand totally how an anarcho-communist looks.
This is the most weaselly discussion I've ever had with a conservative. So
I
really want to give you a trophy for that one.
Sure.
So,
and I'll admit this. Although you yell a lot and like to interrupt a lot and laugh at your obvious racism, particularly when it comes to the claim that you can't be bigoted towards white people, although you have been good at that things, I will say quite clearly that you've been one of the most worthless conversations I've had, as you can't even understand simple things. And I also think that your racism towards Black people is incredible. To the fact that you think that we have to treat them like they're so stupid that they don't understand when we say don't gather in large settings, that we're not saying, oh, and that's because we don't want you to go to Black Lives Matter. We're saying that because the doctors think that that's the best thing to do to stop the spread of the disease. The fact that you think that Black people are incapable of processing that they somehow come to the conclusion that, oh, the CDC sitting around going, oh, but Black people, we can't tell them not to go to large gatherings or we'll hurt their feelings. So we'll tell them that it's okay for them to go to the large gatherings, but no one else. And then you wonder why Black people were disproportionately more affected by the disease. So thanks so much for being on. It's been great. Yeah. Have a good one. And there you have it. Anarcho-communist. If you could find two more political systems that were more contradictory and then lump them together. Yeah, and then this is what you see, particularly from what I saw someone say, two white people talking about Black people. I didn't want to. That was his issue. Right, yeah, I hear you, critical thinking, veteran. I mean, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It's an absolutely absurd position. No, he was. Yeah, oh yeah, he did say he was an anarcho-communist. It's ridiculous. I don't know how you could have a good faith conversation. First off, the mere fact that he makes the claim that you can't be bigoted towards white people, that literally colors everything that he's saying from there on out. It is an asinine position. It's absolutely asinine. Absolutely. It's ridiculous. So once he admits that concession, it's basically game over for him. What's up, critical thinking veteran, by the way? I see you in here. Thanks so much. Secondly, you can't say, and this is how it works like this. When you view, and he said, I have to view things through the race of lens because I want to be in a post-racial society, but society deems that I view things through the lens of race. Well, the reason that society does that is because people like him insist upon doing it, and millions of other people, particularly charlatans that seek to divide us. That's what's going on. So he can't admit the willingness for him to deny something happened, and then once I prove that it happened, say, well, of course it happened because for a reason. Like, let me give you an example. Like that town in Oregon that said masks saves lives, and they mandated that people wear masks, but they gave an exemption to people of color. He said, wait, no way, that didn't happen. And if it did happen, I would call that out. Show me a source. I show the source. Then he goes to a CNN article. CNN, wait, it says here that the reason they did that was because if black people wear masks, they could get racially profiled by the police. It's such horseshit. Of course they gave some reason for their exemption. Of course. Nonetheless, my point is true. They jeopardized the health of black people in that community by telling them, giving them advice to go against the mandate that they were forcing on everyone else because it would save lives. They gave them advice against it for some other reason. Health experts said that we had to avoid large crowds except Black Lives Matter. And that was okay for some reason. Because the optics. Alrighty, I will admit that we see, for example, the Republican Party. I've argued many times. When I ran as a Republican, I criticized the Republican Party because I asked what we're going to do to reach out to inner city black communities. They told me that we don't do that. We go after low-hanging fruit. So I'll agree there is a problem on the right of it. But the problem is the more we focus on race, almost every time it ends up making the situation worse. The truth is there were historical inequities. How far back are we going to go? Just black people? Are we going to go further? Are we going to go to Native American? Or are we going to go back to like the Algonquins? Because the Cherokee, I believe, wiped out the Algonquins. So if you're an ancestor of the Algonquin, do you have grievances against the ancestors of the Cherokees? Who have grievances against the ancestors of the white people? Etc., etc. The truth is, going back in time like that does nothing to help anything. There were all sorts of shitty things that occurred to all different groups of people. Yes, in this country in particular, I can't think of a group that had it worse than black people. And yes, there could be effects of that today, but those effects are perpetuated and never solved the more we continue to go back and focus on them. The point I was trying to get with the war on poverty policies is that we've instituted these policies for 7 years, and it seems at this point like nothing's getting better. He says that there were marginal improvements that came from the war on poverty, yet things aren't systemically better. He still says that it's systemic racism. So what's the solution? To ramp up the war on poverty? To send more money for the war on poverty? What seems to hit a wall of what could be helpful? Instead, I recommend what we do is stop treating people different based on race. If you come from a population of people that is born in a terrible situation and generationally you don't have access to education opportunities, primarily because of things like Democratic ran cities and the teachers unions that are incredibly corrupt, we can see that the number one effective thing when it comes to education opportunities in inner cities are private and charter schools and giving school choice. Now, we don't bat an eye and this is kind of the argument I would have with this gentleman that we were just talking about. We wouldn't bat an eye when we say, hey, white people we should give the parents the choice of where to send their school. No one would bat an eye. We'd say, yeah, it's great. Parents probably know best what to do with their children. But for some reason in the black community, that's what we say. Oh, no. We don't want to give black parents school choice. Don't want to do that. And it's this constant bigotry of low expectations that we see. Oh, black people can't figure out how to get contraception. They can't. If there's not a Planned Parenthood in your neighborhood, you can't figure out how to get birth control or you can't figure out how to get condoms. It's absurd. It's an absurd argument. It's a bigotry of low expectations. Oh, the CDC, if you're white, the CDC could look at you and say, here's what you should do for your health. If you're black, the CDC can't do that. They have to be worried about optics. That's bullshit. If I was black, I would be insanely insulted by that. Imagine how superior someone has to feel to you as a white person to look at you and say, oh, no, for you as a black person, the CDC is not going to give you the best advice. They're not going to give you the best advice. What do you want to hear? What do you want to hear? That's what the CDC will tell you. Oh, no, we won't do that with white people or Asian people or Hispanic people or Irish people but we won't do it we'll just give it to them straight. Right, and this is the argument. Why should children have to pay for the sins of the father? So meanwhile, black people are being screwed over in this country. So are white people, Hispanic people, Christians, atheists. gay people, straight people, etc. The truth is, a very small minority of people actually run this system and don't give a shit about the rest of us in it. But those people support movements like Black Lives Matter because it causes division and it redirects the problem to somewhere where the majority of the problem is. Are there things racially on both ends of the spectrum, like white versus black, if we're just looking at it as a racial dichotomy? Yes. For example, there is no doubt in my mind that there are historical inequities to some degree that are affecting black people to this day. Now, they're affecting them less this year than they did last year, than the year before, which is why it's ridiculous that we still have to pretend that these Jim Crow laws, 60, 50, or 70 years, they're more affecting the black community or equally affecting the black community as much as they were before the civil rights movement. It's ridiculous. But quite literally, if we're going to play that game, is it not true that white people could say, well, if we just look at the statistics, black people are something like 23 times more likely to commit a violent crime against a white person than vice versa? Does that mean white people should be like, look, that's just the facts. That's the way it is. There's a discrepancy here. There's a disparity here. Therefore, we demand justice. Of course not. Now, it's funny, anytime you look at a disparity that seems to, anytime you look at a disparity that you could say makes black people more victim, you say, see, that disparity proves that it needs to be fixed and blah, 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 that's terrible. But when you look at disparity that shows that other races are victim, well, what's the, or other races or groups are victims, well, what's the reason behind that? There's many reasons behind that. So to the point where he says quite simply, if there is a disparity between whites and blacks in incarceration rates, that is evidence towards proving systemic racism. But if there is a disparity between men and women when it comes to incarceration rates, that is not evidence to systemic bigotry against men. How can the exact same data set prove bigotry against blacks but not prove bigotry against men? And then we get to the discussion of the CDC, because the truth is, when we're talking about things like institutional bigotry, we can actually see the CDC recommending institutional bigotry. He can't even, and this is why it makes it so difficult. And I was trying to be polite to some extent, but one of the things that upsets me is when you're so cocky and you're making such bullshit arguments, like you can't be bigoted towards white people. You have no right to be cocky if you believe something so stupid. None at all. But then he can't understand the simple concept of, okay, if we're looking at a disease and we're trying to save the most lives, we look at the factor that is most likely to cause the most negative effects of the disease. Age. Okay, that's what we prioritize. You don't say age and then comorbidity and then race. And then say, well, we're going to ignore age and we're going to ignore comorbidity. Instead, we're going to focus on race, which will result in more people dying, but that's okay. Because we had to make sure that underprivileged groups or groups that were that had a disparity. And he just keeps changing the argument. And that's the truth with these people. They'll keep going back. It doesn't matter. They could advocate anything. Anything fits into that worldview because they believe in this narrative of critical race theory and you can't be bigoted to white people and it's systemic racism totally against black people. They believe in it so much that it allows them to justify any fucked up position. So it literally allows them to justify it's okay for the CDC to lie, or I won't say lie, it's okay for the CDC to go against their own guidelines for what keeps people safe. Because optics-wise, it would look black or bad for black people if they treated black people like everyone else. That's the argument that he ends up making. That's insanity. He's more concerned about the optics. I mean, does anyone here really believe? Is there anyone? Like, I would love to hear a black person's opinion. Would you have trusted the CDC more if they said, here are how to keep safe, these rules apply to everyone? Or if they say, here is how to keep safe, these rules apply to everyone except black people who don't have to follow some of these rules because their purpose is noble? Which one of those two decisions would cause you? I got till 2 o'clock. That's it. If someone wants to come on. I'm not talking. I'm just yelling. I have a loud voice. And you think that other guy wasn't yelling? I'm not the one pushing race-based. So I love this. So I'm pushing race-based conspiracies. So here's one of the race-based conspiracies I'm pushing, right? Everything I'm saying is pushing race-based conspiracies. You ready? Here's a race conspiracy that proves that I'm just an afraid man pushing a race-based conspiracy. You ready? Here it is. I think that organizations like the CDC should talk to everyone about recommendations for what saves their lives the same regardless of race. That's a race-based conspiracy theory, according to these people on the left. No, Rob, don't you understand? They should give us white people the accurate advice on what's to keep us more safe. But with black people, they can't do that because the optics would be bad. So they have to talk to black people differently. That's a race-based conspiracy theory, apparently. I'm just afraid, and that's why I'm arguing this conspiracy theory. That's their argument. It's unbelievable. That's how bigoted these people, they don't even understand it. And what it comes down to is this. By the way, the majority of people that kind of adapt this ideology, so it's funny to have a white guy telling me, by the way, black people wouldn't trust the CDC if the recommendations they recommended applied equally to them. It's funny to have a white guy telling me that. Sure, I'm sure you're speaking for the black community on that. Oops, sorry. You call in by going to my Discord. I'll give you the link. I don't have all night. I've already been here pretty generous with my time. So you click on that Discord link. Then you go to rules, I believe, and just click I agree, and then you go into the voice channel. We got like 20 minutes max. No, well, you're absolutely right. Like, you're right with that. I am doing this for me because I enjoy doing this. That's absolutely. But I'm being generous with staying up late as far as taking calls. Not many people take calls, particularly to people that want to argue with them as much as I do. So you go to rules, you click I agree, and then you click waiting room. Click the American flag. He won't do that. Oh, that's Milo. That ain't you. All right. So let me ask you this: is your name on Discord Ilwaki, something like that? Is that before I click to let you in, so I'm leaving the right person in? Take a gamble, I guess. All right, you're the person who was typing that you wanted to call in? Yeah. Okay. All right. So explain to me the race-based conspiracy theories, because I'm an angry man that I'm spreading. In fact, let's just start with a specific one. Let's start with a specific one.
Where do you come from? Are you like an expert in any of this stuff? Do you have any background? Or is this just based off of, you have very strong opinions even without strong facts? Where are you coming from? I don't know anything about you.
I'm coming from a person that's just an average person that is researched into things and have opinions based on it.
When you say researched, that can mean a lot of different things. That could be being on your phone at 3 a.m.
Could be
looking at random websites. It could mean having peer-reviewed papers or publishing papers.
Yes.
What do you mean when you say that?
I was one of the top collegiate debaters in policy debate in the country between the years of 2003 to 2007. I qualified. I was the first person, to my knowledge, from a state school to qualify for the national debate tournament. I was one of the poorest people that attended the national debate tournament. One of the only people to come from a rural community. In the debate community and policy debate, you'll let me finish. You asked. In the debate community, and particularly the policy debate community, critical race theory was an argument that probably occurred in 50%. So So I've read literature on people like Bell Hooks, other intersexual feminists, other black people that were responsible for critical race theory being printed. I've read evidence to them, and I've read evidence against them. So that's where my interest in these sort of topics occurred.
First off, when you say that you were a top debater,
sure.
Do you have? I'd like you to, if you have any evidence of that, if you can show us you with some trophies or anything like that, that'd be good. But second of all, it's being good at debate, even if whatever you're saying is true, although it doesn't sound like it. But if that is true, it doesn't actually mean anything, because debate, being able, being a good debater it just means that you can present an argument in a way that is more attractive and is bringing more people on board. But it doesn't actually mean anything, because, as you know, if you actually were in debate, you have to do both sides of the argument.
Sure, I could do switch side debate, no problem.
You can positively believe in X and then believe the exact opposite of X. But as a debater, as someone engaged in that particular activity, it has nothing to do with what's right or truth or morals or anything like that. It's just about being able to manipulate the information such that the audience you're presenting to is going to agree with you more than your opponent. And you might have to go the next round, depending on what you're given. And, I don't know what years you're talking about or what your debate topics were, but you might have to debate something the exact opposite and something you might disagree with, like, pro or against nuclear disarmament or whatever. So just saying that, even if what you're saying is the case, that you were an accomplished debater, that doesn't actually mean anything in this context. But also, when you're making all these statements about, about that Jim Crow was really bad, but we've moved past that and it's getting better every day. Let me ask you a question.
No, I'm sorry. Before you ask a question, so let me respond.
Let me say if that's correct.
Let me respond first, and then I have some questions for you. So first, here's evidence of me being qualifying for the National Debate Tournament. Rob Noor and Taylor Hahn of Clarion University, Pennsylvania debate team qualified for the National Debate Tournament during the District 7, it should say District 7, it's District 8, qualifier hosted by the University of Mary Washington, March 30th. Quote, this is the first time a team from Clarion is qualified for the NDT. I believe it's also the first time a team from the state system of higher education has qualified for the tournament. Although the team has been pretty successful the past few years, this feat is at least as significant, if not more so, than previous accomplishments. During the past 2 years, Clarion University has won the Junior Varsity National Championship. The American Debate Association has finished as high as 4th in the national rankings, which combine novice, junior, and varsity. There are a few reasons qualifying for the NDT is as big as the 2004-16 successes. Although the AD has a large pool of schools participating, including schools such as Harvard, the NDT attracts schools from a larger pool and has more demanding exclusive qualification process. Because the ADA championship includes novice, junior, varsity debate, it's an open tournament to assure as many people as possible. NDT is varsity-only tournament. All of the debaters must have competed at least 24 rounds of topic for the year. It's the March Madness of debate, where the best get together for 8 rounds of competition. Is that good enough for you, or is that not successful? That's not proof enough for you.
I never said if you were not successful.
Okay. So that's enough proof. I'm asking if that was proof to you that I was successful.
Well, I'm not actually.
No, I'm asking. You asked for proof. Was that enough proof for you? That's what I'm asking.
I'm not looking at the. What do you?
If you can't even answer this question, the conversation's done. You asked if I could provide proof. Was that proof enough?
Well, I can't see what you're saying.
Okay, goodbye.
But
okay, that's fine. Goodbye.
Go ahead.
Goodbye.
I just
okay, you accept it? Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm on my phone
Second,
right now,
what are your qualifications to have any sort of conversation on this topic?
Well, I'm not the one with the channel. I'm not the one.
I'm sorry. What are your qualifications? But you're calling in to have a question and to criticize, apparently, things that I've said in this channel. So what are your qualifications?
Yeah, so I'm calling in because I want to know what's going on.
Excuse me, what are your qualifications? What are your qualifications?
You're saying that I need to be qualified in order to ask questions?
You seem to imply that I needed to be qualified to exert the opinions and facts that I were on this channel. So I've given you my qualification. I've given you my qualifications. So if you were going to,
you've just said that you're good at debate.
Right, I'm an accomplished person who in debate. That it was the top education people in this country that talked about these issues. Yes, I was one of the top qualified people in that. So if you're going to, if qualifications matter, if qualification matters to talk about these issues, please give me your qualifications.
But again,
please give me your qualifications. Why can't you just give me your qualifications? Last chance, give me your qualifications.
Why are you behaving this way?
Because you came on being a smug bastard to ask what my qualifications were. I gave you the qualifications. Yes, you were. That's exactly what you were.
Why is it so upsetting to you?
Okay, last chance qualifications.
If you were as qualified as
qualifications,
if you really had a serious handle on this stuff, you wouldn't be upset by someone asking where you're coming from.
No,
just trying
that's
to
not
hear
what
you
you
out.
did. That's not what you did. You smugly applied. You actually said things like, or the lack of, which I question because your facts. You didn't just say, hey, I was just wondering, where did you come to these conclusions? That's not how you presented it. You presented it in a condescending
Where
manner.
Where did you come to these conclusions from? Where
Okay,
are you coming from?
right. I'm asking what your qualifications are.
You're saying someone needs to be qualified to ask you questions?
I'm saying the fact that you implied that I needed to be qualified to be able to speak on these issues. Fine, I've given you my qualifications, meager as they may be.
You
so if you're going
you
to,
said you were on a debate team in
right?
college.
So right. I proved that I was a successful person in the debate team in college where people that discuss these issues at a high level and a competitive factor that researched this talked about these issues quite frequently. Now, I'll admit that's very meager qualifications. I'll admit that. But I gave my qualifications.
Well,
so I'm asking what your
qualifications
qualifications are. No. I'm asking what are your qualifications? I gave you my qualifications. I gave you my qualifications because you asked. Now I gave you my qualifications because you asked.
I don't have a show on here.
I gave you my qualifications. Last chance. I gave you my qualifications. I gave you my qualifications. I gave you my qualification because you asked. Now I'm asking you, will you give me your qualifications?
Why are you getting so upset?
This isn't being upset.
What's really going on?
You asked me.
Do you normally not have anyone challenge you? Do you normally just get to go on completely uncriticized? And do you think that's how you actually get better? Or do you think that by being challenged and by having someone who's not just going to let you roll over them, it actually makes you a better person, stronger? Or do you think that you have to be completely comfortable and you shouldn't grow?
Well, I would say that the evidence, I would say the evidence of the past, I would say the evidence of the past, if you're going to keep interrupting me, you asked me a question. So I would say the evidence of the past hour and a half, including the entire history of my show, which I've debated people over and over. In fact, I would say 90% of the people that have ever called into my show, which I accept almost every single person that asked to call in, 90% of them have probably been calling in because they disagree with me. I've gone on and debated large left-wing streamers. I've gone on channels of panels where it was 7 against 1 against me on ideas. Sometimes the panels, there's more people on my side. I've talked to people on my show in a critical sense, in a debate sense, and in a discussion sense of people that disagree with me. The very show that you're watching just spent someone challenging me for the past hour and a half. So it's evident that actually, no, I just don't seek people. Excuse me, I'm still talking.
I don't know.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so the past 15 minutes. Okay, so the past 15 minutes, you saw someone that was challenging me. Now, once more, I'll ask you the question. So if you're unwilling to answer basic questions that people ask of you, do you expect people to just roll over? Do you expect people to just agree with you or go easy on you and not ask you the exact same type of questions you ask them? Is that what you expect?
You can ask me whatever questions you want.
Right. What are your qualifications? Right. What are your qualifications? That's the question.
Different than the expectation.
That's the question.
Someone who has their own show and is trying to express a point of view.
That's the question.
The question. Being willing to be challenged on it. Or
I'm willing to be challenged. I'm willing to be challenged. You're clearly not. You're clearly not willing to be challenged. You're clearly not willing to be. Okay, I'll just mute you. No problem. You're clearly not willing to be challenged. No, I don't have to mute you. I'm muting you because it's not a productive conversation. You asked me. You said I'm willing to be challenged. Are you willing?
Let's talk productive.
Are you willing?
About Georgia.
No. Are you willing to be challenged?
Yeah, let's talk about.
Okay, you're willing to be challenged. What's your qualifications? What's your qualifications?
For what?
To have this conversation.
My qualifications are to ask you where you're coming from?
Your qualifications to have a discussion about critical race theory.
Okay, to have a discussion about critical race theory?
Right, sure.
What do you mean when you say critical race theory?
You just asked me, what do you think about critical race theory? I'm asking you what your qualification. What are your qualifications? What are your qualifications to have this conversation? Last chance. You could say, I don't know, I graduated high school. I haven't really looked into it much. Or I attended several courses. Okay, what are your qualifications?
Well, if you're saying that high school is a qualification, I did graduate high school.
Congratulations.
Although, to be fair, it's quite some time ago.
Okay, so everyone, after 10 minutes, sure, I'll tell you what I want to say first. After 10 minutes of asking me what my qualifications were and implying that somehow I wasn't qualified to speak on these topics and he was going to challenge me on it, he couldn't simply answer what his qualifications were. And now we find out why, because Mr. Big that thinks that qualifications are somehow important. Listen, this is going to blow your mind, audience. This is going to blow your mind, audience. You ready?
Go ahead.
This guy is a high school graduate. Fantastic. He could have just answered. A high school graduate, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay, you're muted, so you can say whatever you want if you were going to talk over me. That's congratulations, a high school graduate. That's fantastic. Oh, no, they can't. You can say whatever you want to me. Go ahead and keep interrupting. Ladies and gentlemen, a high school graduate on here. Well, I'm a high school graduate, and I demand to know what your qualifications are on these type of things. Because you're talking over me, that's why I muted you. Now, if you want to have a civil discussion now that we've got the irrelevance out of the... Because you're talking over me, so it's not a discussion. You talking over me isn't... It's not me being a bully. It's my show. I can do what I want. You're being a bully by talking over me.
Any sort of discussion.
No, if I was choosing to believe in a way that wasn't allowing discussion, it would be this. I'm just going to keep talking over you over and over again. I'm just going to continue to talk over you like you were to me. If you were ability to mute me when you're trying to make a point and I'm just talking over you and not leaving your point be heard, then not right. That's right. You can't mute me. But if you would, you could, because it's not productive if I continue to talk over you. I'm just going to keep talking over you over and over again. See, are we having a productive conversation? Go ahead and respond. So I'm just talking over you over and over again. So go ahead. What's your point? Well, I'm just going to keep talking over you because you originally came in and were condescending to talking about what my qualifications were.
Why do you
right now, I'm just going to keep talking over you over and over again. Right? This is productive, right? This is productive.
Why do you find that?
And if you ask me questions, I'm just going to continue to ignore and not answer them. Right?
Is it
so this talking over you works really good right now.
Does it hurt your ego?
No, it has nothing to do with my ego. No, if you'd like to ask me the question instead of calling in and being condescending and trying to talk over me and stuff like that, we could have a conversation.
I'm sorry
I asked specifically. No, it didn't hurt my feelings. I'm feeling quite good. No. So it didn't hurt my feelings. It did not hurt my feelings. Pointing out kind of the highfalutin people like you. No, my feelings aren't hurt. I'm having a great time. If my feelings are hurt, I wouldn't be smiling.
You don't sound like it. You sound very sad and upset.
I'm not sad and upset. You sound like you're sad and upset. You sound like someone that was that was afraid to acknowledge that you don't have any credentials on this topic whatsoever. You demanded that you hear people's I'll just mute you again if you're going to talk over me. You sound like someone that came in and wanted to make credentials an issue, but you don't have any credentials yourself, so you avoided the conversation over and over again. Instead of just saying, well, I really don't have any expertise. You could have literally said, I don't have any expertise in this. I was just wondering what you are. Instead...
You're talking about your college career of debate.
Right.
Which is
That's
not relevant.
Right. Yes, it is relevant because the argument that you were talking about switch side debate is actually true. But if you read critical literature on this, it shows that switch side debate is actually one of the most important things you could do to understanding of a topic. Because if you learn to argue the pros and cons of both sides of the debate, you're more likely to come to a more nuanced position on an issue that is closer to the truth than if you just ideologically argue one side of the debate. That's why being good in the debate.
Point, but
right.
Your behavior proves the exact opposite.
No,
you're not nuanced. You're
doing so it's not nuanced.
Thing. You're an extremist.
I'm not. What's extreme?
Or at least, I shouldn't say that. The behavior you've exhibited tonight is that of an extremist. You might just be having a bad night or something.
Give me an example.
I don't know in general.
Give me an example.
Give me an example of an extremist perspective.
Give me an example of where I've shown to be an extremist this evening.
Okay, so for example, one of your extremist views is by saying that you don't believe that your perspective on race and healthcare in this country, and that you think we should all just be treated without taking into account all the disadvantages people are under and things of that nature. You're just saying, well, let's just dismiss all that and not take into account all these other effects. That's completely unrealistic. And not only that, it's quite if it's being not just you talking, but if someone in a policy making position is implementing what you're talking about, it's extremely harmful.
No, it's not. Because that's not an accurate representation of my position.
Okay, for example, accurate me. Then correct me.
Right. So if we're talking about giving life-saving medication, we should not do so based on factors such as race, unless race is the crucial factor in why this particular illness is affecting certain people. So for example,
what do you mean by that?
Right, let me give you an example. Yeah. So a disease like sickle cell anemia clearly the greatest disproportionate affects black people. So it entirely makes sense to make sure that when we're working on sickle cell anemia, that we work primarily on getting that medication to black people. Just like if we were doing breast cancer, it would totally make sense to gear that towards women.
Okay,
however,
let me ask you a question about that then. If you want to talk about,
well, I mean, if I could finish my point, if I could finish my point clearly, so that's different than focusing on race when race isn't the central factor. And focusing on race to the detriment of people dying. That is not the role of the CDC.
Advocating for that, though.
The CDC is.
No, they're not.
Yes. So the CDC did not say that their policy would result in up to 6.5% more people dying?
No.
They didn't say that?
No.
Okay, we'll bring it up.
But let me ask
No,
you
no, no,
this.
no.
You're
You've
talking
said
about-
that I've misrepresented the data. So you're the fourth person this week that said that. I guess the reason you're saying this is because you understand intuitively that that would be a heinous thing to do. So we'll just go to the CDC's own words, and you could tell me where I'm wrong. Okay? Here's the link.
Well, again, I'm on my phone, so I can't see if you're pulling stuff up on Twitch, I can't see it. 'Cause on
Okay,
Discord,
well,
at
that's
least on my
fine.
phone,
Then I guess
it
you'll
only
have to...
has- it
Then
only
I
shows-
guess
it
what
only-
you'll have to do is take my word, seeing as how I could see what
Well,
the CDC
okay,
is
tell
saying.
me what I can hold on. I can't go on Twitch, but I can probably go on a website. All right, what website are you referring to?
CDC.gov, vaccines,
CDC.gov.
AKIP, or /AKIP, /meetings, /downloads, /slides.
What's it? Go a little slower. You talk very fast.
Okay.
ACAB, ACAP.
CDC.gov, /vaccines, /ACIP.
Hold on. Vaccines, /ACIP.
/meetings,
Okay, /meetings. Got it.
/downloads. This is so stupid.
/downloads. I know, but it's the only way to do it. Okay, I'm here.
It's
Is this it?
/slides,
Okay. /slides.
-2020,
-2020. Okay.
-11.
That's it?
No, there's a lot more.
Okay.
That's why it's stupid.
-11.
/COVID, all caps.
/COVID. Okay.
-04.
-004.
Capital D OOLING.
DOOLING. Dueling.
Yep. Dot
Okay.
PDF.
Okay. That is the end. All right. .pdf. Okay. Selective groups for vaccine allocation, phase 1, phase 2. Okay, it's 40 pages. What page are you referring to specifically?
Go to page 20.
Hold on. Let's see here. Okay,
Population-wide averted deaths. See it?
hold on. Population-wide averted deaths. Yes.
Okay.
Initially
Eviction block. What's it say there? Read it to me. Initially, go ahead. Start there. Read it slow.
Initially vaccinating age people who are equal or older than 65 in phase 1 averts approximately 0.5 to 2% more deaths compared to targeting high-risk adults or essential workers.
So translate that
Okay.
sentence for me.
Initially vaccinating older people in phase 1B averts.
What's that mean? Averts deaths. Avoids, right?
Right. That
So-
they want to prevent deaths by
Not that they
specifically
want,
going to
not that
the
they
groups
want.
that are high. Say it one more time. Sorry.
Not that they want. They're
You're
saying
that they want to basically go out to target groups that they feel are in the higher risk categories because of the nature of the virus.
no. This all we're talking about is this sentence. This sentence literally says if we vaccinated the people that were over 65 in the second phase, we would avert 0.5% to 2.
Second phase 1B.
Right, which is the second phase. The first phase is phase 1A.
Well, then it would be phase 2A.
No, it's the second rounds of vaccines that are being given out. You could
Second
contextualize
round
it
of the
all you
first
want.
phase.
Right. So the second time, whatever. If we would give that in that phase, if we gave it to people 65 and older, we would avert 0.5% to 2% deaths. Go down to the next page.
No, that's not the whole sentence. So it's saying 0.5% to 2% deaths, more deaths compared to targeting high risk adults or essential workers.
Right. So they're
In
looking
other
at.
words, there's a finite or limited supply and obviously logistical ability to disseminate this vaccine to to everyone blanket immediately. Therefore, they're saying
Right.
given
Yes.
those
You're exactly right. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. You're exactly right. So what this entire
Well, I'm
chart
just
was.
saying that the second part of that sentence is important too.
Right.
because it's
Okay.
not
So
happening
let's
in a
talk
vacuum.
about it briefly. So what is this chart doing? If you read the whole thing, what it is it's saying there's 4 groups of people, right? So if you go up to the top, you can see it. There's 4 groups of people that they're
No, this
isolating.
is-
Right. There's
This one has 3 groups.
right. So hear me
high
out. Just
risk
hear me out for a
essential
second.
workers.
Hear me out for a second. Right? There's 4 groups of people. So if you go up to page 7, it isolates 4 groups. The group with high risk medical condition, the group with essential
Hold on,
workers.
let me go pull up. Hold on. Okay, Wait, page 7. You're talking about the ethical principles.
No, page 7. It should say proposed groups for phase 1 vaccination. Page 7.
Oh, on my phone that's page 9.
Okay, you see that though? It lists 4 groups, right? Health risk medical conditions, essential workers, healthcare personnel, and adults 65 and over. Right? You see that?
Yeah, it says healthcare personnel, essential worker,
right.
About 21 million essential workers. It gives the numbers for how many these different categories represent.
Right.
As well as the qualifying factors.
Exactly. Okay, so there's 4 groups, right? We agree.
Right.
Okay. Now let me. Okay. Right. So let me explain. You see down in that box in the corner where it says Phase 1A. It's on that same page you were just on.
The summary of work consideration for supporting.
No. You must be on it. You must be on a different page. Anyways, the only point. I don't think you'll disagree with this. So Phase 1A was guaranteed healthcare personnel. So there's 4 groups they're saying would be necessary, but everyone's in agreement that the healthcare professionals should get it first. That's Phase 1A. That's the only point I'm trying to make here, right? We agree on that?
I can't see what you're referring to, but
okay, go to page 1. Go to the very top. Go to the very top.
I want to hear the point you're making.
Okay, so then there's 3 groups that they're discussing. Who should be the next to get the vaccine? Right? Makes sense?
Okay. Well, I don't know that because it's.
I mean, I don't know I don't know how we could have this conversation. Like you literally claimed that I'm.
It's possible that because in the previous category it specifically distinguishes essential workers and then the subcategory of essential medical workers. In this one, it does not do that, and it doesn't make that differentiation. So
you're not even on the same page as me.
Initially...
You're not even on the same. The entire purpose of this chart.
Let's just go with what you're saying, though.
Now I just want to say briefly that you're making the claim that I'm misrepresenting the data, and you're admitting, or you misrepresenting.
I'm not making that claim. I'm not saying you're misrepresenting.
Yes, you said that it wasn't true when I said the CDC said that more people would die.
Initially, that they're trying to kill. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you said that wasn't true.
I thought you meant. As far as the categorization of essential medical versus any.
So do you understand? They're saying there's 4 groups. There's healthcare workers, then there's essential workers that don't include healthcare, there's high-risk medical conditions, and there's adults over the age of 65. The reason those are the 4...
So you're saying that the phase 1 is for the healthcare workers.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Phase 1A is healthcare workers. Exactly. Right? Yeah. So then we go back to page 20 where it says initially vaccinated. So it's now talking about the entire presentation after that is, okay, we agree healthcare workers get it. Now, who gets it second? And there's 3 possible categories: people over the age of 65, high-risk adults, or essential workers that aren't healthcare. Right? That's it. So let's read that sentence again. Initially vaccinating the age 65 in phase 1B averts approximately 0.5% to 2% more deaths compared to targeting high-risk adults or essential workers. So it's saying if we prioritize the age 65 over these other 2 groups, we will save lives. 0.5% to 2%. That's what that sentence is saying.
Right. That they are at a higher risk than the other 2 categories.
Exactly. So let's go down to the next, page 21. This is if it's a disease-blocking vaccine.
Population-wide averted deaths, you're saying?
Disease-blocking vaccine. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, it says initially vaccinating age 65 in phase 1B averts approximately 2 to 6.5% more deaths compared to targeting high-risk adults and essential workers. Right? So in other words, are we in total agreement here? According to the CDC's own number, if they prioritize the over 65 group, they would save 0.5% to 6.5% lives, depending on factors. We're in agreement.
I think it's more complicated than that. This doesn't have. I would say that there's a little bit more to what you're saying because obviously there are older adults who are also in higher risk categories who might have, who have certain underlying conditions, or there could be older adults who are, still working in the healthcare industry or grocery stores or other essential worker.
But it's taking that. It's taking that into. It's taking that into account, right? It's taking that into account.
How do you know that?
Because you can actually, if you go up to page, listen. Because if you go up to page 7, you can see they draw a Venn diagram that show exactly that. So, for example, it shows that adults over the age of 65 do make up a part of that group that's people with high-risk medical conditions. And they make up a small portion of essential workers and a small percentage of healthcare personnel. So what we're doing is you think of this as a Venn diagram. So, for example, healthcare personnel, that's a group that's in its own bubble. But some healthcare personnel are also going to be people that are over age 65, right? But by prioritizing healthcare personnel, despite what other groups they may be in, we're ensuring that everyone that's a healthcare personnel gets that vaccine, right?
Right, because the healthcare personnel are the ones that are necessary to distribute it to other
Absolutely.
people. It's that
Yeah,
idea of like if you're on an airplane and
Yep.
they say put on your oxygen mask before you do it for your kid or something like that.
Right.
At the beginning.
No argument here. Like, I totally agree. So I think we should all agree that it makes sense for the healthcare. So the question is to get it first. So the question is the next group. Now, you saying, but maybe some of the people over the age of 65 could fall into those other categories. Yes, but this is why if we had to choose one of the three categories to give, even though there is some overlap, the CDC is saying if we choose to give this vaccine to everyone over the age of 65, that will save 0.5 to 2% deaths. Or if it's a disease-blocking vaccine, it will save 0.2 or 2% to 6.5%. That's their words. It's not mine. It's in black and white. This isn't ambiguous. They're literally saying if we gave this vaccine to people over the age of 65, we could save up to 6.5%, as opposed to giving it to these other groups first.
I mean, that's obviously not taking into account a significant amount of factors. For example, if you're working, one of the biggest problems we have with this is not just vaccine distribution, but also the level of care at a bunch of our elder care facilities across the country. We
Right.
can both agree on that, right?
Yes.
And that's something that makes the U.S. population much more vulnerable as opposed to, as opposed to actually quite a few other, quote unquote industrialized countries. But it's not happening in a vacuum. This isn't happening in isolation. There's obviously a myriad of factors that, including things like.
I don't understand. I don't understand what that has to do with the CDC statement here. The CDC,
because it's not.
So your argument is when the CDC is in their official document discussing how they should give the vaccine, they're not when they say if we gave the vaccine to this population, it would save this percentage of lives. You're saying, well, they're erroneous because they're not factoring in a bunch of other factors. That's your argument. That when the CDC came up with this, okay, so then you're accepting the CDC. It's in black and white. The CDC is saying 0.5% to 6.5% more people would be saved. Or deaths would be averted.
I don't disagree with that. I disagree with what the interpretation of that data means.
Okay, well, but
and
listen,
how it plays out in the real world.
Okay, but it will make this discussion go much simpler if we can come to commonality agreements.
Get your conclusion. I'm sorry to keep nitpicking. Go ahead.
No, I don't mind the nitpicking. I'm just saying
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we agree.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We agree that if the CDC's admitting if the over 65 people got it, up to 6.5% of deaths could be averted. Agreed?
Right, depending on a disease-blocking vaccine and its efficiency.
Exactly. So a 0.5% to a 6.5. Exactly. But they're admitting lives would be saved if we gave it to this population first. They ultimately come to the conclusion to not give it to that group first. So they use three characteristics. So if you continue to scroll down, it says science on page 23, science, implementation, and ethics.
Got it, page 23.
Okay? So that's the science.
Science. Right, and it looks like each of these categories are checked off for science.
So it's by science, and which this is actually erroneous because we know when it comes to science, more people would be saved, the adults over 65. But for some reason, they arbitrarily say it's equal on all three measures. Anyways, we move on.
It might be a percent. It might. I mean, it depends on how the date. Right. Okay. Whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. Implementation. It's just how easy it would be to get these populations the vaccine. Right. So if you scroll down, I'll spare you the rigmarole. But if you go down to page 29, you can see an implementation.
You're talking about work group assessment. Oh wait.
It should say overall. Yes, overall. Which group has the best implementation?
So it says essential workers are at 2 pluses, adults with high risk and adults with years of age are at 3 pluses.
Right.
For implementation.
So people over the age of 65, right? Mm-hmm. So we can agree, according to the CDC, more lives would be saved if we gave it to people over the age of 65, and it would be easier to implement giving it to people over the age of 65. Do you disagree with that?
I think that's what this particular set of data might be saying. I think if you're looking at this from a real life policy perspective, other things have to be held into account, such as who are going to be more likely to coming into, what the carriers look like, what the, are people, what does it actually look like upon implementation?
Right.
And what are the other implications out of it beyond that? So I would agree that in a vacuum, of course. But obviously, when you're making important policy decisions like this, you have to take into account a holistic perspective If you don't,
Okay,
you're doing
so
a disservice.
that's where the discussion. Now, by the way, thank you. I think this is a far more reasonable discussion. I don't mind having this at all. Right? I think it's
I
fine.
don't mind having it.
All right, it's different than coming in and condescendingly asking me my credentials. But anyways, to get back to this because
I'm
it's
just
a
trying
good
to find out
conversation.
who you are. That was all I was asking.
It was
I've
definitely
never
condescending,
seen
and you know
heard
it.
of you before.
Right, it was condescending, and you knew it. Anyways,
Okay,
so
go ahead, though.
so then
You're saying-
okay, so you say that this is looking at it in a vacuum. So let me just ask you, like, what would your opinion be? What is the role of the CDC? So the CDC is giving these guidelines out. Let me ask you, they're in advisory capacity, right? They're not actually creating laws. They're advising the people that will create the laws on how to give the vaccine, correct?
The CDC has a couple roles. They do some administration as well, of course, and execution of policy.
But they would be overridden by a governor. For example, if a governor says, this is the group I want to get the vaccine first, the CDC can't overrule them. They're not lawmakers.
Well, right. I mean, they function under the executive branch of government. They're executing the policy. They're the ones who administer.
Right,
and
exactly.
To a certain extent. And yes, they also do provide information. But
right. Advisory
we have to
and
also
execution.
take
I agree. Yeah.
But we also have to take into account, of course, the radical and significant changes the CDC has undertaken in recent years.
But okay, that I don't understand the relevance of that.
A lot of information, a lot of whistleblowing that's come out about how a lot of the decisions that are supposed to be completely based on science, have been politicized to a point where people resigned, people who were there for many years, some of the top scientists, where there was, a lot of hands being forced. They said, hey, we don't want this information coming out, put it out that way. So, I mean, that's well documented. I'm sure you and your audience are well aware of being politicals, but I think it's important to keep that in mind as well, because that can have implications on exactly this sort of thing. But go ahead.
That's my entire argument. That they're not acting as scientists and medical professionals to save lives. They're acting politically.
I agree. They've been wildly politicized under this administration.
Okay.
It's terrible.
So that's my entire argument. Why should they be trusted?
Wait,
then?
That's your argument?
Yes.
What?
Why should we trust an organization that's not based on science but instead political?
Okay, so that's even that, though, is a little less nuanced than how I'd put it. I would say that I don't think you throw obviously, it's not.
I mean, you said it was important but you said it was important to take it into context. So
yes,
I'm
take
taking
into context.
Okay.
Exactly. That doesn't mean that you destroy everything and say none of this is valid. It means you have to have a nuanced, holistic view of what's going on, and you have to also consider all the implications. For example, anyway.
Okay. So let me ask this then. So then two questions, and I'll make them real quick. One, are you saying that are you just simple questions? Do you think that politicization means that you suspect the claims we just made that giving it to over 65 would avert deaths?
No, of course it would avert deaths.
Okay, so you are in agreement, despite what you're saying, that you think, based on your admittedly, just like my admittedly layman knowledge, that because elderly people are way more disproportionately dying of this disease, it would make sense that it would avert deaths. And we have no reason to dispute the CDC's claims that getting that population the vaccine first would avert deaths. You agree with that?
Getting it to any population would avert deaths, of course.
Well, but that's different, right? Of course. But for example, if we decided to give it to a bunch of 18-year-olds that were incredibly healthy, yes, there might be 1 or 2 deaths that were averted, but that would lead to more deaths because we have a finite amount of vaccines. So there were actually people susceptible to the disease that missed out because we gave that finite amount to healthy people that didn't need it, right? You see what I'm saying?
Right, I do. Although, again, and we can look to how some of the country, how Israel, for example, who has, you can look to a lot of the countries that, by definition, by the numbers, have much better healthcare system and outcomes than we do, and what some of the, best practices are. That, of course, you have to take into account who's interacting with who. What, even if someone is asymptomatic, they can still be a spreader, and they can, it's not. It's
the data is quite clear that
it's the same argument. It's the same thing like this. People aren't, you don't wear a mask just to protect you from someone else coughing on you.
Right.
You wear a mask to protect other people from you coughing on them, if you catch me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I understand what you're saying, but I mean,
It's that
this
sort
is
of mentality.
this is a sort
Go
of
ahead.
tangential, like we're going off in the weeds here. But I mean,
no, I think it's quite relevant. I think it's
the
quite
best
relevant.
science, the best science that I've seen shows that the amount of spread that's came from asymptomatic is incredibly low, like less than 1%. That's been replicated over and over, but it's kind of irrelevant to this conversation we're having here, because the question is, do we have reason to distrust the claim that the CDC is making that if we gave this to elderly people as opposed to essential workers, lives would be saved? Do you have reason to distrust that claim? When I asked you, you were like, well, of course, if you give the vaccine to people, it will save lives. That's not the claim. We're saying if you give the vaccine to Group A instead of Group B, would that save more lives than giving it to Group B instead of Group A? So do you agree with...
I'll say that in general, we can trust these numbers, but if I were
Fair
making the policy decision, if I was in charge of it, I would have to dig deeper, and I'd have to talk to the researchers who came up with this and look, I'd have to look a little deeper.
I mean, I don't see any reason to assume that the CDC didn't do that. That they just, like, I would assume when they came up with those numbers, they had done their research to come up with those numbers. I don't know where the...
It's not about doing the research. It's about the way that the research is done. It's, for example, if you have someone saying, let's just say theoretically, I'm not pointing to any fingers or nothing like that, but let's just say you have an administration that's already shown that, as opposed to historically, where most administrations, especially over the last 40 or 50 years, have been hands off as far as politicizing the CDC, you have an administration that says, no, this is going to hurt me politically because it's, they presume the global pandemic has implications for election. Therefore, I don't want this language coming. I want this, And matter of fact, for example, and again, I'm not saying this happened, but just theoretically, for example, elderly voters, mean a lot to me. I want to make sure they're getting vaccines first because they voted a much higher percentage. And just make sure that when we come out with something, we reflect that or I'm just saying that if I were the one in charge of actual oversight on this, if I were the one who were making the policy decision, or like you said, if I was a governor whose health department is going to be administrating this or whatever, I would personally want to say, hey, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with your numbers or how you came to it. I want to know how you got there, and I want you to walk me through the methodology that was used in this research.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that the people that are giving this presentation somehow did not ask these relevant questions? Right? You're saying if it was me, I would dig further. The people giving this presentation says, here are our numbers. And you're saying, well, but it could be that they need to ask themselves how they themselves came up with those numbers.
No, not they themselves. They're the ones presenting. And I'm saying the check and balance, the people who it's being presented to.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. But that's this is the CDC presenting this information, and it's their data. So we could reasonably assume that they believe their own data.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And their data says that if up to 6.5% of deaths could be averted if we gave this to people over the age of 65. Correct?
That is what it seems that the data they presented suggests.
Okay.
That seems like
I'm glad we could get there.
Reasonable assumption.
Right. They also said that would be easier to implement for people over age 65. That's what the chart says, correct?
Right. You have a lot of people in elderly homes or in
actually those people are considered they get it in 1A actually. It's healthcare, essential healthcare workers and long-term care facility livers. Yes, they get it in part 1. So these 53 million adults over the age of 65, these are...
Where do you see that ad?
This is going to be up towards the top. So let me
pull this up right quick. High-risk healthcare personnel, long-term care. It doesn't say patients of long-term care facilities, right? It's talking about the workers. Hospitals, long-term care facilities, outpatient,
residents and staff. Long-term care facility residents and staff accounted for 6% of cases.
Right, but as far as the categories of healthcare personnel, that's in the 1A. That's what I'm referring to.
All right, it doesn't matter. That actually, it doesn't matter because that argument actually helps your side anyway. So fine. It says there somewhere. It says there somewhere, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because it would help your side. So we could see implementation-wise, they say it's easier to give to people that are over 65. It would save lives to give it to people over the age of 65. Now we get to ethics. That's page. Now let me get. That's page 31.
Let's see, science. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Maximize benefits and minimize harms.
both get dark green. That's good.
Wait, what? Sorry, what are you reading?
Yeah, right where you're
I
at.
have the
Maximize.
paper.
Right. So maximize benefit. See how both adults and essential workers get dark green on section 1, light green on section 2. Promote justice is dark green for essential workers. Drop down to mitigate health inequities. What's it say there?
Got it.
Racial and ethnic minority groups disproportionately represented in many essential industries. Now go over to the over 65. See that section that's highlighted red? Why do you think it's highlighted red?
Hold on. You're talking about racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented. Adults under over 65 or equal 65.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Why do
I
you
got
think?
it.
Why would you guess that that's highlighted red? Why do people normally highlight things when they're doing presentations?
You want to draw someone's attention to it.
Right. So they think that's a very important factor, right?
Possibly. I'm not sure. I'd have to. Again, yeah. Go ahead. What's your point, though?
Okay. So the point is,
I don't know if that's the reason why it's in a different color or not.
Right.
But go ahead.
But the reason is they at least factored in that in the over age 65 population that there's a disproportional amount of white people.
Oh, yeah, of course, right.
Okay.
Right, of course.
So
That
then what we're
people's-
left with.
that life expectancy is different. But yeah, of course.
Okay.
Right.
So what we're
okay, I
left
get what you're
is
saying. Yeah,
what we're
that's-
left
yeah,
is
I
then,
don't think anyone would argue that.
and ultimately the conclusion that is offered is they recommend actually phase 1B going to the essential workers instead of the adults over age 65. That's page 34.
Okay. So your issue is that you're saying that theoretically there could be, but again, that's why it's under the morals and ethics. That's the point.
Why is it more ethical to prefer one race over another?
See, that's the point. Exactly how you frame that question. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. That's perfect. That's the heart of it, and that's what I think is so key to this whole thing, and that's what really, forgive the metaphor, but kind of tripped my trigger initially. That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Okay, so can you answer the
You
question?
know, it's like, again, just, to make an analogy of it, it's like if you're standing on a treadmill, you're still going backwards. You got to be moving forward to catch up. You know what I'm saying?
I have no idea
You
what that
can't-
metaphor
you
has
can't-
anything to do with my question. No.
I'm saying that you can't take this, you can't take race out, to not include race as a factor in this, especially when it comes to healthcare access in this country and healthcare outcomes, is inappropriate.
That's ridiculous. Why would it be?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Do you know why Black mothers are so much higher, have such a higher likelihood to die during childbirth than their white counterparts?
I would assume it's probably because lower economic status and the lack of access to health care.
That's part of it, but that's not all of it.
Okay.
Do you know that there are peer-reviewed and absolute, confirmed scientific studies showing that that doctors do not provide the same levels of access to things like, pain medication for Black mothers who are going through childbirth and their white counterparts, or Black people and their white counterparts in general? Are you aware
I'm not.
of that?
I'm not aware of those studies, but let's assume. I will give you the benefit of the doubt and assume they're true. Would the correct
Okay,
reaction to
so-
this then to be to give them to Black people but not white people?
No, the action is to correct it.
Right. So the action would be to stop having a racial focus where one
Racial
race group is
disparity, exactly.
right. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right,
See?
right.
We are on the same page.
No, we're not on the same page because you wouldn't do
Yes,
that
we
at the
are. That's
expense
exactly what I'm
of. No,
talking
that's
about.
not what
And
we
how
would
do you
do.
get there?
No, that's not what we're talking about. We wouldn't say we get there by causing more people to die.
Again, you're framing it outside of the context. It's
a very simple context. The fact that the CDC's role is not to solve some sort of historical racial inequities. That's not their role. Their role is to stop this disease and stop people dying from it. They have no business talking about a factor such as race. That is nothing. Now, if it was sickle
See,
cell,
that's the point. Exactly that. That's the point.
no.
Again, as I
Please
said
explain to me
before,
why. Explain. All I
Okay,
want you to
because
do is
I
explain to
will.
me why it's
will.
important to give people of color, a group of people of color,
the
why that means more
framing
people
of-
should die. Just explain that. That's
framing
fine.
of it, the framing of it is exactly that. That's exactly it. You're framing it in a fashion that I would argue is part of the mentality that perpetuates the problem.
I mean,
Again,
this
by
is.
not
I'm going to
taking-
leave you speak,
by
but
not
you're
taking
making
into-
my argument. I'll leave you speak. I'll just say
you're
this real
making
quick.
my argument,
No. You're literally. When I talk about the
not
dangers
taking-
of critical race theory, what you're about to say is exhibit 1 of how damaging this ideology is, because you're literally going to proceed to tell us why, in order to somehow solve some racial inequity, more people need to die. Go ahead.
That seems like something you're projecting.
No, I'm not
What I'm
predicting. We
saying is
just
that-
went through the CDC data. You acknowledged.
What
Yes,
I'm
the
saying- what
CDC
I'm
is
saying
literally
is that-
saying more people will die.
What I'm saying is that so you're familiar with the Tuskegee experiments?
Yes.
What year was that?
It was Tuskegee Airmen, what, 60s?
Not the Tuskegee Airmen.
But it was
Tuskegee
airmen. But
experiments.
I think it was airmen that were experimented on. I believe it was the 60s. I could be wrong.
The airmen.
This was. I don't. What's the matter if I don't know the decade? It was they
so
intentionally
it's-
gave syphilis to predominant or almost all black people. Yes, I'm aware of it.
Not predominantly. It was to all black people,
Okay.
and they didn't give them the treatment. So
They gave them
could study.
placebos, right? Yes.
Well, they did. No, they had them. Right, they had but they also had the medicine. They chose not to give it. To
Right,
them.
exactly.
Well, they
That's
told them
why
that-
they gave them placebos, because they wanted to see basically how bad syphilis
Okay.
would get. Yes,
Right.
it's
On
horrific.
on human people. Yeah.
Right, horrific. Yep.
And you said that was in the 60s, right?
I can't remember, but let's say sometime between the 40s and
okay.
60s. I don't know.
Okay. So okay. All right. Forget the history. Forget what happened, last generation, 2 generations ago. Let's talk about right now.
Okay.
Right now, if you are a black woman giving birth in America, you are significantly more likely to die during childbirth.
Okay.
If you are a black person receiving medical treatment, you are significantly more likely to get worse medical treatment.
Okay.
To therefore not take the reality of the situation at hand into account, by definition, perpetuates the problem.
That's outrageous. What does childbirth have anything to
Wait,
do with
why
the
is that
CDC's
outrageous?
response to a pandemic?
Wait. Why is that outrageous?
Because
Go
it
ahead.
has nothing to do with fighting against a pandemic. If your argument is the
It has to do with
CDC,
everything.
if- That's
Every
not true. It's
single-
not everything. It's not
every single
everything.
access point to the healthcare system is touched by this. It has to do with everything. And by the way, yes, COVID has disproportionately killed black people as opposed to their white counterparts. In this
Right, and
country.
because of this policy of
yes,
giving
it
it to a
does
younger
touch
age
this.
population, more black people will
All of
die
the-
because they're in the elderly
all-
population
all-
as well.
all of-
You literally no, I
all-
give you a
all
chance
of-
to. I
all
give
of
you a
the
chance to
points-
speak. I give you a chance to speak. The argument that we
all of the
see
point-
made from the critical race theory is everything's racist, so therefore we could justify killing people
See,
or
again,
not giving
that's the-
life-saving
that's-
medication to people because we have to solve racism.
Again, what you're saying right now, you're doing something that has a significant level of cognitive dissonance, and I want to be aware of it.
It's
I
not
want you to be
cognitive
aware of
dissonance.
Let me explain. Let me explain what I mean by that before you say it's not.
My God, I had the same
On
argument.
the one
over and
hand,
over. Go ahead.
first of all, we haven't. This is the first time I've
This
ever
is
brought
the
it up.
fifth time I've had this argument in this week with people that are making. I think you're doing a better job, but that are making us.
the point.
Sure.
Let me make the point, and then you can argue it.
Okay.
On the one hand, you're saying that yes, racial disparities in the healthcare system in general, and specifically when it has to do with deaths, but with COVID and the tragedies that happen from there. Yes, you're saying that's obviously that's indisputable. On the other hand, you're saying that absolutely can't be taken into account, and that by taking into account is outrageous. I would
Say the first
argue
part
that
again real
by
quick.
not
I
taking
missed
into
the
account
first.
is outrageous.
I missed the first part slightly.
you would agree that there are healthcare disparities. We've already established that.
Right, but that we
And
haven't
not in
agreed that those
healthcare in
disparities
general,
are because
even
of
in COVID
race. We haven't agreed
even
that they're
COVID
because of
specifically.
race. We haven't agreed with that. For example, it could be
I'm
that
not
there's
saying it's because of race, of course not.
okay.
I'm saying it's because of how black people are treated in this country.
Okay, that's because
I'm
of
saying
race.
that
Then
if you want
that's
to
the
look
definition
at the numbers
of being because of race.
if you want to look at no, it's not because of. I'm not saying what you may or may not be arguing. I'm not well enough to make the assumption is that there might be a group of people who are superior genetically or inferior, something like that. I'm saying, of course not. That has nothing to do with it. What I'm saying is that people are getting different treatment. A doctor will look at a black person and assume they have a higher pain tolerance and potentially
because of
not
their
give
race.
them life-saving medication because of it, and there are plenty of studies to show this, and especially poignant when we're horrific when we're talking about during childcare.
Again, like and just real quick, let me say this is what's frustrating. You said because of their race. People get different medical treatment because of their race. You said, no, that's not what I'm saying. And then you literally talk for 3 minutes and say, they assume that black people have a higher pain tolerance because of their race. So you're literally agreeing with what I just said, but doing so in a way where you disagree. It's what makes it frustrating to have these conversations. You could just say, yeah, that's what I'm saying, because of the race.
Let's take the point that we agree on that then.
Okay.
Let's say we agree
I'm
on
not
that.
saying we
That
agree on it
there's
because I haven't
a
read the data.
disparity.
I haven't read the data. There is a chance that there's a disparity, but it's primarily
Well,
economic.
Again, if you want to talk about racism and racial issues within the healthcare system, and you haven't read this very well-known, very well-publicized data, I would argue that that should be part of your homework. Read up on this stuff.
No,
Don't
because
just make
I don't need to
assumptions
read
based
up on it.
your-
I don't need to read up on it. The difference is you're saying that I've conceded that.
Why don't you need to read up on
Just let me finish and I'll explain. The difference is you're saying that I concede that. I don't. But I am saying for the sake of argument, I'll assume it's true. So I don't need to read up on it because it's irrelevant
why
to the
don't you?
conversation.
Why shouldn't you
Because
learn
it's
about that if you
irrelevant
want
to the
have a nuanced
conversation.
discussion about that.
It's
Wait, you're saying
irrelevant
it's
to the
irrelevant?
Yes. We shouldn't
So you're saying
prioritize.
that
We
you
shouldn't.
would-
We should not. Let me tell you why it's irrelevant. We should not, because of, and we're agreeing with your data, even though I don't know if it's true, we'll agree for the sake of argument, because black women, when they give childbirth, are less likely to get pain pills, that we should have 6.5% more people die in order in how we prescribe the COVID vaccines. One has nothing to do with the other.
Again, you're willing to. This is just like before. This is why I say you're an extremist, not willing to discuss nuanced, holistic policy, because you're not willing. You're saying there's one piece of this I'm going to take out of context and blow up to make
Out
some
of
outrageous
context?
point. Maybe, yeah. Let me finish my point. I'll let you finish yours. Maybe it's because it makes for better, Twitch TV or whatever this is, or maybe you don't really believe that stuff. Whatever. I don't know you well enough to make that assumption, but you're taking one thing completely out of context, blowing it up, and making that the focus, and saying that yes, this is a false dichotomy, isn't this outrageous, blah blah blah. And that's exactly the problem with this sort of talk show over and over and over, because your Rush Limbaughs, that's how people make their careers, because it's outrageous to say claims like that and you get people all riled up, but it's not a true reflection of what's happening. And of course there is a reason why Black people are disproportionately dying as opposed to their white counterparts from this disease. And not just from this disease, but in general, not just from childbirth, but in all sorts of ways that the United States healthcare system touches their lives. Yes, there is a significant disparity. And the fact that you are willing to talk at such lengths about these issues and have such strong opinions without even doing the research and having the data to back up a nuanced, holistic approach, to me, again, suggests part of the problem. And not only that, but you say, well, I don't need to learn about that. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean you shouldn't learn about it.
Okay,
That's
have you done the
something that I take
research?
issue
Okay,
with.
fine. Have you done the research on the amount of academic programs, particularly in the medical field, that adopt policies or that adapt academic fields such as critical race theory? Have you done your research on that?
First off, again, when you say critical race
No.
theory, I don't know,
I'm just
by
asking if you've done your
definition,
research.
what do you mean?
Critical race theory, for example, people that push the idea that there's systemic racism in this country and inequities. There's things such as white privilege, things like that.
When you let's say by definition, would white privilege be getting better access to medical care?
Sure.
Is that
That
white
would,
privilege?
yes. So
Then
how many?
yes, of
Okay, so
course.
you've done your research on how many medical colleges, medical universities teach these courses?
on how many medical colleges?
Yes. How many universities? No. It's a simple question.
Instead of answering the question or saying,
No. I answered the question. I'm asking you. See, every time I ask you a question,
I don't need to learn.
Every time I
need
ask,
to learn about this, and I'm going to ask a very specific, completely off topic.
That's right. That's what you're doing. That's right.
To you,
that's exactly right.
I don't want to deal with something.
No, that's exactly what this is.
You should be willing
the
to
point
learn.
I'm making. Why are you unwilling to learn? Why are you unwilling to learn how many of these medical institutions talk about things like white privilege and critical race theory? Why are you unwilling to learn? Don't you think that factors into the conversation? The conversation that we're teaching medical professionals to have regarding race, you don't think that factors into the conversation? No. Here's the point. And here's the point. Now, I gave you a long time to talk. I gave you a long time to talk. Like, you had a big, long time. So I'm going to say, yes, you're making the exact argument I'm making. You're saying that's irrelevant to the conversation of who should get these vaccines. Exactly. And when you're talking about other situations, okay, well, then why haven't you done your research? Why are you involved in this discussion before you researched how many of these medical institutions are teaching these things?
First off, the idea that you don't know that healthcare disparities exist in this country, you don't know the
I didn't
details
say
of,
that.
and you're just
I said I don't know why. I could look at the data
you
set
said
and see.
You didn't know that the amount of, for example, pain relievers are, there's disparity. You said you didn't know that. Is that correct? Or did you misspeak?
No, I would have guessed that you could say I would have guessed in general that there is probably figures that say there's a disparity in quality of healthcare between white and black people. The specific accusation that doctors assume black people have a higher pain tolerance, so don't give them painkillers, I was unaware of. The fact that you think that means that I'm not allowed, the fact that you think that somehow means I'm not qualified to make a statement that somehow that has nothing to do, I gave you time to talk. The fact that you're saying you made it personal. You made it personal by saying no. You made it. This is what you made it personal. You said I think that you should have to know those obvious facts before you speak on that. That is an irrelevant fact to the question of whether we should intentionally. I'm not taking it personal. You're taking it personal. You're taking it personal. That's what you're doing. I'm not taking it personal. I'm saying this is irrelevant.
All you're doing is
again, you're talking over me. You're talking over me. I'm just going to mute you. You're bringing up something that is totally irrelevant to the conversation of should we allow up to 6.5% more people to die. No, you're ignoring that.
Issue. You're not willing to have a nuanced discussion. So then, you want to bring up
it's not
the most extreme.
It's not the most extreme. It is not out of context.
Point and bring it up against something else and say, look, this is the real issue. And in fact, the reality is much more nuanced.
I'm going to mute you because you've had plenty of time to talk. So you had plenty of time. You're muted now, just so you know. So again, you had plenty of time to talk, and you're going to keep interrupting me, right? You weren't muted before. I said I would mute you, but you're muted now. So I gave you plenty of time to talk and give your opinion. What you did was you brought up something totally irrelevant to the discussion. So we went. Well, it's my channel, and I just gave you a long time to talk. So, okay, so fine. So just so you know, you're muted, so you can keep talking if you want, but I'm going to keep talking my end. So you can see what he did, and see, he continues to try to talk over me here. Is what he did was tried to make an excuse. We went through painstakingly that, yes, the CDC clearly said in their estimation that if they chose to prioritize this other group over the over 65, right, I misspoke. Right. So because they chose to prioritize one group over another group, that would lead to up to 6.5% more deaths. He agreed that that's exactly what the CDC, who's making these recommendations, says. Then he says I'm taking that out of context when I say literally the policy they're advocating for. How? Okay, I'll leave you. I'll unmute you. Can you explain how that's out of context?
Yes, because again, you've admitted that you would assume, even though you don't know because you haven't read into it for whatever reasons, and I'll let you think about that. This is significant health disparities in this country.
How is that have the okay? So let me ask you a question. So let's say hypothetically, a new bird flu strikes next year, right? Okay, a new bird flu strikes next year. Okay, you follow me so far? Let's say hypothetically next year a new bird flu strikes. Following me?
I'm sure more infectious diseases are coming.
Okay, so this bird flu kills 500,000 people. 495,000 of them are white. Okay, got it so far? If you don't want to answer, I'll just... New disease comes, 95% of the people it's killing white. Got it? Not difficult. You got it? Okay, we'll see you later then. Thanks for joining in.
I don't... Huh?
Let's say hypothetically there's a disease that kills 500,000 people that would come next.
I'm waiting for your point.
Okay, you follow me?
I'm trying not to interrupt you, but you keep...
I'm asking, are you following me? You're not saying... Okay, so you're following me. So we then come up with a cure, but we have limited amounts of it. Your argument is, if the CDC should have to take into context the fact that black ladies aren't giving painkillers, so therefore we should prioritize getting the black community the vaccine for this disease that's killing 95% white people. That's your argument. That you have to take in full context.
That's a ludicrous statement.
Why is that ludicrous?
Because the reality is this disease is disproportionately killing black people.
Right, but the disproportionate group that's being affected, right? The group, and that's what we should look at. Which group is the factor?
What's being factored in.
No, that's not what's being factored in. The factor should be what is the primary factor that's leading to disproportionate deaths, and we can see that it's over 2,000 times that people over the age of 80 are dying from this disease. Now, the black people aren't dying disproportionately over 2,000 times. Or I'm sorry, it's over like 300 something times, over 2,000%. Black people aren't dying that high disproportionately than white people from COVID. It's not happening. So again, instead of looking at the primary factor of literally the people that are dying most by this, so much so that the CDC in their own data admits, yes, elderly people are the group that are getting killed more by this, so much so that if we gave them the vaccine, we could literally save 0.5% to 6.5% more people. So when you say...
Okay, so Rob, it's Rob, right?
Yes.
You're interested in saving as many lives as possible.
Correct.
So you always wear a mask in public?
Yes.
And you think everyone else should be wearing masks in public?
No, I think it should be a personal choice.
Okay, so you don't believe in saving as many lives as possible.
I'm not the CDC.
I'm not saying you are.
Right,
I'm
the CDC, I want my CDC, my CDC's...
What we're getting at, when I ask that question, what I'm getting at is that you bring this up not because you're actually concerned mostly with the content of the argument. What you're concerned with is the aesthetics of it, is by saying, hey, look, I'm going to bring race into this and make all these white people really angry at their black counterparts and make it feel like there's this sort of, we got to create these divisions because it's controversy. And then I got to step in here as the, arbiter of truth and justice in this. And that's your deal. But
no, your deal is,
again,
so if you could straw man me, so I'll mute you here. So if you could straw man me and say that that's what my deal is, I don't actually care about people dying. What you're doing is you're hoping that more white people die. That's what you're doing. And you're standing behind this idea that you're virtue signaling. Oh, you don't like being straw man? You don't like being straw man like that? You don't like being straw man like that? Well, isn't that shitty? But it's okay for you to do that to me. I don't actually care about people dying. Yes, you did. You said that I'm doing it to rile up the base about white people, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I'm doing. I'm showing that we have an agency that why would we trust the CDC, an agency that should be concerned primarily with saving lives and stopping this pandemic, but instead they're admitting that their policies will lead to more people dying. The CDC is not me. I believe that there are other considerations that we should take into factor when dealing with COVID, such as freedoms, such as the economy and things like that. You're saying... Because I'm not saying that you're saying I'm the CDC. I'm saying that I'm not the CDC, so I shouldn't be held to the same standard that we want the CDC to be held to. So when you think it's some kind of gotcha moment, because I believe in, when you think it's some, again, no one could hear you, so you can keep rambling. I don't give a shit. You can keep rambling. When you say it's some kind of gotcha, when you think it's some kind of gotcha moment, okay, when you think I'll just take the headset off then if I can't hear. When you think it's some sort of gotcha moment, when you think, because you say, because you believe that there are other things that we should take into factor, like personal freedoms and things like that, then that's proof that you don't care about lives being saved. No, that's not true. Every policy, prescription, and idea that I have for COVID is to maximize not only lives in this country, but also the quality of lives in this country. That is why I discuss these things and do them. For you to claim that it's somehow, maybe it's because you want more viewers on Twitch, a channel that, by the way, has at most 50, 60 people watching at a time, that I've spent more money on this channel than I've ever received in turn. The fact that you imply that this is just about me getting clicks and not actually caring about the country is ludicrous. So I make the contention that it's equally likely, if that's the case with me, that you're actually cheering for the deaths of white people. You think that's bullshit that I don't have the headset on. I hear you rambling there, but I don't give a shit. The fact that you think that that's equally or I would say that that's an equally likely. You don't like being strawman like that, just like I don't really like being strawman. Now, when you say, so my policies, the ideas I have are still for the max benefit of this country. However, the CDC is allegedly, and supposedly that's why we went through it. What is the CDC supposed to do? Well, they're supposed to be coming up with guidelines that they think, even if they're wrong, that in their own estimation would save the most lives. That's what the CDC is supposed to be doing. So when their own evidence says, here is our policy, by the way, based on our policy, we predict more people will die, that's fucked up. And when the rationale that they give for that is, well, part of it's because of race, that's screwed up. The fact that you are on here endorsing, saying, if you don't understand this study that occurred about black people going into labor and not being given as many pain pills, therefore, because that's the case, of course the CDC should take that into effect when it comes to something that has nothing to do with that, which is COVID. Then when you say, but black people are disproportionately more affected to COVID. Well, if we go back and we look at the numbers, we can see the group what we should do is, what health experts should be doing is looking what the central disparity is. For example, if we said sickle cell anemia, and which clearly affects black people, that is the actual disparity that is the most tangible one. That's why we should focus on race in that. But if we also said, but there's also a slight disparity between people that live in the North versus people that live in the South, therefore everyone in the North gets the vaccine. Oh, and by the way, that's more white people, so that's good. You would say that's insane. Why would you do that? Just because there's a slight disparity between the North and the South, the disparity between blacks and whites is so much greater. So we should prioritize the blacks first. In the same token with COVID, we see that the crucial disparity that's leading to these deaths is age. Therefore, we should get this allegedly, according to the CDC, life-saving medication to those that are most likely to die. That's what we should do. We should not say, but wait a minute, black women giving birth, something that has nothing to do with COVID, they don't get pain pills as much because of some study I read, and you should be ashamed that you haven't read that study. Therefore, yes, we should prioritize this other group and leave up to 6.5% more people die. That is insane, asinine bullshit. And when people point out, you claim that that's an extremist position. It's an extremist position to criticize the CDC for intentionally making policies that in their own words will lead to more people dying. You think that's an extremist position. That's how much that this critical race theory has rotted your brain. Because you think virtue signaling about race and interjecting race into every goddamn discussion, even when it has no importance whatsoever, is more important than actually saving lives.
Behavior.
How's that my behavior?
And why does it shame you so much? Why are you ashamed that you don't know something? Why can't you say, you know what?
I'm not ashamed. I'm saying it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the conversation. I'm not ashamed.
It's irrelevant because you didn't know it.
No, it's irrelevant because it's irrelevant.
Why not just say, I didn't know something and I'll look into it? Why get so defensive? Why does that upset you?
I'm not defensive. It is irrelevant.
Yes, you are.
I'm not defensive. It's irrelevant. I admitted I don't know it and didn't hear of it.
But why not say, okay, I didn't know this and I'm willing to learn about it?
Because it's irrelevant to the conversation. Why won't you talk about looking into things like critical race theories?
Me. Why won't you learn about it?
Right, because the argument that you're making, and okay, we'll mute you again. We'll mute you again. So the argument that he's making here is an argument you see quite often in debate and in circles like that. I could infinitely come up with things that are wrong in the world and say, so for example, we could be discussing COVID and I'm like, but why don't you read evidence that talks about actually the disparities that occur in Native American and treaties that they signed and how they get screwed disproportionately in tax policies? Are you aware of that literature? Have you read that literature? No, I haven't read. Why are you ashamed to read it? Why are you ashamed to discuss this Native American policies? What's your shame in that? You just seem to be ashamed. You seem to be unwilling to learn. Why don't you talk? And you're like, what the hell does this have to do with COVID vaccines? Well, why are you defensive? Why are you defensive? Why don't you just admit, yes, I should read this? Okay, I'm willing to read literature on this. Okay, next. Why don't you talk about how disproportionately have you read the studies about Uyghur Muslims being interned in China? Have you read this? Have you read this? Oh, you haven't read that? Oh, why are you so ashamed? Why didn't you read that? Like, you should read that. Well, what's the relevance to the COVID vaccine? Oh, why are you getting defensive? Why can't you just read that literature? There's literally an infinite amount of things that you could say, well, not infinite, but damn near infinite for the human lifetime, that you could say, here's an important issue. Why haven't you read up on it? Okay, what's the relevance to this COVID vaccine? It's not defensive to say, that's not relevant to the discussion. It's not relevant to the discussion. Not relevant to the discussion. It's not relevant to the discussion. And then to say, well, that's defensive. Why can't you just admit, I'm admitting I haven't read that data. I'm even for the sake of argument saying, let's assume that that data is true and it's irrelevant to the discussion. The fact that black women allegedly, and we'll take it as true, doctors are either through corruption, racism, or incompetence are saying black women have a higher pain tolerance, so we won't give them pain medication. Despite the fact that I guess this literature's out there, I guess doctors also aren't reading that literature, which is weird. But let's assume that's true. What the hell does that have to do with the COVID vaccine? And the CDC particularly, I don't care. I'll yell. It's how I talk. I like yelling at racist apologists. I like yelling at people that say things like white people can't be bigoted. And it's also not really yelling. It's just the tone of my voice that I have almost all the time. I mean, you think it's yelling based on your interpretation, but this is basically my normal tone of voice. Yes, it is. This is how I talk most often. Now, I intentionally keep my voice down like this sometimes. But yes, when I get passionate, this is how I talk. If you don't like it, you're welcome to go to a different channel. But I don't give a shit. It's irrelevant to the point that you're making excuses because the CDC is factoring in race in a place where it has no business being, acknowledging that they're creating a policy that will lead to 6.5%, up to 6.5% more people dying. Now, remember how we initially got into this discussion. He claimed that that wasn't true, that the CDC wasn't saying that 6.5% more people up to would be dying. He said that wasn't true. Then we had to painstakingly go through it. In fact, hey, you're back. I could hear you again. So would you like to say anything else, racist apologist? How many people need to die because we didn't read the study on black women and pain pills?
See, again, the behavior you're exhibiting shows that you're not confident in your arguments.
I'm very confident in my argument.
If you didn't actually have proper understanding, you would yell at someone, you would mute them, you would accuse them of all sorts of random stuff to try and trigger people. That's what you're doing when you're not confident in what you have to say.
So then so real quick, so you're conceding that you're not confident in
saying I don't know about it and I'm willing to learn about it. What you're saying is I have to attack because I am.
So you've just conceded. We'll mute you again because you're unwilling to answer. So you've just admitted that you've conceded that you're not confident in your argument because when you had to straw man me and say, oh, so you're actually not concerned about people's lives. Instead, you just want clicks and you want to make this a racial argument. Well, you had to attack me and go in the offense because you're not confident about your argument. You're admitting that, right?
That's not what I said.
Yes. But why'd you go on the attack? That's proof that you're not confident in your argument. That's proof that. Did you go on the attack? Did you say that I was doing this for clicks and to race bait?
I'm not attacking you.
That's not an attack.
I don't know who you are.
That's not an attack.
Why would I attack you?
Well, that's what you did. We'll mute you again for being disingenuous because you're lying again. So now you're saying when you accuse me of doing this for clicks and not caring about lives and just doing it for ratings for my show or to rile up white people, you're saying that that's not somehow attack. Yet you say every time I say something against you that it is an attack. You also say that if there's an attack, it proves that you're not confident in your argument. So again, now you're being hypocritical. Explain to me how accusing someone of being disingenuous and doing things for clicks and race baiting isn't an attack.
I'm calling it like I see it. That's
right. That's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. Calling it like I see it with you. Right. So I have supreme confidence in my argument.
That's what Rush Limbaugh does.
Right.
He made a whole career.
Right. And so here we go. Calling it like I see it. He says, I'm calling it like I see it. I say, I am too. He goes, yes, that's a bad thing, like Rush Limbaugh. You see how absurd this argument is? Yeah, I do wear a hat sometimes. And so, yeah, you're talking. No one can hear you, bud. I just hear the little whispers. So good luck with that. But you see how it works? Constant hypocrisy. Constant. And this is also the arrogance of them. Completely dealing with an issue that has nothing to do with it, but with supreme confidence that he's correct about it. Why can't you just admit that you don't know the issue and you need to read because you won't admit that something that is totally irrelevant is relevant to this discussion? Well, because you're wrong. Oh, but why can't you just admit you're wrong? It's clear that I'm right. Why can't you just admit you're wrong? Because I'm not, and I'm proving it over and over. But why can't you just admit that you're wrong, that this literature is important? Because it's not relevant to the topic. But why can't you just admit you're wrong? That's not an argument. It's not an argument whatsoever. So, right.
That you would acknowledge that there are racial disparities in healthcare, that COVID is disproportionately hurting black people. You've said that. And then you've said, well, we can't take race into account.
Right.
Well, by not taking into account, you're making it worse.
No, how is it making it worse? So, for example, let's say this. What if I explain to you that if more elderly people die, if this policy went through, right, and we actually gave this to the essential workers.
Right now, more black people are dying. What do you want to do about that?
Stop people from dying.
What do you want to do about that?
Do you think the black people that are dying are younger or older?
What do you want to do about that?
I just asked you a question. Do you think that the younger people that are
asked you
dying?
a question first.
Yes,
Answer.
I
What do you
want to.
do about that?
I want the policy to go to solving the people that are dying, which would also solve Black lives.
Black people are disproportionately dying
Yep.
now.
Most of them are elderly. Yep.
You don't want to address that.
No, I do. The people, Black people
Okay,
are
you do.
disproportionate. Right.
Okay, how should we address that?
By saving the population that's most likely to die.
Okay, Black people are most likely dying.
No,
right
they're
now.
not.
They're
The
dying
elderly
right now at
people
a
are most likely to
disproportionate
die. That's the disproportionate number. The disproportionate number of Black people that are dying are elderly. So the policy that you're advocating for that the CDC pushed here would actually result in a net death of Black people.
Do you
But
have
you're
any
okay with
data
that
to prove
divergence.
What you're saying?
Right, because think about it. Because if we see that it's something like 300 times more likely for elderly people to die. So let's look at it like this. Let's oversimplify and say that the population of the essential workers versus the population of 65 and older are 100 and 100. So let's assume that there's disproportional amount of white people in the over 100 or over 65 population. So let's say there's 20 blacks and 100 or 80 whites. So 80% white.
This. Is
That-
the
I'm
elderly
kind of
population coming into more contact with people than the essential workers, than grocery store workers?
Probably
People
not. No,
or whatever.
probably not. No.
Okay, should that be a factor then?
I don't know. Do you think the CDC didn't factor this in when they said about lives that would be saved?
I'm asking you, and you said you don't know.
I'm saying I don't know what. Yes, I'm saying that I'm believing the CDC's data that says that they assume or that they have found that if they gave this to the over 65,
that data has nothing to do with who's coming into contact with who.
right?
It's
So
not
they're
mentioned
factoring
anywhere.
in people that are coming into contact with others, people that are likely to die, and they have determined after factoring in these factors that if they prioritize giving the vaccine to people over 65, 0.5% to 6.5% people, less people will die.
How many people would spread the disease?
Can you?
You don't know.
I don't
That's
know.
not in the data.
Can you explain
And
to
this is
me
a
why
good
we should
example
trust
of
your?
exactly
Can you
why
explain
we
to
need
me
be
why?
taking into account
Can you explain to me
how
why we should?
policy is
Okay, I'll just mute
implemented.
you again. That's fine. Can you explain to me why we should trust your word over the CDC? Okay, you're still rambling, so you don't want to talk. So again, now he's saying, oh, well, the CDC didn't factor in how many people would transmit this and stuff. You don't have proof that they factored it in. So we need to believe random guy who has a high school diploma. We need to believe him over the same CDC that he says we need to trust. We need to believe him over them. So the problem is when the CDC came up with their numbers of how many people would die or how many people's lives would be saved based on which populations got these vaccines, they didn't think about things like transmission. They didn't think about that at all. Right? That just totally escaped their mind. This guy with his high school diploma, he thought about these things that the CDC couldn't come up with. Right? You see how that works? He has a high school diploma. So unlike those CDC people. So we should trust him over the CDC. So when we already painstakingly went through the CDC, the interpretation that they're giving is we assume that if we gave it to the over 65 population, that it would save lives. That's what the CDC said. If his argument is, but they didn't factor in other things, okay, all the more reason not to trust the CDC. Now, would you like to answer the question? Can you explain to me why? Yes, I did.
So what methodology was used? You couldn't speak to the fact that they don't have any sort of transmission accounting for in this.
What are you talking about?
You don't know what the research methodology was.
I mean, I like, all right, so we're going to let you go because we understand that you're now saying, I love how you arbitrarily take, can you show me what the research methodology was in the study that you're citing about black women and pain pills?
You're not even willing to learn about it. Why would I? You said
Oh, so you've read the footnotes, right? You read all the footnotes, right?
Let's pull it up.
No. You don't need to pull it up because you're citing the study. So clearly you've read all the footnotes, right?
You aren't.
No.
No.
You read all the footnotes, right?
And why is that? Why are you afraid to
Why?
talk about
You
it?
read the footnotes, right?
Knowledge shouldn't be scary.
Do you see how hypocritical you are?
The fact that you don't know something.
Okay, we'll just mute you. Here we go. Now, do you see how this works? Now, he'll shout off about this one study that he's using. Keep in mind, he's using this study to articulate why it is preferable to allow up to 6.5% more of people to die because of some nebulous race argument. And he says, when I'm citing the 6.5%, well, I have to have read all the footnotes and know their entire methodology in order to cite that number. But you know damn well he hasn't done the methodology and read the footnotes when it comes to the study he's citing. So I ask him point blank, and he mealy mouths, but you don't even care about it, so it doesn't matter. So in other words, he's citing the facts of that study without having researched the entire methodology himself, but then he criticizes me for the same thing. That's what we see.
you feel like you have a lack of knowledge in certain subject areas and makes you uncomfortable or feeling inadequate or, as you said, ashamed for some reason. I don't think you should be ashamed.
I didn't say I was
it's fine
ashamed.
to not know something.
I didn't say I was ashamed.
I
don't know. Let me be quite clear. I don't know about that study. It's irrelevant. Why are you like? I don't understand that you're trying to make some sort of argument like because there's a study out there that's totally irrelevant to who should get the vaccine, and I haven't read it. Admit that I haven't read it, but said I'll assume for the sake of argument it's true. That somehow that I'm being defensive and I don't want to obtain knowledge.
Yes,
that's
you're
bullshit.
Being very defensive.
I'm not being defensive. I'm saying that it's irrelevant. I could
You're
do the
saying
same
you're being
thing to you.
attacked.
I could talk about any
None of
number of
that's the
studies.
case. You're
I could
just
talk about
someone
any
who's
number of
really-
studies. We'll mute you again. I could talk about any number of studies that you haven't read, and you would say, okay, I wouldn't mind reading that study. I don't know how it's relevant to this conversation. That doesn't mean that you're somehow defensive because you don't want to obtain knowledge. It's not defensive. It's not defensive. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to make a statement and ask you a question, and if you can't answer it, we're going to let you go. You're muted. No one can hear you but me, so I'll just take the headset off. So last chance. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to explain something real quick and ask you a question, and if you're unwilling to answer it, we're going to let you go. Right? But, he left. Good. Yeah, and that's the kind of piece of shits that you deal with. Right? He's not being defensive. He's not letting me get away with BS. What BS? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Right. Right, Dunning-Kruger on steroids. I'm not going to let the knob speak if he's just going to talk over me and say nothing. It's simple. There's simple things that come. If you say, I want your qualifications to speak on something, okay, here's my qualifications, now can we have yours? I'm not going to answer that. If you say, oh, well, do you have the footnotes on that? You're citing a study, do you have the footnotes? I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer whether or not I read the footnotes. Yeah, I know, crazy needs to be exposed as crazy. That's the sort of hypocrisy we see. Does everyone understand? The argument that he's trying to make, it's real simple. How stupid this is. Because there are disparities in even in the same field of the medical field, that is irrelevant to whether or not we should intentionally adapt policies that will lead to more people dying, period. The CDC could come out and say, we are appalled by the fact that there are so many racist doctors in this country that are unwilling to give painkillers to black women. Also, we're going to give the vaccine to people over the age of 65. It just, what does that have to do? It's unbelievable. And person after person says this. They would never say this if it was the opposite way. If the CDC came out and said healthcare workers first, and then second, non-healthcare essential workers. Now, actually, we think up to 6.5% more people will die because we're not giving it to people over age 65. But disproportionately, people over the age of 65 are black. So what does it say for essential worker? Why is this relevant? But if you want to know, here's what it says. Again, I don't understand the irrelevant things that people... But okay, essential worker, it says food and agriculture, food service, transportation, education, energy, police, firefighters, manufacturing, IT, communication, water, and wastewater. Okay? Glad we could get that irrelevant. People that work at restaurants, people that work in sewage, people that are truck drivers. Okay? No, I don't trust the CDC at all. And again, he tries to make this argument that, yes, right. And that's the argument, Tactical, that it says that disproportionately in the elderly group, it's disproportionately not people of color, but disproportionately in that group of restaurant workers, wastewater, truck drivers, there are more black people. Oh, okay, I got you. Now I see what the relevance of it, yeah. Why shouldn't you trust the CDC over me? Because they're clearly making why would you trust anyone that says we're healthcare experts, we're here to save lives, but we're intentionally presenting a plan that will result in more people dying? Don't you think the threshold should be on, wait a minute, why the hell would I believe that? Explain to me the context. Are we now making the argument that we trust health? What plan? The plan on who to give the vaccine for. Have you been watching? The entire presentation and the entire argument was the CDC saying, which group should we give this vaccine to in phase 1B? If we gave it to people 65 and over, we could save up to 6.5% of lives or deaths be averted. In other words, 6.5% more people will die if we give it to the essential workers. But we're going to prioritize the essential workers because there's more people of color there. Okay, you just joined. So let me ask you then, in good faith, Biopucci, if we could agree that we should trust experts, but if an expert tells you, here's my plan on who to give the vaccine for, oh, and more people will die as a result, do you think we have the right to question that? Now, whether or not, and let me make the point, Janet, I'm not taking a stance on the vaccine. Whether or not the vaccine works is irrelevant. The point is we have the premier institution in this country that is designed to fight pandemics, is in its own arguments claiming to us in plain black and white, or highlighted red, what's the other reasons? Why is it highlighted red that it's disproportionately people? That's one, even if that's just one reason, why would that be a reason? Equunk, you're not being, let me go through. Equunk, can you listen? Will you listen to me for a minute? Can you just give me acknowledgement that you're listening? If I prove you wrong on this, using the CDC's own chart, okay? Okay, you ready? Let's see what the crucial factor was. They set up a chart that says there's 3 factors: science, implementation, and ethics. So let's see at the end of science, you're saying, well, they're also factoring in spread and things like that. Again, we're acknowledging that they admit more people will die, so I don't know why the spread would matter, but more people will die. Okay, though. At best, they say that it's even. So when they're talking about the spread here, when they're talking about deaths, they come to the conclusion that all 3 groups are equal, right? So the CDC is not making an argument prioritizing who should get this disease based on spread or based on deaths. It's saying that it's equal amongst all 3 groups. Now, implementation, or in other words, how easy will it be to get this vaccine to people? Let's see what group it prioritizes. Adults. So far, when we're just looking at stopping the spread, stopping deaths, and the ability for access of implementation, adults over the age of 65, according to the CDC's own guidelines, are winning. Ethics. What is it that they highlight? Racial and ethnic minority groups are underrepresented among adults. Racial and ethnic minority groups disproportionately represented in essential industries. Ethics. 3 stars, 1 star. So the reason that it made its decision wasn't to stop the spread. The reason that they prioritized was solely on ethics, which the biggest part was prioritizing race. They are being political. That is irrelevant. First off, Biopucci, if that was the argument, then race would be irrelevant. It would say we'll prioritize poor people. Secondly, it's irrelevant if that's not the factor in stopping the disease. We could see that the crucial factor in stopping the largest impacts of this disease are elderly people. We could see that. So even if there are other disparity, in fact, it makes it quite clear. Another disparity is adults that aren't old that have other comorbidities, right? That's this group. Adults with high-risk medical conditions. So that's another group. And it's admitting that that group also has a disparity in how bad the virus is affecting them. So there's all sorts of groups. We could look at men versus women. We could look at thin people versus heavy-set people. We could look at people with heart conditions and people without heart conditions. We could look at tall people versus short people. We could look at white people versus black people. We could look at transgender versus non-transgender. We could look at straight versus gay. We could look at Christian versus Muslim. We could look at Republican versus Democrat. We could look at state to state. We could look at wealthy people versus poor people. There are endless amounts of groupings that we could look at. We wouldn't say, well, it turns out short people are disproportionately, it just happens, short people have a disparity in how it's being affected. So let's make sure that short people get it first. You would say, what the hell is the relevance? So what if there's some little disparity there? Overall, the biggest disparity that's causing the deaths is age. That's what we're going to focus on. It has nothing to do with discrimination. Again, does everyone see? Like, let me ask you, Rational, Jojo, Achilles, do you guys see? Do you see the dangers now of this white privilege myth? Do you see it? Do you see the dangers? I mean, straight-faced people, probably not bad people, but passionately think, yes, we have to allow more people to die because black people are discriminated against. We have to. Black people are discriminated. I mean, it's unbelievable to just see it in face value. Imagine the argument if this was reversed. If they were like, well, more people will die, but they're disproportionately black. They're disproportionately people of color. There would be riots in the street. But we now have to accept, critical race theory has gone so far that we have to accept it's okay for the premier medical institutions in this country to say, look, we are prioritizing people of color so much that more people will die, but it's okay because they're disproportionately white. That's what we're being told. We have to accept that. That's a good thing. We have to accept that because of past discrimination or other discrimination. Yeah, I know, Rational. I've had conversations with you. Yeah, I agree, Milo. Tiberius, what's up, man? Missed a great debate. Tiberius, let me ask you a question, man. What is the role of the CDC? Or better question, let's see. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Anyone that was on Tiberius chat, this is the discussion we're having. We went painstakingly. It took an hour and a half because a lot of times when you're discussing things with people on the left, they just claim. We had two people that we debated tonight, and both of them, when I claimed that the CDC admitted that by prioritizing essential workers, they acknowledge instead of control diseases. Right. I'll bring up the CDC chart for you, Tiberius. Oops, that's not it. So just so you can see what we're talking about, this was the original CDC guideline on who should get the vaccine first. So healthcare workers get it first. The question is who gets it second? High-risk adults, essential workers, or people over the age of 65. So let me read you a statement from the CDC's own chart. Initially vaccinating age 65 plus in phase 1B, in other words, after medical workers, this group getting it, approximately 0.5 to 2% more deaths would be averted. That's if it's infection blocking. If it's disease blocking, initially vaccinating the age 65 plus population in phase 1B averts approximately 2% to 6.5% more deaths compared to targeting high-risk adults or essential workers. In other words, it's saying here in black and white, if we vaccinate, make sure that the vaccine goes to the over 65 population, that will save up to 6.5% more people. That's what the CDC is saying. So you would say, oh, okay. Then clearly that's who they recommended. The CDC should obviously be recommending that we try to save as many lives as possible. Right? Now, I debate 2 people that say, that can't be true, they didn't say that, you're misread. In fact, I've debated 5 people this week that said the CDC wasn't saying that. Let's read that again. Show me where I'm being ambiguous here. Initially vaccinating age 65 in phase 1B averts approximately 2.2 to 6.5% more deaths compared to targeting high-risk adults or essential workers. That's not ambiguous. That's clear. The CDC is saying up to 6.5% of deaths could be averted if we prioritize getting this to people over the age of 65. And then the CDC says, but actually, we're going to recommend against that. Yeah, I knew the Dems would win. Actually, we're going to recommend against it. And when we go down, we can see what they recommend. For the essential worker category, they say racial and ethnic minority groups disproportionately represented in essential industries. And then highlighted red in the over 65 population, it says, quote, racial and ethnic minority groups underrepresented among adults age 65. So they say, ethics-wise, we ethically should give it to essential workers. Why? Because racial and ethnic minority groups are disproportionately represented there. And so, in phase 1B, you could see that they skip over the adults over 65 and instead go to the essential workers. In other words, the CDC has said, we are admitting that more people will die based on our criteria here, but we factor in that we favor minority groups getting this and think that that ethically outweighs saving lives. Right. For ethics, they decided to bypass the biggest risk group. And again, which I couldn't get out to this person, but it actually would result in more black people dying. Because elderly people, and again, you can see on the CDC's own chart, the biggest disparity, although there are other disparities such as poor people being more affected, heavy set people being more affected, all sorts of things. And yes, the research does seem to suggest that black people are being slightly disproportionately more affected. But it's not like this. Take a look at this chart. 35 and under, 3.3 out of 100,000 people die. That's like less than the flu. Now, it's more serious than that 35 to 54 and 55 to 64. But then look at how that more than triples once you get to 65. And then when we get to 80 plus, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 times as much. So why wouldn't you prioritize these 2 groups? Right. So if that group is, it's not just that it's 2 times more likely for these elderly people to die. It's incredibly more likely. So just because there's more white people than black people there, if those elderly black people don't get the vaccine, they're far more likely to die than the 35-year-old black guy that works as a truck driver. But that's a great argument, Tactical Yeater. Using his logic, minorities would be more represented in comorbidities group because of bad health care. So why shouldn't they be before essential workers? Exactly. Again, unique name goes here. The CDC, in their own estimation, said that 6.5 times more people would die if we didn't give it to the over 65 population. So they're taking into account that elderly people can quarantine. Still, they're more likely to die. And of course, essential workers can quarantine. I was an essential worker. I got COVID. I quarantined. And? I'm fat. Why am I saying heavy set? Because I felt like it. Yeah, they did change it. So what they did was they changed it to, they kind of split the difference. So now 17 million people over the age of 70 they're going to give it to. And then they're going to give the rest, like 30-something million, to the essential healthcare workers. But when you look, that doesn't really change anything. In fact, I'll just read this article. It explains it better than me. To mitigate racial inequity, the CDC wants to vaccinate essential workers before the elderly. Deaths from COVID-19 are overwhelmingly concentrated among the elderly, and thus it would seem obvious that vaccinating older Americans should be a top priority. Yet the CDC have released guidance suggesting that millions of essential workers should receive the vaccine before many people 65 and older. Part of the reason for this, according to the CDC report, is to mitigate racial and ethnic health inequities. Older Americans are disproportionately white, whereas the essential worker category includes a large percentage of racial minorities and low-income people. Older populations are whiter, Harold Schmidt, a professor of ethics and health policy at the University of Pennsylvania, told the New York Times. Society is structured in a way that enables them to live longer. Instead of giving national health benefits to those who already had more of them, we could start to level the playing field again. So here you see this ethics professor at the University of Penn discuss that we should have policies that intentionally lead to more white people dying because we need to, quote, level the playing field. Right, that's exactly right, Tactical Yeater. The CDC is accounting for that in the data, and they still say that over 6% of people could be saved by giving it to over 65. But let's continue. Oops, what happened? Is that working? Okay. It's not as if there's a consensus that this is the right thing to do. The Times notes that the approach, quote, runs counter to frameworks proposed by the World Health Organization and the National Academics of Sciences, Engineers, and Medicine, and many countries, which say that reducing deaths should be the unequivocal priority and that older and sicker people should thus go before workers, a view shared by many in public health and medicine. Indeed, this is a prime example of progressive thinking on racial justice, leading otherwise intelligent people to take a position that actually hurts racial minorities. While it's true that the 65 and up demographic is somewhat whiter than the general population, there are still millions of elderly people of color, and they have by far the greatest risk of dying from COVID. The age skew of the disease victims is extreme. A policy of vaccinating police officers, firefighters, and grocery store employees before the elderly is clearly suboptimal, even from the standpoint of just trying to save as many people of color from dying as possible. The decision here is, quote, the decision here is to not prioritize vaccinating them, but to instead vaccinate a different, less vulnerable group, and then assert that this creates some kind of abstract collective racial benefit, notes Matt Iglesias, a terrific post on this subject. There have been a lot of takes about woke liberals prioritizing symbolic racial issues over the concrete needs of non-white people, but this idea really takes the cake. Iglesias explains, quote, basically if you take 1,000 prime-age Americans, you would expect to have 150 African Americans in the pool, versus about 100 if you take 1,000 senior citizens. So in that sense, vaccinating essential worker promotes racial equity because you're giving shots to 50 more black people. But since the infection fatality rate for senior citizen is at least 10 times the rate for non-seniors, you're not actually saving black people's lives this way. You're opting for a strategy that leads to more black deaths and more white deaths than the vaccinate seniors first strategy, but deciding that it's better for equity, and thus that's why ethics is required. Does everyone get this? That is eugenics. Does everyone see this? Yeah, I'll provide a link. Sorry. Remind me of that because I always forget. And this is literally what I'm talking. This is how woke this. So the last person I on debating is like, yeah, but why don't you educate yourself on the fact that studies show that doctors don't give black pregnant women as many painkillers as white pregnant women because they assume that black women have a higher pain tolerance? What the hell does that have to do with intentionally adapting a policy that will kill more people, including more black people? Right, and that's their argument. Oh no, killing white people is okay because slavery happened 150 years ago and Jim Crow, etc. Yes, I know what eugenics is. In part, it's using the medical field to even the playing field. Let's go back and read that statement from an ethics professor at University of Penn. Society is structured in a way that enables whites to live longer. Instead of giving them additional health benefits to already had more of them, we could start to level the playing field a bit. Yes, that's eugenics saying, well, let's not allow the most vulnerable group to get the medication because we want to level the playing field because they're disproportionately white. Eugenic, you know what, actually, let me admit, technically the definition of eugenics, I don't know. I don't know that this is expressly to, I will say this, it's a soft form. It's definitely racism. And I would say it's some form of eugenics. It's some form of using the healthcare system to intentionally prioritize one race over another. So what would you call it? For example, if doctors, for example, adapted a policy that said we're going to prioritize saving white people's lives over black people's lives, you wouldn't consider that eugenics. Right, eugenics doesn't have to do with race. It doesn't just deal with breedings. Eugenics could also be the process of killing populations. Like, for example, Nazis used to talk about, like, there was a theory that was called, that stemmed from a lot of the Nazi research of something that they're worried about called designer babies. And that's where you would be able to basically pick the characteristics that you have in your womb by aborting. So, I mean, I guess that does have to do with breeding. Yeah, soft form of genocide. That's the term I was using the other night. I'll agree it's probably not eugenics. Whatever the term wants to say, they're intentionally encouraging policies that will lead to more people dying. Right, I saw it. Okay, I'll concede that it doesn't meet that particular definition of eugenics, and eugenics isn't the best word. I'll concede that. So it's like a genocide. It's intentionally adapting medical policies that result in the predictable death. Or it's saying that more deaths is acceptable if it's people of a certain skin color. So it's sort of a soft form of genocide. Anyways, let's continue the article. There are other problems with vaccinating essential workers before senior citizens, in that the former is an expansive and debatable category. Depending on who gets counted, some 70% of the workforce can be deemed essential, though restricting it to just frontline workers gets that percentage down significantly, according to the Times. And while it's true that vaccinating people in the workforce who are most likely to spread the disease to others could be a sound strategy for ultimately preventing deaths, this is a complicated approach, and the current supply of vaccine is inadequate. Iglesias recommends vaccinating healthcare workers and then going by age, 85 and up, then 80 and up, then 75 and up, etc. That idea has a lot of merit, especially when the vaccine supply remains limited. Ultimately, it's up to states to decide and determine who gets the vaccine first. The CDC guidance is only a recommendation. Still, it's regrettable the CDC has embraced an approach to racial equity that might keep people in need of the vaccine from getting it first. There was another article I had earlier, but we'll just leave it at that. Right, the deliberate killing of a large group of people, especially those with a particular ethnic group. Right, when you say our policy and how we're handing out these medicines that will save lives will result in more deaths, but those deaths are disproportionately from one race. Therefore, we don't favor them. That is a form of genocide. Can you explain the reverse, what you mean when you say this reverse racism shit is stupid? Can you explain what you mean by that? I'd love to hear what you mean by that. Can you explain that? The CDC, the premier health organization in this country, recommending that we intentionally cause people to die that are of a particular skin color is a soft form of genocide. Right now, that would be the CDC saying people that are not people of color, in other words, white people. Could you, I'll give you like 2 minutes. I got to get to bed. But could you explain to me what you mean by reverse racism and why it's bullshit? Good night. See you later, Jesse. So you're not saying it does, right? Because I don't know. I didn't know if you were saying like, oh, I'm just whining about this. Right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's just racism. Exactly. It's just racism. Right. But to say that it's okay because one group's been historically discriminated against. And it's really tragic to see. You could see it in the chat. You could see it with the two people I debated tonight. I mean, the first person literally said it's, quote, impossible to be bigoted against white people. Yes. The CDC purposely targeted to allow one population of people that most need this medication to get the medication. They said, no, we will not give it to them, even though we know it predictably will lead to more people dying because they are disproportionately white. It would also be a soft form of genocide if the United States government came out and said, we think that people that are diabetic need this insulin first, but instead of giving it to diabetic people, we're going to give it to workers first, regardless if they have diabetes or not, because those people are disproportionately white. You would say, wait a minute, did the CDC just literally withhold life-saving medications, thereby predictably causing more deaths to people because they're prioritizing white people over prioritizing saving lives? In other words, they don't give a shit if the black people die? Yes, that would be a soft form of genocide. Is it happening? Yes, we just went through it. The CDC literally just acknowledged that up to 6.5% more people could die based on giving the vaccine to workers instead of people over the age of 65. But the deciding factor was that those workers were disproportionately people of color. That's literally what the entire past 3 hours have been about. Yeah, they reclassified it because they got caught. That's supposed to make us comfortable? Right. That is what I'm saying. They attempted. Right, and that was my question to the first caller. It's like, well, if you're right that their initial plan was the one that would save the most lives, why did they change it? So now they've adopted to a plan that's less than operable or less than optimal? Again, what does that have to do anything with anything, Biopucci? Actually, more white people have died than black people from COVID, allegedly, in the United States. But yes, per capita, I believe black people have died more than white people. And what does that prove? A disease is out there. The disease, unless your argument is that the disease is intentionally being allowed to kill black people over white people, I don't see how you could call that genocide. For example, if a volcano erupts and predominantly kills Polynesian people, I don't think you could say the volcano was committing genocide. It just so happened to be Mother Nature, and something that came from it was targeting a specific population. Sickle cell anemia isn't committing genocide. It's a disease that predominantly affects black people. That's different than an agency that is purposely withholding life-saving medication based on skin color. All right, I gotta go to bed. I hear my wife stirring down there, so look, I really appreciate all of you. My induction date is Friday, so I'll have a kid come Friday. This is what I want you to get out. No, but Tactical Yeater, let me go further than that. Tactical Yeater says, if they prioritize the comorbidities group instead, would you object to that as much? I can't for the life of me figure out why they wouldn't put that group ahead of essential workers. Well, yeah, it's not that. I can even see a case for prioritizing essential workers. Right? You could make a case. You could say, well, we think in the long run it could theoretically reduce deaths because it would reduce the spread. I don't think that's the case. I would say this is stupid, but I could see the case. But that's a difference of being wrong versus being immoral. It would be wrong to prioritize these groups that aren't the elderly, but it's not necessarily immoral if they did it because they just were erroneous in how they thought it would affect the disease. But when you start saying, we acknowledge more people will die, but it's okay because of skin color, that's what makes it crazy. But unique name goes here. That, although that is a potential argument, again, that doesn't have, why are they factoring in race at all? And it goes against the other recommendations of the CDC, like the lockdown recommendations and things like that they are making, right? So this is where the tenuous nature, I don't have a problem with that necessarily. Like if the argument, I said from the get-go, we should have probably, my opinion was, leave the population that's not much at risk, continue life as usual as much as possible, take some small precautions, and then do everything we can to isolate the vulnerable population. And then eventually the disease would have ran its course. We'd have had more resources. The economy wouldn't have collapsed. And because we would have had more resources, because the economy didn't collapse, we could do more to ensure the most vulnerable people, particularly the elderly, were protected and isolated. So I get the idea that you're saying there, but as soon as I'm the dumbass that debated destiny. And it's always another brilliant leftist that comes in with a very salient point. Yes. Got to call the baby rat. His name's going to be Hank. So, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Aftershock. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind people coming in and debating, but it's amazing. Like, I don't think that the last person was necessarily arguing in bad faith, to be honest. He's just very confused. So I'm wrapping up here. I can't keep going all night. I got to wrap up, right? So here's the point. The reason that it's important to have these debates, it sucks to have the same debate over and over and over again, right? It sucks. But understand that what's being taught in schools, these young people that you hear me debating, it's rotting their brain. It's rotting their brain. It's how they could make statements such as, let's see the statements. So the last three people that I've had discussion with, actually, I might be forgetting one. They all jumble together. We had a person that said, because in the context of trying to win a debate, who was arguing for Black Lives Matter, that there was no environmental differences between inner city schools and rural schools. So when I started talking about violence in inner city schools, he said, prove it. That's not true. There's not more violence in inner city schools. There's not more violence. You're just saying that. You want to demonize black people. I said, no, it's the opposite. I'm saying they don't have education opportunities because there's so much gang violence that's occurring in these schools. And it's not fair to these people, predominantly black people, that want to learn and get an education. It's terrible. We need to do something about these schools. No, prove it, prove it, prove it. And then he goes on to say, oh, you're saying there's something like basically genetically inferior about black people. I say, no, that's what you're saying. How am I saying that? I'm like, you're saying there's no environmental difference in schools in the inner city? Correct. Okay, then why are their test scores so much lower? If it's not environmental, what is it? I'm arguing it's environmental. You must be arguing it's biological. That's racism. You're arguing that black people are inferior. Or it's not necessarily racism, but it's along the lines of racism. It's what he would accuse of racism. So we had that person. Then we had the person that said that it's literally impossible to be bigoted against white people. So if you, for example, hate white people so much, like we saw the Black Lives Matter shooter in Dallas during 2016, where he said he wanted to kill cops and white people, and he went and he shot 5 police officers. That's not bigotry. If you hate white people and kill white people for being white, that's not bigotry. It's not racism. That's not bigotry. It's impossible to be bigoted against white people. That's what that person said. Then we had this previous person that said that that we have to inform ourselves about other things in the healthcare system, such as the fact that apparently there's a study out there that says that doctors refuse to give painkillers to black women because they assume black women in childbirth have a higher pain tolerance. Therefore, we should adopt the policy of the CDC that says we should prioritize essential workers because there's more people of color, even if that results in 6.5% more people dying. But what does one have to do with the other? Well, they both have to do with healthcare. But again, what does one have to do with the other? More black people will literally die if you endorse this policy. Why would we intentionally allow elderly people to die instead of solving why wouldn't you say what we're going to do is solve the problem of these doctors not giving painkillers to black women? You would do that. That's how you solve that problem. You don't say, well, in order to solve that problem, we have to allow up to 6.5% more people to die. You love the comedy chaps on me. Thank you, I guess. I will have a good night's sleep. So that's why I do these shows, because it's important to see. This is the idea. And by the way, these seem like people that, they're just regular people, I'm assuming. I don't think anyone here is a mover and shaker any more than me, right? I know. I'll be in bed in 5 minutes, I promise. But the people that are being taught this stuff do become the lawyers, the professors, the lobbyists, the politicians, the people working at Google and YouTube. That's who these people are. The people at YouTube that are censoring conservatives, they think they're the good guys. They're like, of course we censored pro-Trump stuff. Of course we wanted Joe Biden to win because racial equity. We think that the Trump people are racist, or maybe not intentionally so, but they represent systemic racism. The other side doesn't. So, of course, it's our duty. If they literally think that it's worth up to 6.5% more people dying, and it's worth it in the name of fighting racial inequity, what do you think they're unwilling to do? Yeah, and I agree. This is how the brown shirts started. This is how the red guards started in China. It's unbelievable. They could justify any heinous action. It's why we saw people justifying political violence. At least 5 people in the chat that I've talked to on my channel in the past 3 days have told me that it was acceptable or understandable that Black Lives Matter rioted so much. They had to do it to get their voice heard. Most of them said, we're not really saying we condone it. But that was the only way they could get their voice heard. That's bullshit. But that's what critical race theory and cultural Marxism does to your brain. We literally had the person that debated before that. This might be the best argument of the day. You see, the CDC has to lie to black people. It has to. If the CDC truly thinks that social distancing is one of the most important things to stop the spread of the virus, they had to lie to black people and say, look, but not you. You don't have to social distance. Because according to that person, if the CDC told the truth, black people wouldn't trust them. So there's something different about black people that you can't tell them the truth. You can't say, wear a mask, socially distance. You can't say that to black people. They won't trust you. Why? What is different about black people? Thanks, Rob. Thank you for loving the show. Okay, so that's why I do this. I hope that it illustrates it. Look, it's draining to an extent to listen to people drone and on and make these arguments. But I have fun doing it. I do. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun. Sometimes I feel like doing it. Other times I don't feel like doing it. But this week I felt like doing it to get my mind off of having this baby Friday. Not because I'm worried about having the baby, because I'm so excited. And so I'm just like sitting around chewing my fingernails all giddy. So yeah. I gave you 20 minutes. You're bonkers later or not. Oh, yeah, I get you. Thank you for the congrats on the baby. So, all right, I'm going to hit the sack. Thank you guys so much. It's tough. It's tough to sit here and argue through that. I'm glad you people think I'm savage. Listen, thanks. I got to go to bed. So, all right, you guys are the best. If you like the show, please recommend me to some other people. Consider liking and subscribing. Donations are always welcome. If you donated to, someone said how, someone asked me. If you donated to me and you are on Twitch or D Live, I sadly can't see it because I only see what you guys see here. So thank you to everyone that donated. I do really appreciate it. I am broke as a joke, so that's heavily appreciated. So, all right. Good night, everyone. I'm humbled that any of you would listen to me. I thank the call-in people, even if they were crazy. I thank them because, one, no matter what, it takes a lot to argue with someone, so kudos to them for that. And second, I'm glad that you get to see how crazy they are because they pretend that they're not that crazy. So when you see it, so Tactical Yeeter sub. Thank you so much, Tactical Yeeter. I really appreciate it. So hopefully I'll get some more debates lined up here soon. So, all right. Adios, everyone. As always, have a good one.